Good morning and welcome to the Board of Registered Nursing Board meeting. It is June 21st, 2024, and we will take roll call to establish a quorum. My name is Dolores Trujillo. I am an RN, and I have been appointed by Governor Newsom to serve in the direct care provider role, and I am the current president of the board. Board member Allison Cormack.
Good morning. I'm Board Member Allison Cormack. I'm a member of the public, and I was appointed by the Speaker of the Assembly.
Thank you. Board member Jovita Dominguez.
Good morning. My name is Jovita Dominguez, and I was elected by Governor Newsom in the education role.
Thank you, Jovita. Board member Patricia Nguyen.
Good morning, everyone. Tricia Nguyen. I was appointed by Governor Newsom in the public member role.
Thank you, Tricia. Board member Neelu Patel.
Good morning. Neelu Patel, appointed by Governor Newsom in the advanced practice role.
Thank you. Board member David Lawler.
Good morning, David Lawler, appointed by Governor Newsom in the public member role.
Thank you. Board member Vicki Granowitz.
Vicki Granowitz, appointed by Senator Tony Atkins in a public member role.
Thank you, Vicki. Our executive officer of the board, Loretta Melby.
Thank you. I'm Loretta Melby, or Lori, and the board's executive officer appointed by the board.
Thank you. And our board counsel, Reza Pejjuhesh.
Good morning, Reza Pejjuhesh, Board Legal Counsel.
Thank you. Our quorum has been established. Moving on to items 2.0, BRN moderator. Will you take this, please?
Morning, this is the BRN moderator. I will be moderating the meeting. To facilitate public comment, we will be utilizing the WebEx question and answer feature. When the board, today is committee or board?
Board right now.
Board right
board
now. Okay.
At the beginning,
All right.
and then for the committee later this afternoon.
Got it. Okay. When the board reaches a point in the agenda at which public comment is appropriate, the question and answer feature will be turned on, and members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by inserting the phrase, "I would like to make a comment," in the question box, which is typically in the lower right of your screen. I will then call on the individual and unmute their microphone. The individual will have 2 minutes to make their comments. I will not give a warning as your time approaches. I will mute your microphone and will announce that your time has exceeded the time allotted. I will then proceed to the next member of the public who has a comment. We will also query the physical room, hearing room in there in DCA HQ. And as long as somebody there in the room has a timer, please remember 2 minutes. Please note the question and answer feature is being used only as a means for members of the public to represent that they would like to make a verbal comment. When your turn comes, you will be prompted to unmute. If your question can be answered, the board will respond accordingly. When making your comment, speak about anything you believe is important for the members to know. Remember, board members cannot address any item not on the agenda. Items not on the agenda at that moment, items that you would like to add to future meeting, or items that will be discussed later on in the agenda will be discussed at their correct times during the meeting. I will provide a brief reminder of this approach at the start of each public comment item. Finally, when board members or BRN staff are not speaking, I would like to remind them to mute their microphone. If I detect background noise during the meeting as a result of unmuted microphones, I will mute your microphone automatically. Thank you. We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment.
Board moderator, while you're keying that up, I do want to remind the participants and the attendees, both in person and on the WebEx, that this is a time for comments about items that are not on our current agenda. We do have the 2 agenda items today that we will be talking about. And so if you have a comment specific to that, please hold that for that specific agenda item. These are for this comment period is for items that are not on the agenda. So I just wanted to make sure, reiterate that so that we can continue with the process and get to the agenda items. And if someone has an item that they want us to add to a future agenda, this would be the time to speak up about that as well.
I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember, you will have 2 minutes to make your comment. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, I would like to make a comment. Jessica would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Jessica, go ahead.
Hi, I'm here on behalf of a family member in the intervention program ran by Maximus. I've watched her spend the last 3.5 years being a model participant, doing every single thing that's been asked for her to include the whole slew of new requirements, which has involuntarily extended her an extra 6 months in this program. My family member just had yet another meeting where she should have been completed. Instead, more requirements were added on without an explanation, other than everyone has to do this now. Nor was she told why she wasn't completed. Maximus and enforcement have made an insane amount of mistakes and shamefully passed the accountability of those mistakes onto the participants. Furthermore, continuing to add more and more requirements just because you can is unacceptable. I'm outraged at how she's been treated over the last year, and you all should be too. The topics on the agenda are important, and it's my hope they're unanimously voted to be rescinded. However, they're a minuscule fraction of the problems within your enforcement division and the Maximus program. I encourage you all to take a deeper look at your division and your program. In the meantime, all participants who successfully completed all of the objective requirements should be immediately graduated from this program and given the opportunity to heal from the trauma your staff and program have caused. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your comment. Callie would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. To the members of the board, I want to thank you for holding this meeting. I sincerely appreciate your efforts to fairly evaluate these changes that have been recently made that have taken place in the Maximus program. I want to take the time to shed some light on another Maximus and BRN Enforcement Division has added. The quarterly medication review form. I'll just read some verbiage from the actual form that our primary care physicians are supposed to sign quarterly. You must have 3 years experience treating health professionals with substance use disorder and hold an active unrestricted license and be pre-approved by Maximus. These are the changes that are being implemented, and I have some major concerns about how Maximus and the BRN are implementing these strict, unyielding changes without even going through proper channels. Now, Maximus has to approve our treating physicians, and they have to have 3 years of experience working with healthcare professionals with substance use disorder. I mean, where are these doctors? You know, not every case manager at Maximus or every member of the BRN Enforcement Committee are nurses or physicians. So it's not clear to me how they are supposed to approve our physicians. Some of us have only seen one physician, and that physician has been managing our care for decades. You know, again, this was just dropped in our lap last month. Furthermore, when providers have written letters to the Maximus and the BRN Enforcement Committee outlining participants' medical conditions and restrictions and their recommendations, it all seemed to fall on deaf ears. If we don't meet this requirement, we will be non-compliant and subject to disciplinary action, even possibly pulled off work for 30 days. Participants entering this program should have the right to know and understand what the requirements and expectations are, and not have to be subject to unreasonable and unrealistic changes implementing and used to extend them indefinitely. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Chris Else would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Morning, everyone. Chris Else here. I'm the nurse support group facilitator for San Luis Obispo area of California. I just had a comment this morning. I've been hearing recently from my nurses that they've had recent trouble, especially in my area, with the provider vault that does the drug testing for both Maximus and the BRN. My area, for some reason, they have been able to, Vault has lost their, or unable to get a contract with some of our drug testers on the Central Coast. So it's enabled my nurses to sometimes drive 2 to 3 hours on the weekends to find a network drug testing place. When I would, before COVID, we had about 5 or 6 different places to test out there, and now they're all since Vault, or since they changed from FS Solutions to Vault, they've lost these places and contracts. And from what I know from these drug testing places, they're just not paying their contracts out to, or Vault is not paying their contracts out 6 to 8 months. So these places are just not working with Vault anymore, and my nurses don't have a place to test. I don't know if there's any way we can, if there's any oversight to Vault, or there's anything we can do, or how my nurses complain that they can't drive 2 to 3 hours on a Sunday because there's no place to test them. So I don't know if anybody else has heard the same thing, but it's really eventually it's gonna have a nurse be out of compliance because they just won't be able to make that drive on one of the days they're selected to test. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Janet would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Janet, go ahead.
I just want to take a moment to thank you all for holding this hearing today. This is now our third meeting asking for clarity from this program, and most importantly, for all the changes to stop. Dr. Fagan stated in the last meeting that she's never been more moved by public comment. She stated how traumatizing this must be and how the changes could be causing more harm than good, and how the risk of harm to the public could be higher by forcing nurses to do things they're not comfortable with. Let me assure you, if nurses do not have a safe, clear, transparent, and consistent place to heal from mental health disorders or substance use disorders, this supposed rehabilitative program is an absolute failure. Many participants have been extended for a variety of unjust reasons, not just the agenda items today. And we are yet to receive any communication about a recovery plan. We are participants who have nothing but positive work site reports. We went through demonstrating of that demonstrates our ability to practice safely. We continue to show growth. We're steadfast in our recovery. We have asked our case managers, what is our plan of care? What do we need to do to complete this program? Only to be told by our case managers, I don't know, ask the evaluation committee. Mind you, we have zero access to the evaluation committee, zero control over when we get to see them. And we finally do get in front of them. We are subjected to a barrage of questions and are not given the opportunity to ask any of our own. Having enforcement and Maximus holding current participants hostage by our license and reputation while they make endless changes is wildly unethical. And please note, it is coming from enforcement as evidenced by the brave EC members who came forward at the last meeting and other factors I don't have time to get into, but Maximus is absolutely complicit. This torment and abuse of power needs to end, and we ask that you, the board, please move to rescind both 4.2 and 4.3 effective immediately. Please halt all the changes, and most importantly, in regards to the participants caught in the middle of this chaos, please, who are on track for completion but extended, please successfully complete them immediately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Sam Silverstein would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Thank you for letting me speak. What's been happening in this program to nurses is completely unreasonable and unethical, to say the least. I am curious if the public knew what was really going on with Maximus and to these nurses. If they know what was happening in Maximus, including the lack of documentation in non-compliance letters and communication relying solely on vague monthly check-ins with case managers and skipping ethics review board meetings, I guarantee these nurses would not feel so strongly against the program. I wonder if the public knew that the enforcement division in Maximus is not helping reform, but actually taking advantage of its nurses by continuously enforcing new rules and unrealistic guidelines, having nurses spend over $10K alone in testing fees per year. That was what my wife's bill was in Bolt in 2023. The new changes that are being enforced, like suspending a nurse's license for 30 days for missing a check-in or giving a dilute sample, is not recovery-based. It's strictly punitive. No employer is going to want to work with a nurse that has to adhere to such rigorous guidelines. This program has demonstrated it is nowhere near evidence-based, recovery-oriented, or reformative. It needs to be brought to light and exposed at the minimum. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Sarah would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Sarah with an H. Sarah, if you have multiple windows open on your computer, you have to minimize them all and find the little box that says unmute me. Okay, I will come back to Sarah. Margaret M. would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
My comments have already been discussed by all the other individuals. I couldn't erase it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Alec would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Of a friend of mine who is on probation, I want to discuss certain policies that I think are unnecessary at best and draconian at worst. My friend was initially assessed a fine of $11,000, which she got reduced to $9,000. And my understanding is some nurses have to pay more. This is an exorbitant fine for somebody on a nurse's salary. My friend is not allowed to obtain work from a per diem registry, from travel nursing, or from contract nursing, which I understand tend to be better paying jobs. She is only allowed to work 40 hours per week with no overtime. So essentially, the state precludes her from doing all she can to make money for her family and for her child's education and to pay off the fine as quickly as possible. The work restrictions seem patently unfair. If she does not pay the enormous fine within a year, she is subjected to further expensive drug testing at approximately $600 per week at the board's discretion. If she otherwise meets all the conditions of her probation within a year but cannot afford to pay the entire fine, why can't she be released from probation and be allowed to pay the remaining fine, even with nominal interest, over a reasonable time period? Your policy essentially penalizes nurses who don't have a family or spouse to support them financially through this difficult time. As you know, nurses are required to have a mental and physical health exam prior to entering the program, and the BRN has a small list of physicians that they authorize to conduct these exams. None of the approved physicians accept insurance, and exams cost somewhere around $3,000 per patient. This cost is many times what a private physician normally charges for an hour of consultation. This is unnecessary, as every reputable insurance plan has in-network board-certified addiction specialists who could do the exams and who could easily be contracted by the state to evaluate nurses for purposes of probation or intervention. So this element of the program seems like a racket. Where does this money go? Does it all go to the doctor, or is some of it kicked back to the state? On the surface, it frankly seems unfair that nurses are forced to pay these extraordinary fees to doctors and to the state when they don't take insurance. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you for your comment. LH would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
I would like to request an evaluation of the cost of the ATD program be added to a future agenda. It seems every other week a new out-of-pocket expense is added on for us. I recently read an article published by the Online Journal of Issues in Nursing in January 2023 about the accessibility and financial barriers for nurses with substance use disorder and alternative to discipline programs. The report listed the average cost of ATD programs across several states. They listed a min and a max for each cost. California is well above the max listed in every category. The article referenced a 2003 study that found 45% of RNs in ATD programs report financial burdens as the most common problem they were facing. That was in 2003. I would guess that number would be extraordinarily higher at this point. And sadly, it also quoted a 2021 study that stated financial despair caused by burden of treatment for SUD while unemployed is associated with nurse suicide. I understand that the board has identified gaps in the program standards that you are trying to fix, and you are trying to create more individualization in the program. But this is honestly the most disorganized, unprofessional action plan I've ever seen, and adding more requirements, especially ones that come with an increased cost to the participant, is going to have terrible consequences. In addition, as other participants have pointed out, the seemingly constant changes that are being enforced right now, many without having been voted on by the board, are causing chaos in the program. These changes, where is the data? There are no reports, no supporting evidence, no weigh-ins from professionals, no cohesive rollout plan, no logistics, and absolutely no consideration for impact to the participants. In my current RN position, I work with project management a lot. In my experience, the way this shift in the program is being managed is disastrous, and your outcomes are not going to be what you hope they will be. Furthermore, the lack of communication and a concise care plan does not support our recovery or sobriety. The same OJIN study I spoke of a moment ago pointed out that info on ATD websites is vague and doesn't provide adequate cost and program requirement info. Further findings showed a general internet search for treatment programs for RNs resulted in public Q&A forums like Reddit, where RNs in the program are having graduated the program were relaying information about the program cost, length, and requirements in an extremely negative and often terrifying way, as well as advising nurses to avoid this program at all costs. A 2020 National Council of State Boards of Nursing report about ATD monitoring program.
Thank you for your comment. B would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Newer participants in the program. A concern that I would love to be addressed at a later time is only being allowed to return to work on a part-time basis versus full-time basis, not in relation to direct or indirect patient care. Initially, returning to work on a restricted part-time basis does not allow for any insurance coverage when therapy, psychiatry, and aftercare are all mandatory, not to mention spending approximately $500 a month in drug testing that regardless is not covered by insurance. This creates unlivable and unrealistic financial circumstances for our participants. Please consider this at a future time, and thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you for your comment. Mark J would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, board members, for your interest in our concerns here this morning. But I really want this to spark a greater discussion about the intervention program. Really what we're discussing here today is only the tip of the iceberg, and a much deeper investigation needs to be conducted here. What we're really discussing is the imposition of new requirements as the program progresses that creates a sort of hamster wheel effect for participants. As you know, our counterparts in probation have a judiciary contract that gives them very strict and very well-defined participation limits that we in intervention lack. And it creates this type of wheel that we start to see that we're here for today. Not only do we have to work as an RN, but you need to work with narcotics. Not only do you need to work for 6 months, but before we complete you, we want you to work for a year. Not only do you need to work as a bedside nurse, but really we want you to work in a supervisor position. Not only do you need to work day shift, but really we want you working night shift because of the unique challenges posed on night shift nurses. You can kind of see the flavor of the different requirements that we could be extended for really any number of reasons that we have no control over, as we discussed at the last meeting with a one-sided contract that we sign, a one-way enforceable contract. We need to have requirements that as we meet them, they're like milestones for us that we used to have as we progressed. We met these milestones, and then we were advanced to the next phase of the program, and then another milestone, and then advanced. And now we have participants that are 3.5, 4, and 5 years into the program who have stellar track records, who are getting new requirements added on by the board and extending them in the program. So we need a clear definition of completion requirements. Any changes made to the program need to be rooted in evidence. We're nurses here, and we work on evidence-based practice. And so if we want to make changes, those changes should have a clear impact on recidivism and relapse rates, and there should be evidence to back that up. And yes, there needs to be grace for regression and relapse that occurs within the program, but imposition of new requirements on participants that have been in the program for 3 to 5 years with stellar track records is counterproductive. And we need to have a review of all participant cases that have been in the program 3 to 5 years, and it needs to happen sooner rather than later. And I thank you for your urgency on this matter.
Thank you for your comment. Anthony would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Hello, everyone again. This is my third meeting as well, and you guys have already heard a lot of the issues, but this time I would like to bring up this medication review form dated 1504. But as you guys can see, this form was revised May 21st, 2024. So again, there's been changes and more changes since we've been communicating and talking about it. But one of the issues that I have with this form, it talks about the provider should not have any financial relationship with the participant. But if we're paying the provider, isn't that a financial relationship? If we are paying with insurance, isn't that a financial relationship? And then also you guys are asking for these doctors to provide, identify a plan for weaning off this medication, the effects of a recovery plan. Don't know if the doctor is capable of that. That's asking them to do something that might be outside their scope of practice, because now you're asking them to become a therapist. So that part is unfair. Now, the other part that's unfair is trying to find a job to meet these new requirements. Don't know if it can be part-time. Can it be full-time? Does it have to be nights? Does it have to be days? Does it have to be bedside? Does it have to be handing out narcotics? Are they separate? Are they together? Do I have to quit my current job to find another job? It's almost impossible to deal with. So I asked the board strongly for the participants that's been in this program for their 3 to 5 years that have completed their contractual obligation, please release them. That's all for now.
Thank you for your comment. JB would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. JB, if you're on a cell phone, it's *6.
So as they're working to unmute, I did want to give a reminder out to our public participants. I know that you guys are bringing a lot of wonderful things to the forefront. I want to reiterate that the narcotic passing is a specific agenda item that will be discussed, as well as the provider review, which is a specific agenda item that will be discussed. And to allow for that to occur, please hold those comments back for those specific agenda items so that the board can participate in discussion with you guys during that. What is poignant at this particular moment is items that are not on the agenda. We have heard a few. One was bringing up that you guys would like a deeper investigation. Another one was drug testing. Issues with the transition from Vault to FS Solutions. Another was evaluating the cost of the ADD program, et cetera. And then, of course, now this new form that is being discussed, or the update to this current form. So I just want to make sure that we are managing this time well. During this public comment period, we cannot have a conversation with you guys. We cannot engage in any discussion with you guys because this is for items not on the agenda. So to allow for the agenda items to occur where we can have those discussions, I just wanted to set out this reminder. So at that point, please continue on with public comment for items that are not on the agenda, please.
JB.
Just to be clear, that can include other aspects of the intervention program. That's all appropriate here in this comment section.
JB, go ahead. You're breaking up.
Okay. Are you able to hear me now?
There you go, a little bit better. Yeah. Sorry, JB.
Probation.
Sorry, JB. You're going to have to find a better way to call in. Your phone is not clear at all. Sarah S. would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
And letting me speak. I just wanted to bring to your attention, I didn't see it on the agenda, that we are now required to be evaluated to return to bedside care by a psychiatrist that is the program's choice, and we have to pay out of pocket. I was told to get evaluated in January by my own psychiatrist in the chemical dependency program, and I was cleared for bedside care, back to work full time, and I was told that that didn't matter and that I needed to wait to be evaluated, and my IEC meeting was rescheduled without notifying me. So I wanted to also bring to your attention, I know the last 2 meetings we've talked about it, but our IEC meetings are rescheduled without notification. And I was told that I had nothing to ask of the IEC board and that I would be fine. I was returned to work with only non-patient care, 24 hours. This makes it so difficult for me just to get by with the cost of the program, cost of drug testing, taking care of my child, living in Marin County. These are all super difficult tasks. It makes me want to look for another job outside of being a nurse. And being a nurse has been my dream since I was a child. So I just wanted you guys to hear that we are now thinking about not even being a nurse anymore, because this program is so difficult to be in and to overcome. And all we wanted was help and support to get back to what we love. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Tara O'Flaherty would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Tara, you're on your cell phone. It's *6. And I'll come back to Tara. Sarah with an H. We will go back to Sarah with an H.
Hello. I am here today in support of my fellow participants whose programs have been unfairly extended due to new narcotic access requirements. But I'm also here to share my story because the problems of the intervention program extend beyond the topic of narcotic access. It was implied I would be finished with the program by now. Until January 2024, I was given no indication otherwise. But with less than 6 months to completion, I was informed my program was being extended by 2 years. The reason? Because I hold an advanced practice license. To be this close to completion and have so much time added is exceptionally cruel. I have consistently demonstrated the prioritization of my recovery, well-being, and health, and a commitment to provide excellent care to my patients. I am told monthly I'm doing great by case managers. Despite this, I had an extra 2 years added. I tend to believe California is a progressive, forward-thinking state, yet this government program is becoming increasingly draconian with unsupported and unjust requirements placed upon us. And we have no one to advocate for us but ourselves, which can be a risk. I've witnessed participants who have been more vocal in their frustrations receive retaliation. To criticize this program that is not transparent and changes rules as it pleases is deemed a problem with the participant, not the program. Participants are being punished for courageously speaking up for themselves. The outrage we feel is shared by those who know our stories, family, friends, sponsors, therapists, worksite monitors, and managers. But to express our concerns carries such risk that our only outlet is a 2-minute comment during these public meetings under the cloak of anonymity. Rigid structure and guidance may initially be useful as we develop the foundation of our recovery, but with time, it becomes a cage that limits freedom in pursuing a full life. Extending the intervention program and enacting additional requirements does not promote public safety, but does demonstrate how little value our time, our lives matter to the BRN. While nurses have time and time again upheld the conditions of their contracts, proven commitment to their recovery, and the patients they care for, the intervention program is failing its nurse participants. It is time the BRN recognizes the intervention program is excessively punitive and unfair, and the increased requirements to provide value to either the increased requirements do not provide.
Thank you for your comment. Tara O'Flaherty will hold her comment until the appropriate section. Daniel would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Good morning. So I am a participant in this program, and this is how I perceive how things are run. Last year in June, it was supposed to be my last meeting to complete. I was held back because they said the boards had a new requirement that I had to work for 6 months, at least at the minimum. Then they said it's okay for you to volunteer, which I did. I'm on 8 months of volunteering right now. Now, my case manager just recently said that this time may be increased. How do you justify that? And how do you justify the fact that another person that was in my program, we were supposed to complete at the same time? He was working as a nursing instructor, teaching lecture at a nursing school. He was able to complete and not be required to work with patient care or with providing narcotics to patients. There's so much, there's just so much confusion. How do you choose between a participant that is constantly complaining about the program and that he's able to travel inside and outside of the state with no issues, constantly providing urines that are diluted, yet he's able to complete within his 3 years of program? These are just some of the examples that I can give to you that this is how the program is run. There is no fairness, and may I add, there's racism, there's favoritism, and there's so much retaliation. They retaliate because you want to complain or you're not satisfied with something that they tell you, or because you want to give your opinion that may not agree with your case manager. They will send you for drug testing right away, the next day, and maybe the day after, and the day after that. That is how the program is run, and it's wrong.
Thank you for your comment. JB would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. There you go.
Okay. So, respected members, I'm a father of a probationary nurse. The probation department, the functions of the probation department performance, they definitely need to be evaluated in depth. My child's been on probation for 3 years, and it was recently extended to 8 years due to an investigation that finalized while he was on probation, and the complaint had occurred before my child was on probation. This complaint was unsubstantiated, and your board's independent expert that evaluated the thing quoted, provided data cannot prove harm caused by this nurse. Yet, my child's probation was still extended, and he's being held hostage up till 2028. There is no fairness in the actions of the board's probation department. I strongly implore the board to look into the way the probation department is performing and acting and implementing laws. And then at the same time, the head of the probation department is changing the laws without anybody stopping them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Neil would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
To address the board. I am the domestic partner of a participant in the program. I have witnessed and supported their successful participation in the program for 3.5 years, meeting and exceeding all requirements. She's had nothing but positive reports and met every requirement per her contract, yet was arbitrarily extended by 2 years. The reason given? She has an advanced license. She had this same license when she entered the program. How is that a valid reason to extend her for 2 entire years? The BRN and Maximus have not given any valid or clinically supported data to support these arbitrary extensions. I ask the board, how can a participant successfully complete a program when the finish line is a completely moving target? A good analogy would be a participant completing a grueling 26.2 marathon and nearing the finish line having extended by another 10 miles. These unjustified extensions are holding participants and their families hostages with real impacts on their mental health, careers, relationships, and the ability to move forward and plan for the future. I urge the board to rescind these unjustified extensions and graduate the participants that have completed their requirements prior to these extensions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Stephen Fisher would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Stephen Fisher. I'm a representative of the public and an advocate for the professionals who have been impacted by the new requirements that have been implemented by the BRN Enforcement Division. In my opinion, what is at the core of this issue is both equity and process. These professionals enrolled in the Maximus program were seeking assistance with the intent of restarting their careers. In that intent, they have fulfilled their obligation, abiding by the rules and the requirements established by Maximus and the BRN Enforcement Division at the time of their enrollment into the program. I believe it is a great injustice to these nurses at this time, following the completion of all the criteria and metrics you've established, and to now have a new set of standards created at the point of the completion of the program without an option of being grandfathered in based on the existing agreement at the time of the enrollment in the program. In my opinion, any lack of empathy to the hardship and the emotional damage being incurred by these nurses can only be attributed to the fact that it's not affecting you directly. We have been raising these issues with this board since January, and still nurses are being extended indefinitely and with the transparency, without any transparency regarding next steps. This is a grave injustice, and we are asking for you to release those nurses eligible for completion immediately. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Danielle would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
I'm on probation for something that occurred over 3 years ago. I received the accusation from the BRN, and since then I have spent over $15,000 on legal fees, testing, and so-called cost recovery. While the BRN is funded through the DCA using taxpayer dollars, they also collect licensing fees from all RNs with active licenses in California. RNs on probation are additionally assigned a cost recovery fee, which I have found can range between $1,200 and $20,000 per registered nurse. The financial burden of testing, cost recovery, and mandatory nurse support group meetings is crippling. In my own family, where I am a single mother of a college-age student, my child is considering changing her college plans because of this. Instead of attending a University of California, she's considering going to our local CSU, so I won't be burdened with the additional cost of room and board for her. My child should not have to alter her educational plans in order for her mother to keep her nursing license. Additionally, the financial burden of this program has prevented us from obtaining the needed imaging studies and biopsy for our 11-year-old dog. He has been my child's pet since she was 9 years old, and he is also a certified service animal. I've been 100% compliant with each and every condition the BRN has set forth. The only reason I will not be able to complete my probation early, according to the terms stated by the BRN, is strictly financial. In addition, in Washington State, they cover 80% of all program costs, including testing and medical evaluations for their nurses in intervention and probation programs. Why are we not able to do the same in California? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Clifford Key would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
I'm actually a participant in the Maximus recovery program diversion, and it's a great honor and privilege to be able to speak and to be heard. And even though I speak with great fear, you know, what I've heard and just sitting here listening, it sounds true to me. I mean, and for me, you know, I admit I made a mistake. You know, I'm here in a program. I take things, you know, as they come. Things happen for a reason. But just for my part, I just wanted to share that for my particular case, the care plan is important. That it doesn't seem to make sense for me. So I would like somebody to look into the program as to really, because a lot of us are nurses and we know how to take care of ourselves and what works for us. So just to really look at each individual situation and really provide us with the support we need. You know, there's been a lot of key things that have been mentioned about, you know, just our whole well-being, our physical, our spiritual, and at some points even it feels like it's a constitutional violation of my rights, as in what I believe in, being forced to attend certain parts of the program. But I'm just here as a participant to share that it's like somebody said from the board, it's a broken system. And I'd appreciate it that the real care, because we may be held to, or we should be held to higher standards. So, you know, some things may need to be done, but just to really look at each case and just take it with a lot of thought and care, because we are professionals that will make a difference in this world to help people. And that's our passion, and to give us that right back. That's all I ask for. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Board President Trujillo, there are no more public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any public requests for comments there in headquarters?
We have no request for public comment here.
Thank you. I have a comment that was just typed up in the Q&A. Let me see if that person wants to speak. Hold on here. Anonymous 25, would you like to speak? Go ahead.
I'm a participant in this program, and I think it's interesting that the participation levels have gone from over 600 participants to less than 250. I believe that these changes coincide with the board's decision to make these extensions for everyone in this program. And it's really a disservice to everyone that's participating because, you know, word is getting out. People are talking about these changes that are being made. The public is being made aware, and people are hesitant to participate in this program. They're considering just taking leaves of absence from work and doing their own recovery program instead of joining a program that the board has designed to help people recover. You know, I don't think that's a coincidence at all that it's gone from over 600 to 250, and now these changes are being made to extend people. I mean, the quiet part was said out loud last meeting that levels have cratered, and nurses are talking. You know, we're a community. We talk to each other at work, and it's unfortunate that when this program started, if I knew a nurse that was struggling with recovery, I would have recommended them to join this program to seek help. But at this point, it's so punitive in discipline. This program is turning into a discipline program where nurses are afraid. They're feeling retaliated against, that I would tell them to go and seek out their own recovery outside the board. It's going to only serve to lower participation levels, and it's going to get even worse. So, you know, I really plead with the board to reverse some of these changes that are being made. People's lives are being affected. There's trauma. People are really struggling with this, and these changes are just not good at all. So that's the comment I wanted to make, and I just hope that there's some change that's made today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Amanda H. would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for allowing me to speak and be heard. I am a participant. I've been a participant in Maximus in the diversion program since March of 2021. I struggle with addiction, and I appreciate this program, and I did at the beginning, but I have come to find extremely hard time finding testing locations. After hours, I am allowed to work right now. I just did my reassessment, which was something new that was added. I was not even informed of this new change and updates because I am no longer in nurse support group, which is where people are calling me and informing me of these changes. So if I did not maintain, sober relationships with other nurses in this program, I would not be updated in all of these changes that are going on, including this meeting that's happening right now. But if I ask anything for the next agenda, I would please like to see more availability for testing on weekends in my area. I live in Sonoma County. There's nowhere really for us to test on weekends, Saturdays, Sundays, or after hours. If we lived in other areas, I feel like, in LA and other areas, they have more availability for us to be able to test when we work. I get a 30-minute work break. I have to drive very far in order to find somewhere to test that falls within the network of compliance. And it's very stressful. It causes me anxiety to think every morning when I check in that if I'm at work or it's a weekend, that I have nowhere to go and be compliant. And all I want to do is be compliant in this program so I can be successful. And it causes so much anxiety upon my recovery to wake up every morning and think I don't have somewhere to test. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Florence would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Florence, on your computer, there are, if you have any open windows, it's a little box that pops up that says unmute me, and you have to close any other windows that you have open. Yeah, I'll come back to Florence. Eileen would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello?
Eileen, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, hi. I am a participant in this program and have been, I'm going in 2.5 years. My biggest concerns are the excessive costs, the nurses' verbalized fear of retaliation. It has turned into a non-recovery based program. AA supports addicts to get help, encourages meetings, and encourages addicts and to reintegrate back into society. This program does none of that. It's becoming more and more punitive. I listen to nurses in support group talk about different problems they're having with their case managers, that they're not getting the answers that they need. They're being retaliated against. I know of 2 nurses living out of their cars because they can't afford to live. They're not allowed to work. Some of the nurses in the Maximus programs are not allowed to get jobs. Then they're told that they have to switch jobs. There seems to be no consistency. The lack of testing places for the nurses on the weekends, especially females after hours, is ridiculous. They're finding it harder and harder to go places to test. And the testing sites that are open on the weekends are open for very short periods of time, leaving a 12-hour shift nurse unable to go between the hours of 9 and 3. other thing is that some of these nurses, have been sober for 10 years. That would be myself. And was forced into the program to get my license back. I find that interesting that that's not being addressed. These cases are not being looked at on an individual basis. We're being thrown into a pot, and I find that difficult I wish that would be addressed. One of the nurses had a misdemeanor and was thrown into the program for 3 years. I would like the board to address some of.
Thank you for your comment. Susan would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
I would like to say, first of all, thanks to the board members for establishing this meeting today. The compassion you had in May to have this meeting, I appreciate that. The intervention goals on the BRN website read that you are here to encourage, support, and guide us, and that the program was created and made to give help and hope for nurse participants. And I've been a participant for 3 years. In December, the changes were made, and to get to the point, I would like to know, what do I need to do to successfully complete this program, because things are continually being added. And again, as the prior participant said, we find out through friends from Nurse Support Group, not our case managers. I have had 5 case managers in 3 years. I don't believe they even know who I am and what I've been doing. It's very confusing for me. There's no clarity. The recovery contract agreement is 7 pages, 8 pages long, and it still doesn't talk about the 6th month of narcotic access to work. It doesn't talk about having another clinical evaluation. If I miss a check-in, I have to not work for 30 days. And now there's a new form that my doctor still hasn't filled out. I gave it to her 10 days ago. She wouldn't fill out my disability forms when I first started as well, because she didn't. I want to know, were these changes voted on? Because I haven't heard of them during these meetings. And the Maximus says, the BRN says this, but the BRN, I'm not sure if you know, I'm sure you're aware now of all these changes. And then how long does a non-compliance hang over our heads, where I've read you have to have 1 year of transition, which now doesn't exist, to successfully graduate. And I haven't heard of anyone graduate since December. And I have 4 or 5 nurses that have been in this program longer than I have, and no one's given us an end date just because we haven't.
Thank you for your comment. Stacy would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Me?
Stacy, go ahead.
All right. To the members of the board, thank you for holding this meeting. We see that your eyes are on the issues surrounding the intervention program, and thank you for that. However, I feel the need to strongly emphasize that this is not just about narcotics access and clinical assessment, both of which I respectfully ask for you to rescind. It's about all the changes and additional requirements that the participants are being asked and subjected to at will. Since our last meeting a month ago, more changes and blanket requirements have been added. It is impossible to express what we're going through in the 2 short minutes we're allotted. Board of Nursing staff have endless amounts of time to breadcrumb information to us to distract from what is actually happening to the participants. I understand the intention with all these changes may be trying to prevent relapse, but no, you can never prevent relapse as an outside force. It is up to the person in recovery to prevent it for themselves. While the intent of the changes may be relapse prevention, the impact is creating nothing but trauma. Now, trauma can seriously be a precursor to relapse. Lastly, extending to the meetings enforcement, endlessly changing requirements, it is not only unethical, but creating a perpetual nightmare for us trapped in the program. It's also delaying major life events. Participants have postponed weddings, trips of a lifetime with family and friends, putting off having children or having more children, taking a dream job is having to wait as well. or even moving to a dream home in a different state. Participants in this program prior to all these changes and additions were never easy. However, it has now become so volatile, minor life events are difficult to manage, let alone any of the major ones. To the members of the board, ask yourself, what are you doing and why are you wanting to take action while nurses are waiting to take action while nurses are suffering? Please stop the changes as of today, rescind all the new changes, and grant the participants who were denied completion due to all the changes successful completion. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comment. Matthew A. would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
As Matthew A is keying up, I'd like to again kind of try to manage public comment a bit here. We've been an hour in our board meeting and we have not been able to get to the agenda items to be able to do any actual work. So I want to make sure that if these comments are about the agenda items coming up, I would love for you to be able to save that for them. If your comment is the same as a person ahead of you, it may be of a benefit to just kind of note that and expand on any item that needs to be expanded on. Not trying to discourage you guys from doing public comment at all, but we have to do our board work in public as well. And that's why we have to agendaize and notice these meetings to do the work that you guys are requesting of us. So if you can be mindful of that and save your comments for the agenda items so that our board can have discussions that include you guys, that would be the benefit. Again, if it is for items that are not on the agenda, if it is for new information, if you're requesting items to be added to the agenda, please continue to make public comment. As we're not trying to stifle that at all, but I just want to make sure that we're redirecting so that our board can do the work that you guys are asking for them to do. Thank you.
Matthew A., go ahead.
Good morning. That was perfect. I couldn't have asked for perfect timing, Ms. Melby. What I wanted to say real quickly is you've heard, by my count, about 25 people speaking this morning. Did that seem monotonous to you? Were you ready to move on? How do you think the participants feel in this program being extended for months and months and months and months and sometimes years? So that's the only point I wanted to make here is I know the board wants to move on and it seems like it's rehashing the same thing, but this is a tiny taste of what participants have been going through. So I just wanted to point that out. And the other thing I wanted to point out was the one thing we've heard over and over again is this is a volunteer program. It's a voluntary program. You can leave at any time. Imagine any of you board members today showing up to work today or to your jobs outside of this, and somebody says, well, today this is what we're going to do. And by the way, your compensation is cut in half, or we're going to do this today. Does that feel voluntary to you? Where now you have to either change jobs, move out of state, something like that. It's the excuse of it being a voluntary position this far into it, or a voluntary program this far into it, is inapplicable. So that's my comment. Thank you so much this morning.
Thank you for your comment. John would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. John, on your phone, it's *6. John, are you not able to unmute? Okay, we'll come back to John. Board President Trujillo, I have a person in the Q&A who would like to type in a comment. Is that possible? Would you allow that to happen? How would we do that? This person is able to speak. I do see a speaker on them, but
I would prefer that they speak rather than type into the chat or a comment.
okay. Let me see if this. I will try to see if this person will want to unmute.
And I'll remind them that they do have the ability to speak anonymously here. No, there's no need to identify yourself.
Thank you. Florence, would you like to make your comment? Okay, I'm giving them, they're not able to unmute. Let me go back to John. And if you've already made him a comment, sorry, you get one turn. Let me see, John. Are you able to unmute, John? *6 on your phone. John, go ahead. Oh, I heard something.
Hello?
There you go.
My apologies, my sound went out for a second. I would like to say something. My sister is a participant in this program. And I would like to say first that I'm proud of her. I've seen her work really hard to rectify her mistakes. She has endured everything this program has required of her and never complained. She understood that she made a mistake and she needed to get her life together. She has used this as an opportunity to do so. Now that she's demonstrated recovery and professional competence, I can't seem to comprehend why the BRN will not allow her successful completion. I'm very outraged and frustrated for her. Imposing these new rules without properly voting them in seems like an abuse of power. It makes me beg the question, does BRN enforcement have checks and balances? If so, where are they? Do you all not think what you're doing is ethical or in protection of the public? Our medical professionals would never come to boards for help if this is what they are all met with. How is this safe for the public? I believe you guys have a real opportunity to correct these mistakes you have made by completing all the nurses that have met the requirements and stop further traumatizing these nurses. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Board President Trujillo, can we get some guidance on the person who does not want to speak and wants to type in the comment?
Go ahead and read the comment.
Okay.
Just this
Uh,
one.
Florence, if you would like to type your comment in. Okay, would you like, it does not seem like the BRN or the nurses in intervention are clear about what the Maximus role is. The 5-member IEC committee decides on the nurses' restrictions and then the BRN representatives. Ms. Pabla or Johnson approve the changes recommended. The BRN representative has the right to override or influence the committee decision. Maximus' role is to apply the agreement guidelines as approved and to help the nurse stay in their recovery using evidence-based practice standards and their knowledge. Oh, it's got a 512 character limit. Sorry.
Okay.
So that's it. It stopped it and their knowledge.
Yeah, we can move on.
Okay. Board President Trujillo, there are no other public requests for comments in the WebEx. Are there still no requests for comments there in the hearing room?
We have one request for comment here in the hearing room.
Okay, thank you. And
That will be on the agenda. Okay, no further requests for comments here in the hearing room.
Okay, we have one more that came into the Q&A. Would you? Financially abused by the BRN would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
I tried to make a comment during the last meeting and was unable to because there was so many people. I am in the probation. I'm a single mother, as well as some others have stated. I am on probation because of an issue that happened 3 years before becoming a nurse. I feel like it has been double jeopardy. I was already punished by the state of California, and then now I'm even being more punished by the board to work my degree, which I worked so hard with raising 2 kids by myself to get to. I was taken off work for 7 months. I was tested 8, 6, and 7 times. It was also during the holidays. So with no job and bills between $800 and $1,000 to pay for testing, trying to find sites is very rough. I was trying to get my BSN. I was taken off of that too. Now I have all these loans for school, cannot get back into school. I feel like this is a abusive relationship that I am in. I've never been suicidal in my life until being on this program. I have gained the most amount of weight. It is stressful, it's overreaching. I don't feel like you guys have it in the best interest for us nurses to be successful. I am not a danger to my patients. I love them. And it is very hard at every turn of the corner. You're afraid of the board, of an email, being threatened for any little thing, a paper not being turned in. I'm the one that is threatened with my livelihood. I cannot afford to live this way. I don't feel supported by the board at all. I feel like you only care about making money by testing us so often. And it's very discouraging. And I hope you take these people's lives into consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Board President Trujillo, there are no other public requests for comments. Would you like me to close this window?
Let's close it, please. Thank you. Item 4.0, this is the report of Enforcement Investigation Intervention Committee, EIIC, and this is for Patricia Nguyen.
Great, thank you very much, President Trujillo. This is a discussion and possible action regarding the appointment of an IEC committee member. We have one member up for IEC number 9, and it is a new appointment. And I'm going to turn it over to Shannon to talk us through this.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Shannon Johnson. I'm the board's Enforcement Division Chief. And for agenda item 4.1, we do have one applicant for IEC number 9. This is a new appointment. If voted today to approve, the term expiration would be June 30th, 2028. It is Barbara Neefs, excuse me, it's a nurse member. So if I could just ask for a possible motion.
Great. Is there any discussion on this item? Go ahead, Board Member Cormack.
I move approval of Barbara Neefs to IAC number 9.
Is there a second?
I'll second. This is Neela Patel.
Neela Patel. Okay, is there any discussion? Okay, would the board moderator please take us out to public comment on this item?
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember, you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Committee Chair Nguyen, there are no public requests for comments on the WebEx. Do we have any public requests for comments there in the hearing room?
No, there does not appear to be. Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and take a roll call on this. Board Member Nguyen, yes. Board Member Cormac,
Cormac, yes.
Board Member Dominguez,
Dominguez, yes.
President Trujillo,
Trujillo, yes.
Board Member Patel,
Patel, yes.
Board Member Lawler,
Lawler, yes.
Board Member Granowitz.
Granowitz, yes.
That motion carries. Thank you all very much. We'll go ahead. Oh, I had one quick question, Shannon. Could you tell me how many vacancies we have on IEC statewide right now?
I believe it's 2.
Oh, great. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for your constant recruitment efforts. I know it's a lot of work.
At this time, the board will take a break until 10:35.
10:35, okay.
Thank you, everyone. We're back. We will take roll call to make sure we still have a quorum. Dolores Trujillo present. Board Member Allison Cormac.
Cormac, present.
Board Member Jovita Dominguez.
Dominguez, present.
Board Member Patricia Nguyen.
Nguyen, present.
Board Member Neelu Patel.
Patel, present.
Board Member David Lawler.
Lawler, present.
And Board Member Vicky Granowitz.
Granowitz, present.
Quorum has been established, and we will move on in the agenda.
Great. Thanks very much, President Trujillo. So we're on agenda item 4.2, discussion and possible action regarding needing a full clinical diagnostic evaluation and reassessment with a focus on the participant's ability to safely return to work in a capacity as a registered nurse during the intervention program. So we've heard a lot about this in the last couple of meetings, and I'm going to turn it over to Shannon to start the conversation today. Thank you, Shannon.
Great, thank you. If we could get there we go, PowerPoint to start. Again, I'm Shannon Johnson. I'm the board's enforcement division chief, and I'm going to be presenting 4.2 and 0.3 today for the board. So let's move on to agenda item 4.2, and this is in regards to Uniform Standards 1 and 2 requiring a clinical diagnostic evaluation. So Uniform Standard number 1 is for the specific requirements for a clinical diagnostic evaluation of the licensee, including but not limited to required qualifications for providers evaluating the licensee. So on the next slide, Uniform Standard 1, it's the clinical diagnostic evaluation that shall be conducted by a licensed practitioner who they need to hold a valid unrestricted license, which includes scope of practice to be able to conduct a clinical diagnostic evaluation. And they also have to have 3 years experience in providing evaluations of healthcare professionals with substance abuse disorders, and they have to be approved by the board. And I'll just say too, when I say approved by the board, we approve anyone that meets the criteria. There's no one that we don't approve. They have to have the unrestricted license, the years in practice, et cetera. So the next slide is just continued on. It's the clinical diagnostic evaluation report and that criteria. And so they must state in their evaluation whether the licensee has a substance abuse problem. They need to state whether the licensee is a threat to himself or herself or others. And they also need to state in there the recommendations for substance abuse treatment, practice restrictions, or other recommendations that are related to the licensee's rehabilitation and safe practice. And so that is initially when they go into the program. The next slide is also just a continuation of Uniform Standard 1, and that discusses the criteria of the evaluator. So they must not have a financial relationship, personal or a business relationship with the licensee within the last 5 years. The evaluator must provide an objective, unbiased, and independent evaluation. If the evaluator determines at any time during the evaluation process that the licensee is a threat to himself or herself or others, they must notify the board within 24 hours of such a determination. And that is all in Uniform Standard number 1. Uniform Standard number 2 on the next slide. The following practice restrictions apply to each licensee who undergoes a clinical diagnostic evaluation. So basically, 2 is stating what we must do during this clinical diagnostic evaluation timeframe. So the board must order the licensee to cease practice during that clinical diagnostic evaluation, pending the results of the evaluation and review by the diversion program or board staff. While awaiting the results of the clinical diagnostic evaluation required in Uniform Standard 1, the licensee must be randomly drug tested at least 2 times per week. So as you can understand, we try to get those initial evaluations done quickly because that could be costly at the very beginning of that participant's or that applicant's time going before the IEC for approval. Uniform standard number 2 on the next slide is also just a continuation. So after reviewing the results of the clinical diagnostic evaluation and all of the criteria that's listed here on this slide, their history, their length of sobriety, their scope and pattern, treatment history, once that clinical diagnostic evaluation and criteria is reviewed, the board's program manager shall determine whether or not the licensee is safe to return to either part-time or full-time practice. And those recommendations normally they're being made by the IECs. So recent board updates. So in regards to the clinical diagnostic evaluations, the board has identified a few areas in where we had to make process changes. So we had participants reassessed if they were found not safe to practice. And in some upcoming slides, you'll see some numbers to that. I believe it's upwards of between 30 and 40 that needed to be reassessed because they weren't safe to practice previously, or that's what their previous assessment had stated. We reviewed the CVs and the resumes for each of the assessors to ensure that they met the minimum requirement to conduct the assessments. We requested reassessments of participants, and where it was identified the assessor was not aware of all the case information prior to making their recommendations. So basically the assessment would state something, but we had factual evidence, investigations, police reports that stated very different scenarios. So we wanted to make sure that the assessors had all of the information at hand when trying to determine a care plan and treatment for that participant. We ensure that they have an assessment stating that they're safe to practice. So prior to their IEC or board approving return to work, and as you'll hear later on, there's quite a few that were returned to work before they were deemed safe to practice by an assessor. And I'll go over those numbers in some upcoming slides. And so we've had reassessed participants and where the assessment also had conflicting statements regarding safe to practice. So there was some uncertainty with the assessor statements within the narrative of their assessment. And we had to go back for further information. And so that is 4.2, basically just surrounding the diagnostic evaluation, all the criteria surrounding it, and the laws that govern that whole process.
Thanks very much, Shannon. Before I open it up to board discussion, so we keep hearing that these are brand new requirements. Could you tell me how long these requirements have been in both statute and regulation at BRN?
The uniform standards have been in since 2000. Oh, Reza, help me. You probably know that number off the top of your head, that year. I want to say 2011.
2011. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they were modified later on, but only uniform standard number 4, which is surrounding the drug testing. That was the only thing changed in the more recent edit to the uniform standards.
Thank you very much.
2011 is correct, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Reza?
2011.
2011 is correct that the uniform standards were adopted.
Thank you. So we're hearing, from participants that this is a new requirement, but in fact, it's been a requirement for a long time. Could we just talk through why there's this misunderstanding?
I'm really not sure where, but in participating in the meetings and doing some research, the IECs we have found many cases, and where I'm going to give you some statistics later, where the participant has been allowed to return to practice and full practice at that with narcotic access when their last assessment said that they were not safe to practice. And there's many different scenarios. There's the group that are 3 years plus in the program that we had found that they're working, but their last assessment says they're not safe. So we need to do something about this. And that's where a lot of the participants were backed out of their meeting because they were ready to be completed by this IEC. Well, if our last assessment says they're not safe, we really, as a board, I can't unknow what I know now. And so we in all good faith and public safety, we need to have that assessment stating that they're safe to return to practice with an unencumbered license.
Thank you
And so
very
that's
much.
what had occurred.
Thank you very much. I'd like to open it up to questions from board members. President Trujillo?
Hi, thank you for that information. It was my understanding from the last meeting plus public comment here that the biggest change was the passing of narcotics that extended their
We also
time in the
identified,
program.
yeah, we also identified that there were nurses that were being completed and had never worked as a registered nurse during the program. And that's one of the criteria is that they have to prove that they're safe to practice. And so not working as an RN, and they were completed, and a lot of our nurses, and I have a slide on recidivism also. Currently, as it sits, 10% of our nurses are in the program for at least a second time. So that's a high number for recidivism. Some of those nurses never worked as an RN the first time, but when they left, they went right back into narcotic access positions. And so what the IEC has and their discussions and rationale is that if we're going to send them back with an unencumbered license and their problem is diverting, we want to make sure that that problem is not a stressor for them, that they can actually function around narcotics without diverting again. And so that has been a lot of the rationale and discussion for the IEC members.
Shannon, this is Jovita. I have a question. Is there a way out of that if, let's say, I'm in the program and I'm a case manager or even I guess a manager could give narcotics, but say I'm a case manager, I don't even have Omnicell or Pyxis access. Is there a way that that person doesn't need to pass narcotics? I believe there was a scenario like that last month from a participant.
Yeah, they were stating that they were, I believe, a single DUI and that they didn't understand why they would have to have narcotic access. And again, there's some upcoming slides with statistical information to that. In the review that we did on the participants that are hadn't been seen in 2024 by their IEC, the majority of them are diverting. There was not one single DUI case that we reviewed. They were either, and if it was a DUI, it was a DUI in conjunction with either multiple DUIs with possession, or it was a DUI in conjunction with admitted diverting at the workplace. And so what happens is the IEC then reviews all of that information and makes a determination. Do we need to see them working and have them monitored while working around narcotics in order to ensure that they're safe to practice?
And Jovita, I could probably answer that a little bit as well, is as a case manager, you don't typically have access to Omnicell or Pyxis. And so it would not be the norm that the reason that they would be in our intervention program if they were previously employed as a case manager is for diversion at work because they wouldn't have the access. So the nurses that were working as a case manager that are in our intervention program potentially could have been utilizing these substances, but not directly acquiring them from work. And those participants would not be under the same standards or assessment when that occurred. So like Shannon was pointing out, here is the diverting, and that diverting is specifically to their employment. And if it's a substance use disorder that does not encompass diverting, then they are managed differently because it is done on a case-by-case basis.
Go ahead, Board Member Cormack.
So process question, narcotics is 4.3 and we're on 4.2. And I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson, I'm confused. You've completed your slides or you have more? What, are we just discussing uniform standards now?
I'm sorry. So this is only 4.2. In 4.3, I have all the statistical information that I'm going to cover on the next section. So this particular agenda item was only to discuss the diagnostic evaluation.
Is it only the diagnostic evaluation or is it also the reassessment? Because these are the two things that I think people are getting confused. It says reassessment also.
Yes. So
Okay, great. So then, okay, great. So, all right. I think I heard you say, which is concerning, that there were participants in this program who their last assessment said they were unsafe to work and they were released from the program and now they're working with unencumbered licenses.
possibly, yes. The ones I were stating were the ones that are still currently in the program and they were returned to work before they had another
Oh,
assessment
I see.
stating.
Return to work, but not okay, with restrictions.
Yes.
Okay.
And some of them not. Some of them returned to work in what they called the transition phase, which means most of their conditions were removed.
I'm going to ask you to move the that
Sorry.
a little closer to you because when you're looking at me, I fear people might not be able to hear you.
Turn this one on too. Just, so they were returned to work with full capacity, meaning they had narcotic access, they could work nights, they could work whatever shifts and whatever type of job they would like to work in. However, when reviewing their cases, we found that their previous assessments state that they were not safe to practice.
Okay, so it sounds like collectively the board made and this program made some errors.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now what is happening is, again, you cannot unknow what you now know. It sounds like you, someone, whether it's this program or Maximus, has gone through and looked at every single current participant in the intervention program, established if their current assessment says unsafe to work, asked them to stop working if they're not working. Has that happened?
No, what we did is we had them go back before the IEC. First, what we did is we asked that they have another assessment done and had Maximus had that contact them to have another assessment done. And then once they get that assessment, we wanted to put them back before the IEC to now make a new recommendation based on this new assessment. So are they now safe to practice? And if they are, in what capacity would be,
Okay.
appropriate?
Okay.
Or if they're still not safe to practice and they're working, they needed to make the recommendation either to remove them or to make restrictions on their employment.
And how was this communicated to the participants? We heard a few things that, certainly would not be best practices if.
Their point of contact is their clinical case manager with Maximus.
And that person would have called them, sent them an email, said,
Correct. So after each intervention meeting, the IEC, once they vote, we review all the notes just to make sure everything's accurate. On the recommendations made by the IEC, we approve it, it goes back to Maximus and they create the new contract for the participant. And then that contract is communicated through the CCM to the participant.
Okay, and we're confident that when they were asked to come before the IEC, they knew why. They knew that there had been something identified and they would probably need to be reassessed?
Well, I would like to think so, but from what you were all hearing and we've heard from quite a few participants is they're unclear where their stance is in the
Okay.
program.
Okay, so that's a big concern, and I don't know that this agenda item really enables us to, well, I'll defer to the chair of the committee and legal to figure out what, if anything, we can do with that, because, at the end of the day, the communication is incredibly important and clearly has not been sufficient. Okay, so then it sounds like there's a second category of again, communication. Is it possible that when people began this program, it did not state you will have to be reassessed before you can return to work if your initial assessment says you are unsafe?
That is possible.
Okay, so it could certainly feel to someone in the program as if you're changing the goalposts, all of that. So is that fixed today? If someone enters Maximus program today, is that fixed? Like, on the contract, does it say, number 172? I mean, I haven't seen, I don't know how long these things are.
The contract is lengthy. One of the public comments did state it was like 7 or 8 pages long. And so it will state in there the restrictions of work, but it doesn't state future restrictions. So for instance, it won't say, in 2 years, or you're going to have to work with narcotic access, or, because the initial contract is made.
We can set that one aside. Right now, I'm just focused on the reassessment, right? So I just want to be sure that when people enter this program, if they are deemed unsafe to work, they understand that they will have to be assessed by a board approved, we can get to that in a minute, at the end. So this seems like a line that could just be added to the contract. And do we write the contract or does Maximus?
Maximus.
Okay. And what are the limits of our ability to direct Maximus? And when I say our, I mean, obviously it's not the board's responsibility. It has the board members here. It's, are we able to direct them to add that to the contract?
Yes.
Great. Okay. So I don't know if that would need to be a motion or if the staff's agreement to do it is sufficient.
Hope at some point before public comment, we would ask someone from Maximus to just come up and kind of tell us how they see this particular requirement.
And then I want to get to the part we heard about the board approved specialists for evaluations. And I heard something different from you. I heard from you that as long as someone has the qualifications, you will approve them.
Correct. That's the point of the approval that we do, is just ensuring that they meet the criteria.
Okay. And we heard in public comment that none of the current board approved specialists for these evaluations take insurance. It's probably hard for you to answer because there are so many different kinds of insurance.
Well, for us, there's a difference between probation and intervention.
Right.
So with probation, they have to seek out their own mental health and physical examiner. It could be the same person, it could be 2 different people, but that's one of the conditions of their probation. And then they send us, or once they identify the physician, they send us the CV, we review it, let them know they meet the criteria. And it's up to them to decide or find a physician that takes their insurance or whatever the case may be. We don't oversee the financial side of it on probation. With Maximus, they identified or have pre-identified the initial assessors already. And so those are already identified, and I don't believe they're under contract, and Maximus is here, so they could probably speak to that a little bit better than I, but they already have assessors in place.
Okay, so I will just note that for when the chair brings Maximus forward, if that is a question that can be answered. Okay, that concludes my questions on the diagnostic evaluations and assessments. Thank you.
We have other.
One point of clarification. It was mentioned about an unencumbered license or a restricted license. I need our board members and our public to know that we do not have a restricted license. We either have a license or, excuse me, no license. So these restrictions are restrictions on their practice that is put into place either through probation or through intervention, but that the public license that is viewed is just a license. When a person is on probation, there is a section on the license lookup that says more details, and you can get copies of the public records around why that person is on probation and what the requirements of that probation are. When a person is in intervention, their license does not reflect any of that. It's confidential. So as far as the employer and the public are aware, that is a full license with 0 restrictions, and they can practice in any location. Through the intervention program, that is where the restrictions are placed on the practice of that individual while they're in the program, but the public is not aware of that.
Thank you, Executive Officer Melby, for the correction and clarification.
Go ahead, Board Member Patel.
Thank you. Board Member Patel. Ms. Johnson, thank you for the presentation and the re-updating us on the information. You had mentioned that there is a change from 2011, the standardized or the uniform standards, being that drug testing was modified.
Yes.
Could you help me understand what kind of changes that were made from recently?
I believe it was to the range of testing on uniform standard number 4. And if you look at that, what it does, it states basically that for the first year in a program or in probation, because uniform standard goes for both probation and intervention, that they must be tested at a range of, and for the first year, it is 52 to 104 times a year. So we have the flexibility in that. And then for the second year and thereafter, it would be 36 to 104 times a year. There are some caveats that are in there as well of exceptions. For instance, if they are not working in any healthcare related job, we may take it down to no less than 12 per year. Also, we can raise it if there are any positive drug screens, relapses, any like dilutes, if they're coming up dilute a lot. So we have the flexibility in that, but not outside of that range for the first and second year.
I see. Thank you. And can you talk to about or tell me about how these changes came about? Are you going to mention that and then maybe in the next presentation regarding statistics?
They had done a forum with all of the enforcements of all of the healing arts boards to have a discussion on that particular uniform standard and to decide as a DC, all of the DCA boards where they felt that that testing should, how it should state and where the flexibility should be and how the language should read. And so that was probably, the changes were in 2018, 2016? Yeah, 2016. So it's been quite a while, 8 years ago. And that was just a previous enforcement forum.
Okay, thank you. And so just to clarify that there are many boards that have to go through these similar standards and not just.
Uniform standards applies to all the healing arts boards with probation or intervention program.
Thank you. And then another question based on the public comment, we heard twice that the advanced practice nurses, there's been an extension and that goalpost has been moved. Do you know, or can you speak to that?
I can kind of share some of the discussion that I've been privy to as far as the rationale. When you are an advanced practice nurse and you have a furnishing license and you're able to furnish narcotics, especially if you're a nurse anesthetist, they may want you to have a little bit more than just that 3-year mark in the program. And it really depends on a lot of different factors. You know, were they diverting? Were they furnishing their own prescriptions? Were they writing scripts for other people? Did it occur at work? I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into those discussions with the IECs and what they're determining would be the recommendation to ensure safe to practice.
Thank you. So it's not all advanced practice nurses undergo an extension.
Yeah.
And then my last question is these committees that are being canceled on these participants, do we have any control over, how to minimize that?
Yeah, we already have, and I'll be going over that in some of the upcoming slides in 4.3.
Thank you. David, did you have some questions? Yeah, please.
I wanted to follow up on Board Member Cormack's question about the assessors, and she mentioned costs. If a nurse is required to get the clinical diagnostic evaluation, does that cost?
Yeah, so the way that the contract currently reads with Maximus is that the first initial assessment is at the cost of Maximus. Any additional assessments within a year, that would be at the cost of the participant.
And after that, you said they're tested 2 times a week?
While they're in the process of getting the clinical diagnostic evaluation, yes.
At that point, or is it later, that they are no longer allowed to work? I was trying, your slides went fast. I didn't.
Oh, I'm
I don't have a
sorry.
copy of them.
So when they contact Maximus to go into the program, they agree to stop working.
Okay.
That's part of it, is they agree to stop working and undergo the clinical diagnostic evaluation as well as an intake interview with their Maximus clinical case manager.
Does health insurance pay for drug testing? These 2 times a week drug tests? No?
I don't think so. No, and it's about $100 per test. And I have another slide as well about 3 years of data on drug testing costs coming up. Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to get into the narcotics business until the next agenda item at all. I'm just curious about money. And so we tell them, you can't work, but you're going to pay out of pocket yourself for evaluations, reassessments, and tests.
Yes.
Great racket. All right, thanks.
This is Reza. I just wanted to clarify something since the issue of costs is being discussed. The BRN, no board staff, the board itself doesn't receive any portion of income received by Maximus through, we don't get kickbacks. To the extent that anyone does, it would probably be criminal. So those who are making that accusation hopefully have something more than just their own speculation behind it. But there's no incentive financially for the board to send folks for further reassessments or any of that. So wanted to clear the air as far as folks who think that that's what's maybe going on, that the board is trying to just make people jump through hoops to drive up revenues. That's not the case. There's no.
No, and in fact, we pay the administrative costs for the program for each participant. I believe we are the only board that does that for our participants. I mean, it doesn't cover a large portion of their cost. Obviously, there's a lot there, but it does pay that administrative fee for them for the program.
And then 2 points of clarification. One is to follow up on what Reza was stating about our revenue. The board's revenue comes only from application and renewal fees collected by our nurses and our continuing education providers. That is the only revenue stream that our board receives. We do not receive any state fund either. It is truly just application and renewal fee based. The other clarification I wanted to put out there is on uniform standards. There was some discussion between some board members earlier about how uniform standards had changed. I need to make sure that people understand that uniform standards are law that was implemented by legislation, SB 1443 in 2007, and then of course put into place in 2011. And that affected the Business Professions Code 315 and some following sections. And the amendments or the changes that were discussed earlier, they were actually legislative amendments through Senate Bill 796 in 2017, which was implemented January 1, 2018. These were not changes that were done by the boards or bureaus or DCA specific. They were done through the legislative process and signed into law.
Thank you very much, EOMLB. Board Member Granowitz, do you have questions or comments?
I do, but I'm having trouble formulating it because this is such an emotional discussion and listening to the public comments. It just seems like there's such a disconnect between the fact that you have something that happened 6 months ago, and because it doesn't seem like this was a problem prior to 6 months ago. So they started enforcing the ordinance or the legislation that was enacted in 2007. All of a sudden, is that what happened? Did we go back and ever figure that out?
That is, I'm echoing a little bit. We had started attending meetings just to identify the gaps and to ensure that the laws were being followed. And we found that they were not in all the cases. And so we monitored, reviewed, took notes, and tried to put together a plan. I know it was said that we don't really have a plan, but behind the scenes, we do, and we did. And we were trying to implement these slowly, but unfortunately, there were so many areas that we had to address because it was about public safety. And so we had to move quickly, and we had to ensure that some of those things were put into place. And some of those items were possibly removing someone from a meeting that would be completed when their assessment said they were not safe to practice.
Let me ask, because not everybody chooses to go through Maximus. People choose
Correct.
to go through their own private um, recovery programs. How are those people being evaluated compared to the ones that go through Maximus? Am I confusing?
Well, we don't monitor anyone that doesn't go through our program, so I wouldn't have any statistical information on that with me right now on other programs.
So does everybody have to go through Maximus, or they
No.
can choose?
No, Maximus is a voluntary program. For instance, most of our nurses come into our program because they have a complaint filed against them for one reason or another
Right.
involving substance or mental health. And so that's the reason that they come in for the program, because it is confidential and they would like to go that route as opposed to going down the probationary route. Many of them, and not many of them, all of them, every single complaint that we receive into our complaint intake unit receives an email notifying them of the intervention program and offering them to call and enter the program. If they choose to come in, then they start the program. If not, they go down the disciplinary route with and possibly ending up on probation or revocation or surrender of their license. So normally when it is a substance or mental health issue, very rarely, and this board probably knows by reviewing those documents, you don't really see public reprovals. It's usually the more severe disciplinary action against the license.
And so I could provide some additional clarification, Vicki. Our board, our state for our board is not a mandated reporting state board. We do not have a requirement under our regulatory authority that requires an employer to let the board know that an error or something occurred at work. So when we receive complaints, we receive them when a person feels compelled enough to reach out to the board to make that complaint. That could be from a family member, a patient, a coworker, an employer, but it's not mandated by law. When that complaint comes in, we are required to notice that person that we received the complaint. And when that complaint comes in, we then reach out and let a person know that our intervention program is available to them. When they're going through the process and that complaint gets put into our system and we reach out to the person that the complaint was against, they have an option at that point to go into the intervention program, do this confidentially, or go into probation, which requires the public notification and it to be attached to their license. That then also goes into the nurses data bank nationally and the national provider data bank as well. And that stays attached to your license. And so when that complaint is received, that person then evaluates whether or not they want to do the intervention program or whether they want to go the probation program. But we don't typically see a random individual that's not involved in a complaint that has been received by our board that reaches out to our board that says, I want to join the intervention program. That is what was said in public comment, that when a person is struggling with substance use disorder or has a mental health issue, they do seek their own care and they join their own programs. And when that occurs, we don't have any idea that that is occurring. Their license remains in current active status, and that is not something that is managed by the board because the board is not aware that that is occurring. And there's no mandate that says, as a licensee, you must report that you are undergoing treatment, that you are seeking this assistance, and identically to the employers do not have to report that either. The employer could ask their employee to seek assistance, and that employee can seek assistance based on the employer's recommendation if it's some kind of a performance improvement plan or something like that. And even with that going on, because we are not a mandated reporting state, the employer does not have to let the board know that this is occurring, and we would have no idea that that is happening.
So I'm just thinking, if it was me, given what I'm hearing, I would never enter Maximus because it seems really punitive compared to if you do something on your own right now to me. And so I hear that you have a requirement to protect the public. I get all of that. But if they did something on their own, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't be doing the evaluation. I know you can't know what you know. You can't unknow what you now know. But this is, there's still something, there's still some disconnection for me on this whole situation that I can't wrap my head around. And I'm concerned that we're going to end up with some suicides because of people's stress and not knowing and not understanding what's going on. It just,
That's an accurate statement, Vicky. There's recent studies and studies that even a public member shared about the risk of suicide tied to these probation and substance use disorder. And that is another clear reason why we're bringing this in front of the board. We're starting these discussions. We're actively looking into this so that we can make some changes and get this addressed as quick as possible. That is not something that we want to have occur. And we hear you on that. I think the one thing that we just need to be very clear on, I believe the disconnect here is when a complaint is received by our board, we are mandated by law to act. And so that means a complaint has been received when we reach out to the person that the complaint is against. That is the only time they enter either probation or intervention. It's based on something that has occurred that has been brought to the attention of the board. If we have people that are out there that are practicing and complaints are not done and errors are not occurring and harm is not happening and they seek their treatment, then that does not need to be monitored through our board because there is not a patient safety issue. What has been brought to our board through this complaint process is that there potentially was a public safety issue. That's why the complaint came to us. And now that becomes the board's responsibility to act. And we either have to have them in our probation or in our intervention. We do not have the option to say, go do this on your own, because now a complaint has been received.
okay, so once there's a complaint, it almost seems like the intervention program is more punitive than probation. And all you get is you don't get it encumbered on your license if you're in the intervention program. That's the main value of the program at this point.
The main value of the program is twofold that I'm able to speak to, and that is that it doesn't show on your license and that we are actively participating with them for recovery. When they are in probation, there is not a mandate that they go into recovery. Probation can, depending on the orders, put them into a recovery process, but that does not happen every single time. And so you may have a person with a substance use disorder or a mental health issue that could be in the probation area, and they would not be mandated to go into a recovery process because maybe there was not sufficient evidence that diversion was occurring, but that they were actually put into probation because of documentation issues. And so when a judge sees that, they may not identify that that is from potentially a substance use disorder and that they were truly diverting because there wasn't evidence that they can put in through the court of law to say that there was without a reasonable doubt that that was diversion. And so you could have a person go through probation without ever getting assistance on their underlying addiction.
Right.
But
we've
the
seen
focus
some of those.
Exactly. And so that's the benefit of intervention is you are receiving treatment specifically to your addiction and your mental health. The benefit of intervention is that it is anonymous. Whether or not it's more punitive, equally punitive, I think we do have in a next discussion item where we do a comparison. And I think that will very clearly kind of spell out the differences. But I can tell you the intention is not for intervention to be punitive in any way. And in fact, throughout the nation, it's referred to as an alternative to discipline program. It's not even referenced as intervention. It is, it carries a different name. And so that is our goal, is to make sure that as we're breaking this open, as we're looking at it, that it truly is an alternative to discipline and that this does not take a punitive role.
Well, I guess in the next item, I'll be interested in hearing the statistics on percentages of where the program was. We've had speakers say there used to be 400 people enrolled in the program. Now there's 2. That what percentage of people are in this?
I just want to be clear too. So the comparison slide with probation and intervention is in the committee presentation later today. It's not in the board presentation. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that when we come up. But currently, when we ran the reports to from the last board meeting and to get some of the statistics that you had asked for, it was 241. And I believe that included also the applicants that were waiting to go before an IEC for acceptance into the program. When we talk about 600 or 700 participants in the program, you're looking at maybe 8-9 years ago. So the numbers have gone down. All the boards' numbers have gone down. For instance, there's just under 300 participants total, and that's 8 boards. We carry the largest amount of participants as far as our intervention program compared to the other boards, and some don't have any, maybe have 1 or 2 handfuls, obviously, if they're under 300, and we have 241.
Thank you so much, Shannon.
One clarification on that is we do have the largest number of participants, but not the largest percentage. The reason we have the largest number of participants is because we have a very high licensee population. And so we're not trying to say that there's more nurses by percentage in this program. We do have a large participant because we have a large a large licensee population.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So, David, Board Member Lawler has a comment, and then
Real quick thing.
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that the use of the word punitive, I understand what I think intent and what was actually being said, but punitive is frankly the wrong word to use. Neither our discipline nor intervention approach from a punitive, any requirements, whether they're viewed as excessive or unnecessary, are not done with the aim of being punitive. Punitive means punishment, and that's not what any of this is about. It's about rehabilitation, so and public safety. So I think maybe you could replace the word punitive by saying intervention is maybe more cautious in different ways, or it's just different for the reasons, some of the reasons that Lori mentioned, that the differences between public awareness, as happens with probation, versus not happening with intervention. Also, just one other quick distinction, that our intervention program is not the equivalent of a private, treatment center where one would seek rehabilitation outside of this context, because in addition to the rehabilitation of the licensee, the board has the obligation of public safety. And so it is, in addition to rehabilitation, a monitoring program. So there is this unavoidable element of monitoring, which brings in assessments and testing and things like that that are understandably expensive. And there's policy decisions for sure to be made about, how much is appropriate and when, under what circumstances, all of that. But I just want to make the point that there are some important distinctions between this, and it's not an apples to apples comparison with private rehabilitation someone would seek outside of this. And then again, the point about punitive.
Reza, thank you very much for your explanation and for clarification. However, I used the word, I knew exactly why I was using it. I was using the word that our public speakers were using to reflect how it felt to them, that it feels punitive to them. And they need to hear that we are hearing that. So thank you for the clarification. I'm sure all of that is abundantly correct, but so was how I was using the word. So we're just going to have to agree that both can be right for different reasons.
Thank you very much. Board Member Lawler?
Just to stick to the agenda item, what you just said, Reza, I don't think intervention is anything but productive. I think the program has positive intention. So let me be clear about the understanding that yes, you need diagnostic evaluation. Yes, you need assessment. Yes, you need drug testing. And I won't use the word punitive, but going back to what you said earlier about who's making money off this, I know the BRN is not profiting from it, but considering the system as explained to us right now this morning is set up to make unemployed, financially unstable people pay thousands of dollars out of pocket for something we're requiring them to do, in my opinion, is at least illogical. At most, a terrible business plan, and I wouldn't take part in it if I didn't have to. So my question is there any way to require, at the very least, since we're not paying for it and the state's not paying for it, the assessors or the drug testing places that we decide you have to go to, that we're approving, at least take health insurance?
That would be out of our purview as
Okay.
far as making a requirement on a clinician and how they bill and their billing practices.
I think for clarification as well, David, is in probation, the probationer chooses the evaluator and submits that to us for review and approval. In intervention, as Shannon had said earlier, that person is chosen by Maximus. That is not someone that is chosen by our board. And so Maximus would be the one that would have to look at the clinician that would do that evaluation and maybe provide a listing to the public of what insurances they choose.
In the majority of the cases, the participant has their own physician that they've been seeing, psychiatrist, psychologist, and if they meet the qualifications and criteria to be able to deem them safe to practice, we would accept that. And so we would review that. So participants do many times have their own clinicians that they're seeing for their rehabilitation purposes. So
Would Maximus accept that?
well,
Because as was stated earlier, as you said, Maximus is the one that has the list of
No,
clinicians
the-
for
the-
intervention.
yes, the initial diagnostic evaluation that is done by a clinician that is already obtained by Maximus.
But that's no cost to the,
No,
Person,
that initial
nurse.
diagnosis is not a cost to the participant.
right. Thank you for
And so the
clarifying.
return diagnostic is sought out by the intervention participant.
They can either be assessed by the clinician from Maximus, or we've had them say, well, I have my own, would this be acceptable? And they submit that documentation, the CV, the resume. We make sure that they meet the criteria to be a clinician assessing based on uniform standards, and then they can have it done with their own. So they can seek out individuals that will take their insurance, or if they have it. But oftentimes these people, when they go out of work, they have to go on disability. And so that subsidized income is really not, but there is Medi-Cal and Medicaid and all of those assistance. And again, for what it's worth, it may not cover in totality all the costs that these programs do cost.
And
Is
that
that
just may be
clear
the
to them in
reality.
Is that clear to them in communication? Because it did not seem in public comment that they were aware that they could seek
That
their
is
own person.
contractually,
to
that is
evaluate.
supposed to be explained to them at time of intake.
Is it in
I'm
the
gonna-
contract that they're
Yes.
signing?
Yeah, it's in the contract that, and Jenny can speak to this better than I can.
And I'm going to invite Maximus to come up either to the table or to the podium, maybe just to react to some of.
Probably the
this.
specifics of the contract, if you have questions on that, and she would be better to answer those questions in more detail.
Yeah. So Maximus, I'm going to welcome you up. I just have a couple of thoughts that I hope you might address. You know, one thing is we heard kind of over and over again that this is supposed to be a treatment program. And it doesn't seem like there's really good communication. It doesn't seem like there are clear expectations. It feels like the goalposts get moved and, it just feels unfair. So I know you've been sitting through this public comment. I've seen you the last couple of months and I see you here again today and I appreciate you being here. And I'm sure it's not easy to listen to, but I'd love you to just, comment on some of what you've heard. And thank you very much for being here. And then we'll be opening it up for public comment.
That one doesn't work. No? Okay, I got it. This one's on.
Great, thank you.
Tanya Matthews, I'm the program director for Maximus. Okay, where would you like to start? What are your questions?
Where would you like to start? I mean, you've heard this, so I'm sure this is not news to you, but we're in a position, to start talking about on this item about the clinical diagnosis evaluation and why it seems like a surprise and why people think they're done with the program and then they find out they're not done with the program. And, so that's kind of where we are.
The clinical assessment is, as Shannon said, is covered by Maximus in the initial clinical diagnostic evaluation, or what we refer to as the clinical assessment. The contract, the prime contract with the Department of Consumer Affairs allows one reassessment per participant per year, up to 50 in a year. So we reached that limit early this year because we realized there were many that needed to be done. And so we reached that limit of 50 very early and needed to put that expense on the participants for anything that exceeded that initial 50. You look confused, Ms. Trujillo? Do I need to clarify that?
I'm just wondering why you stated that you reached that early in the year.
For all the reasons that
Yes.
Shannon was saying.
Oh, that's what I was
We-
thinking about.
We realized we had a number of reassessments to do this year. And because the process changed and it's, participants were permitted to return to work because they were assessed by the committees in previous years. They weren't, their assessment said that they weren't safe to practice, but the committees were making those determinations in the past, and our process has changed as the board staff looked at the processes and determined that that wasn't the proper way to handle it. So that's what you're hearing was the change that occurred. So we realized that we needed to get an independent evaluation of the assessor to make that determination, and that's when our process changed and the assessors are making those reevaluations. The participants can utilize their own assessors, their own psychiatrist or psychologist, and in some cases an MFT or LCSW if they have the required level of experience, which is typically if they're in our program because of a substance use disorder, then they need to have 3 years. I'm not sure if it's 3 years or 5 years experience.
At least 3.
3 years experience in the field. And so we would look at their experience. We have them submit their resume to us, and we have a standard format that we ask them to use for the reassessment. So we would accept that if it meets all of those criteria, those requirements. In those cases, insurance covers. And so it's not, to answer the insurance question, it's not that that we won't allow them to accept insurance, or that the providers aren't accepting insurance, or same thing with the lab, that the lab's not taking insurance. It's that insurance won't pay for those services. The insurance companies won't pay for those. They don't meet the criteria for insurance to pay. I think in the case of the lab, it's because there's not a physician order for the laboratory testing, and I think that's one of the requirements for insurance to pay. in most cases. And so I think that's why they won't. I'm not an insurance expert, so I'm not sure, but I think that's the reason. And as far as the evaluation, I think it's probably the same thing. So, and maybe there's somebody that can, that knows more about that, that can clarify that for us. But in those cases that they can't submit those to their insurance for reimbursement because they won't pay for them. I don't know if I caught us up on some of those questions. Did that help?
Is there a physician on your staff at all?
There is. We have a consulting physician, yes.
And can they mitigate this issue by putting the order in for the labs?
I don't know the
So that
answer
it's
to that.
covered by the participants' insurance?
I don't know the answer to that. It's not anything we've done. I don't know if other programs do it that way either, and I would have to look into it. I don't know the answer.
It seems like this program is very cost prohibitive.
Mhm.
Matthews, thank you very much. I'm going to call on Board Member Lawler, but sorry. I'm going to call on Board Member Neela, and then, okay, thank you. I just wondered if you could talk a little bit about the lack of predictability. And I know there are a lot of variables, but when someone comes into the program and they get the contract, is there an expectation that if you do everything right, you go to all your assessments, you cross every T, you dot every I, you've never had a relapse, that you can get through the program in a certain amount of time?
We say that it's a 3 to 5 year program. That's pretty clear. It's in our handbook and it's in the information that we give to participants.
And do most people get through in 3 to 5 years?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And typically I think the average length of time is 3.5 to 4 years is our average.
Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Patel.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification, when you said 50 participants are covered based on our regulations, I guess, or maybe it's not regulations, but our contract, thank you. And is that for nurses, or is that for every healing arts boards? They have 50 participants that can get covered.
I'm sorry, I don't
She's
understand.
asking if the 50, the contract terms, it's one
Oh.
per year, or is it 50? And is that 50 a combined of all the healing arts
Of
boards?
all
or is it-
boards, all
Of
8
all
boards
boards,
that we work
okay.
with,
So
yes.
to be clear, and correct me if I'm wrong,
Not-
the initial assessment under our contract with Maximus is paid for by Maximus.
Mhm.
Any reassessments,
Yes.
I think the contract specifies that up to 50 reassessments are covered by Maximus.
Per participant per year, right? Up to 50.
And those 50 are aggregate across the 8 boards that
Correct.
are in the contract.
Yes.
But again, most of the participants by a wide margin are the BRNs.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. So there isn't really a process of who gets covered. It's just first come gets covered. So, there is a financial need for some. And so is there a way to implement that over the course of time where they can apply? I mean, just trying to be considerate of those.
It just has never come up as an issue until this year. This is the first time we've ever reached the limit. So no, there weren't criteria up to this point. So going forward, we could certainly implement something, but we had not to this point.
Something to think about. Go ahead, Mr. Lawler. Okay, yeah, go ahead, Ms. McCormick. Ms. Cormack.
Thank you, Chair Nguyen. So we are, as one of the public commenters said, about 6 months into this. And I think in what I just heard, we finally understood the source of the initial problem, which is that the IECs were determining return to work safety. And is that consistent with the uniform standards or not?
No.
All right. So I then am going to take a little bit of issue with the fact that the process changed. I think the team implementing it was not doing it correctly. Is this an accurate statement?
Yes.
So I'm not interested in assigning blame. I am interested in understanding how to fix the process. And I think two things. One is sort of retroactive. To the extent that the BRN staff learned that there were significant problems, I think those should have been surfaced proactively to the board, to the members of the program, worked through with Maximus. So I understand I've worked in different levels of government for a long time. It's hard when you find something that's gone wrong, and it takes a lot to come forward and say, we've made some mistakes and now we're going to fix them. And this is going to be hard on everybody. I today wish that had happened because I think that's why we're here today. It is, I can't imagine how frustrating it must be for the participants. It is ridiculously inefficient for a nursing support facilitator group to wait 3 months, come and tell us there's a problem, have us tell the EO, have the EO tell intervention, have intervention tell MAC, like this is not, you know, yeah. So I just want to just get that out because this is not the first or last time any organization will find a problem. But it does not help to not surface it. So that's just one thing that that I want to say. And my other thought about this is that, yeah, no, I guess we have to figure out some way, and I don't know if it is in this item or in the committee, or if this will be a staff-led process that comes forward to us next time, or some other idea I can't think of right now, to apologize. So I think there are some apologies in order for how this is affecting people's lives today. I think there's also an important point to be made, and EO Melby has made it, that people are in this program because there was a problem. A problem occurred, and our job, the job of everyone sitting up here, is to protect public safety. That is why the board is here. So we have to balance these things. It can be difficult, and I think there's some more social emotional work that we could do here. And I share Board Member Granowitz's concerns, and they were evidenced by people who were willing to step forward. I also, at the same time, know that our job is to make sure that the nurses who work in this state are safe. And so those are the two balances. It is not inconsistent with protecting public safety to say that we have made a mistake and we're sorry. We're sorry that we let people return to work when they weren't safe. We're sorry that it feels like we're changing the rules. We're sorry because we weren't implementing them correctly. So I just wanted to say that because, as you know, it's been hard for everyone to participate in this and feel like we're not really getting to the basis of it. So I don't think I can see why someone would say the process changed. I think the more accurate statement is we were not doing it correctly. And now we are, and we're doing it for all the right reasons. And I'm sure it feels horrible for some people. So that's what I wanted to say on this topic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Ms. Dominguez.
You mentioned, this is for Maximus, you mentioned 50 reassessments per year are through Maximus. Did I understand that correctly?
All initial assessments are, and then 50 reassessments are, yes.
So my question is, an average of how many reassessments does one person go through in a year?
Typically not more than one.
But you also mentioned that majority of the participants already have 50 and we're only in June. Did I understand that incorrectly?
Yeah, it would be unusual to do one for everyone. Is that?
I can explain why. So,
Oh, thank
so
you.
in one of the upcoming slides too, I have it. So when we were looking at all of the cases where their last assessment said they were not safe to practice, there were upwards of 37 plus that we found, and we requested that they be reassessed. So right off the bat, starting of this year, we asked them to have another reassessment. So we've had 37 just in the first 6 months of 2024 reassessed.
And then to clarify, Jovita, that's not 37 on one person. That is
Right.
37 individual reassessments on 37 people, or one reassessment on 37. Does that make sense? So it sounded like you were saying that one person had 50 reassessments in 1 year.
So then I understood it wrong then, because that's what I understood is that one participant has 50 reassessments per by Maximus. That's how I
So
understood it.
the 8 healing art boards that are under this contract with Maximus has 50 reassessments that Maximus will do for their board cumulatively a year.
Okay, thank
All
you,
boards and
because I
girls have
understood
that.
it wrong. I thought it was per participant. I
No,
understood
the
it.
50 reassessments is actually per our contract with Maximus that encompasses all 8 healing art boards.
Okay, because then
And
my,
so
mhm.
another healing art board can have 3 participants that they need to be reassessed. And we can have 47 that need to be reassessed, and we would be at total.
Okay, because I guess when I heard the 50, my mind was thinking insurance. And, some insurances cap at, at X amount
Yeah,
of.
they do like 50
that's why
therapy
my
sessions
mind.
a year. Yep, I understand where you're at.
Okay,
So I
all
just
right.
wanted to provide that clarification.
And I appreciate it because I had it all wrong.
I appreciate so much all of the thoughtful comments that we've had. Thank you very much, Maximus, for being here. I'd like to open it up for public comment. I'm assuming that we're going to have lengthy public comment, and then we'll come back to the board for final comments and, discussions. So at this point, I'd like to ask the board moderator to open up public comment.
We will be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment.
While the board moderator is doing that, Chair Nguyen, I do have one quick kind of question. It is 11:47. We are opening up to public comment. Do you want to set a time for a lunch for the members here so that public comments understand that at this point we will break and come back? If this tends to go long, our last public comment session went for about an hour and a half.
Yeah,
So
why
if we
don't
stay
we say
consistent
that-
with that, we would not break until after 1.
Why don't we say that we'll break at 12:30?
Thank you.
Okay,
And then,
thank you.
wonderful.
I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember, you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." B would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm a participant in the diversion program. If this item's about compliance with the uniform standards, I just want to review the language of uniform standard number 2. In quotes, after reviewing the results of the clinical diagnostic evaluation, a diversion or probation manager shall determine whether or not the licensee is safe to return to either part-time or full-time practice. While participants may have been deemed unsafe to practice by the clinical evaluator, it's up to the IEC or verbatim the probation or diversion manager to determine if it's safe to return to work. We are telling participants to pay a $300 fee to be seen a second time by a clinical evaluator when the IEC has authority to establish whether participants are safe to work again. The member of Maximus said we are not in compliance with uniform standards on this item, but based on the language I'm seeing, we have been in compliance. from my personal experience, I was told I must pay for a second clinical evaluation. That cost me $300, and the results of that evaluation was never communicated to me by anyone from Maximus, and the second clinical evaluation was never specified in my contract. I was told I needed to complete this contract in January of 2024, and then I completed it in March 2024. So that's all I have to share. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Sorry. Thank you for your comment. Chris else would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Chris Else. I'm the nurse support group facilitator for San Luis Obispo and the surrounding area. I just want to make the board aware that about this uniform standard thing. The California Medical Board is now trying to get rid of uniform standards just because of their draconian policies. I don't know if everyone on the board is aware of what the medical board is now doing, because they're having the same problems with trying to enforce these uniform standards. Just kind of go back a little bit. In 2008, the BRN took part in a national study of the National Council of State Boards, which is establishing best practice to encourage them. And I thought the board was trying to follow some of this national study. I think it's 56 different boards, and try to find out best practices and try to get them in with. I don't really know the history there, how this is really working with uniform standards, but it sounds like some of what is happening with uniform standards are being misinterpreted as well. I was kind of getting into there where Shannon has now implemented where uniform standards say a clinician to reevaluate one of the nurses needs to have 3 years experience. And now it's being up to 10 years experience plus 5 years experience for this clinicians in substance use disorder, which makes it very difficult to even find any of these clinicians for these nurses to go, and they can't use their own psychologist, their own doctor. They can't, even their own doctor or psychologist that may have been treating them for this entire time cannot say they're safe to practice unless the board determines that they are, the enforcement committee is that they're acceptable to receive a report from. And just to go back on some of the numbers Shannon put out here, just a little, National Institutes of Health, which covered 56 state boards, says their national average is 48 to 90%. The nurses do recover in the recovery program. If ours in California is 10%, we're well within within standards. 10% of people recidivism for addicts and alcoholics in general is very, very low. So if we're seeing 10%, of course that's not acceptable. We would love to not see that, but it is just a matter of being. I think the problem is this interpretation of these uniform standards, and now that they're being implemented all of a sudden in the last year by Shannon is where we're seeing this problem. I think it was just discussed by one of the board members, is now we're seeing the problem that was fixed. But I think we need to figure out maybe go back to this National Council of State Boards instead of these uniform standards would be much more,
Thank you for your comment. Anthony would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Anthony, *6 on your phone. I'll come back to Anthony. Amanda would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
A little early, but it's important, and I actually have to go soon. I've been a participant in this program almost 4 years now, and I was supposed to be completing it last month, but with these new requirements to have to pass narcotics and work on the floor, I was unable to do so. I've never had an issue with narcotics, nor have I ever diverted any medication from work. My reason for entering this program was solely for alcohol use, of which I have maintained sobriety and been 100% compliant since I started in late 2020, and have worked successfully in non-patient care for almost 3 years now. When I spoke with Maximus before I decided to sign on to this program, they made me believe that this was a positive program that worked to help people through their recovery process. I have seen that this is in fact untrue. This program is not only punitive, but also distrusting and misleading. The case managers don't have any answers when questions are asked of what the new expectations to graduate are, and the IEC board will not answer our questions during the meeting. They only state they will deliberate and make a decision at a later time. After that, no answers to the questions are ever received, and we are left waiting on bated breath for any possible resolutions. Unfortunately for me, I have a medical condition as to why I am unable to perform the duties of a floor nurse and have had numerous surgeries over the last few years. Not only did I get multiple doctor's notes indicating these physical limitations that prevent me from working on the floor, I also uploaded disability paperwork, MRIs, surgeon's progress notes, and medical records with no avail. The board still refused to exempt me from these new requirements and denied me completion. So now I am being mandated to do a job that I cannot physically do without serious medical ramifications or sustaining further injuries. If and when this happens, who will be liable? This is absolutely unethical what is happening to us, and maybe even unlawful. It is causing intense fear and anxiety for the participants who Maximus and the BRN should be advocating for. I urge you to please remove these new requirements, as many people before us have graduated, returned to work safely, and have maintained sobriety without them. Thank you so much for your time. And again, I'm sorry I brought this up early.
Thank you for your comment. Daniel would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
I would like to clarify some things that Shannon mentioned as far as the psychiatrist that needs to complete the return to work eval. First of all, she did not mention that this psychiatrist or psychologist needs to have a PhD with 5 years of experience working with professionals. I called my insurance and I called about 50 different providers, and I was not able to find one because not many of them have a PhD. Secondly, the last minute changes. How can we accept an apology when they still sit there and continue to lie? These last minute changes, I was supposed to be completed last June. Other people that were with me were able to complete without any work. However, I was told 2 weeks before that I needed to complete the work restriction or the work 6 months of work with narcotics. The communication with the case managers, they're lying. I have had times when I couldn't get a hold of my case manager for 2 months, 3 months, called 8, 9 times, no call back. A different case manager called me. When I asked the question, what she said, you have to talk to the case manager. They do not communicate changes with us. They simply don't. And because of the PhD restriction that they have, we are forced to use one of their providers that are connected to Maximus. I paid $225 to get assessed. The drug testing, they also forgot to mention that they do many hair and blood. Those are $400 and $500 each. I just wanted to clarify that for Shannon. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Daniel would like to make a comment. Oops, I'm sorry, that was Daniel. May would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. May, *6 on your phone.
Give an example regarding your discussion earlier. My last IEC meeting was May 10. I didn't have any issues. I was given high praise, etc., and was told that a decision would be made regarding my completion in 10 to 15 days. The known request of mine was to be completed, and this was last month. I have been in diversion since April of 2020. I didn't hear from my case manager, and it was only because I was constantly looking for updates on my profile. I found that on June 4th, that not only am I not completed, but I was added back into the nursing support group without explanation, and I would have been non-compliant if I wasn't looking it up myself. I called my case manager and still haven't received a call back from her related to a different matter, though, was when I finally heard back from her and found out that she's leaving at the end of June. So there's obviously the inconsistencies and the lack of communication is clear what we have to go through. Also regarding getting into the program, it was verbalized to me that if I didn't get into this program, I would lose my license and be prosecuted. So that's the kind of voluntary program that this is. It doesn't seem voluntary at all. And with me being at my lowest, of course, I chose Maximus thinking that this was my only option. Regarding what Maximus was saying about the clinical reassessment, I was literally told by my compliance monitor that using my own assessor might be a lost cause because there are ever-changing requirements. So I might as well use Maximus, which I was told I would be charged $175, but I ended up being charged $225 instead. Since April 2020, I've paid almost $20,000. I don't need an apology. I just want this nightmare to be over. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Danielle would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. And just as a reminder, you only have to submit one time that I have a comment. I would like to make a comment. A few of you are in here 3 and 4 and 5 times. Danielle,
I'm in the pro. Hi. I'm
go
in the
ahead. You're fine.
probation.
Sorry.
Okay, no worries. Hi, I'm in the probation program, and I respectfully disagree with the assertion that any physician who meets the requirements is approved. This has not been my experience. Prior to entering probation, I had a complete evaluation performed by a physician who was board certified in addiction medicine and had been practicing for well over the 3-year minimum. I was provided with a list of BRN approved evaluators by my BRN assigned monitor and contacted each of them individually. Not a single one of them accepted insurance for the BRN required evaluation. Adding this great financial stress to RNs who are already struggling is not rehabilitative. It is punitive. That is the correct word to use. How can a misdemeanor that occurs outside of a nurse's working time or a single failed pre-employment drug test justify years of financial struggle, not only for nurses, but also for their families? How are these circumstances deemed to constitute a risk to patient safety? How can the board dismiss the opinions of multiple physicians who have documented that an RN does not have a substance use disorder? How can RNs who are prohibited from working or have rigid restrictions on their employment reasonably afford the cost of testing and so-called cost recovery? How will members of the board and the enforcement division specifically wash our blood off their hands? If you are trying to protect the public from us, who is protecting us? Who is protecting us from you? Who is going to be held responsible for the trauma being inflicted upon us daily in this program? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Dr. Julie Armstrong would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
I'm an evaluator for the board. I'm an evaluator for the board, and I've done hundreds of mental health evaluations. And I want to just concur from my side of things that the participants that have to be evaluated do experience this as punitive. Not so much because of the board's actions, and to be very directive, it's because of the experience at Maximus. The on-the-ground work of the case managers is not supportive, not helpful, and sometimes even is perceived as threatening. With regard to insurance covering any of these costs, they will not cover the costs because it's not considered medically indicated. Medical necessity is a consideration for insurance coverage. If there was something that included, for example, at Maximus, a standardized protocol for a physician to write orders indicating the necessity, then those nurses might be able to get some insurance reimbursement. But as it stands now, these nurses are not going to be able to get their services covered because they're administrative needs, not medical needs. And finally, I would say that it might be helpful to consider having a maximum fee for each of the different services as part of the negotiations with Maximus. Because Maximus is the winner here. They have the contract, they provide the services, and they are the ones who will insist on the reevaluation or make the final determinations about when certain evaluations or tests are needed. I started doing these evaluations because I heard through a colleague about one of her patients who had a single misdemeanor DUI and was trapped in the program for about 7 years based on her experiences. So I'm also a clinical nurse specialist, and I do this as part of my care for the profession. Thank you for the board and all you do.
Thank you for your comment. Allie would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to say I had a statement right now, but just in response to some of the things that were said by Shannon, that just are not true. We have this clinical assessment when we enter the program, and that's fine. We're removed from work, and like one of the other participants said, yes, we're told that basically if we don't enter this program, we'll be prosecuted or lose our license. So that is it. It's not really voluntary. But aside from that, I was personally off work for almost 10 months. I didn't even divert narcotics. And when I did return to work, I still had, I was in treatment, for almost a year. I was in therapy for almost a year. When I did return to work, we got worksite monitor reports every quarter. All these professionals sending in reports, sending in reports, sending in reports. I never once heard that I was not safe to practice. Not once. The only reason why I even heard from my case manager that I had to have this reassessment was just because, that's just what it is. And even after that, I was told by my case manager that the reassessment was fine. There were no issues identified. I've yet to go before my EIC committee. I was due to complete this program in February of 2024. My next deck is scheduled for 11/24. That would put me at about a year and 9 months without seeing anybody. And also, in terms of these, the requirements to pass narcotics, like it just boggles the mind. That's like 10% of what nurses do, and I'll speak more to that later. But I feel like I don't need an apology. Because I already know that what we're saying is right. We're not all just making this up or trying to make the process hard. We understand that there are things that need to be done to prove that we are safe to practice. And we have proven that. We have demonstrated that. Like, what else do you want from us? Like, it just makes no sense to me. And it's beyond frustrating because while these decisions are being made and, conversations are going back and forth, who's stuck in the program still being traumatized, scared if you miss a check-in on accident that you'll be stripped off work for 30 days. So it is, in fact, punitive, Reza. It is punitive.
Thank you for your comment. Anna would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
So yeah, it's a known fact that the BRN is not getting any money, but someone is getting my sister's $12,000 that she's paid for testing alone in the last 3 years. Unless someone has lived through this program, people should have the right to use whatever word they choose to use because they've actually experienced what's happening right now. Let's see, my sister was deemed to return to work after a year, and then when she was told to meet this requirement for controlled substances, she did get a job for Access, and she was told that she needed another evaluation to deem her competent and safe to return to work. So that was her second evaluation. Unfortunately, something happened that did not involve controlled substances. There was an error that was made, and so again, she was put off work for 3 weeks so she could have another evaluation. All which came out of her pocket. If she had known from the beginning that this was going to be a requirement, she would have gotten it out of the way a long time ago, and then not have to jump from job to job to fulfill this requirement. She was a repeat participant. She went 13 years without diverting from any place. The first time she was in the program was in 2008. So She spent 4.5 years, almost 5, and completed successfully. And now she's being told that she's going to have that held against her back in 2008 because she has a history of diverting from work. So not only is she being punished for 2008 and diverting from work, she's being punished because she has a history of it. Never mind the fact that she's been 13 years without any kind of complaint in any way, shape, or form against her license. Unfortunately, she did, it was a DUI and she self-reported herself. This requirement of controlled substances is not going to decrease the number of repeats in Maximus in any way, shape, or form. It will prevent people from self-reporting, which is the safest for the public. People want these nurses to report themselves, because there are so many nurses out there that have substance abuse problems that do not report themselves because of what's happening. She went in front of the board in September. It was supposed to be intervention. It's no, what's it called? Not intervention, the final stage. It's no longer called that anymore. And now she has to wait to be told if this 2008 episode is going to be held against her. And she's been safe to practice. The only thing that
Thank you for your comment. Mark J. would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, no, Mr. Pujahesh, the program is most definitely punitive. This is the correct word to use in the scenario. You can use all the legalese you want, but for our participants, it is 100% punitive. Out of 136 urine specimens, I rendered 1 dilute specimen. That is less than 1% rate of error and was threatened with 30 days off of work and possibly losing my job. I'm not sure how that is not punitive. Board Member Cormack hit the nail on the head. We were not accurately represented the requirements of the uniform standards upon entry, and then 3 to 4, 5 years down the line, we are getting these quote unquote new processes imposed. Even though these uniform standards have been in place for years, they were not done in practice or described or detailed to us upon entry or placed in our contract. And we're watching this unfold in real time in front of our eyes. We are not privy to our clinical reassessment reports. We have to dig for a summary from them from our case manager. And if we want to see the official report, we have to go through a lengthy process to get them from the board / the DCA because Maximus doesn't own them. So we can't even get eyes on what the assessor writes about us. It's very difficult. Ms. Johnson and EO Melby seem to be fairly gravely misinformed yet again about the scope of the narcotic passing requirement. It is not done on a case-by-case basis. I can tell you for a fact, this is misrepresented. So what about a candidate that had a one-time DUI before getting their nursing license, who is now forced to pass narcotics in order to complete the program? This is why I call for an investigation of each case under Maximus, because there are participants who are being imposed this requirement who have nothing to do with narcotics in their treatment path. A 10% recidivism rate is a phenomenal outcome, as Mr. Else highlighted earlier. Ms. Johnson is stating that nurses were removed from an IEC before their completion due to an out-of-date clinical assessment. So why not field the assessment, and if it says safe to work, why not complete the participant? Instead, what happened in reality is that they used this to impose the new process and extend participants despite the follow-up assessment saying perfectly safe to work and low risk to the public. My reassessment at the 3.5-year mark said I was perfectly safe to work, low risk. I've been passing narcotics with stellar worksite monitor reports, 100% compliance, and yet I've been continued to be extended under the ruse of new process. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. R.A.N. would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. I've been in the program. I'm walking out of the office. Hold on. I'll have 4 years of continuous sobriety on Monday. At my last IEC in March, I was told by my case manager that they knew I was doing the work of the program. this is by people who actually know recovery. They wanted me to complete in 3 months. But at the same time, they said I still had to get a job passing narcotics for 3 months. So I didn't know. That was kind of funny because how am I supposed to get a job and then complete? I was sent to the very sketchy clinical assessor that the BRN has, or Maximus. She asked 8 questions. I knew I asked them well, as I work a rigorous program of recovery. And I have recovered from the hopeless state of alcohol. And she quickly ended the 8-question thing and wanted to get to the payment. This is a 1-star reviewed clinical assessor. Then, how convenient for you. She prescribed 3 months narcotics pass and a more in-depth psych eval. This is a $2,500 exam. I do not have money at this point. I am over this. I am outraged. This goes, you know, I survived your trauma and stayed sober despite this insanity. I think that should go, that should say something. This is my first time speaking out. I'm a little bit nervous, sorry, but I have been 100% compliant. I've been doing AA like crazy, reaching out to people. I sponsor, I take commitments at every meeting. I still go to daily meetings, and I have recovered. And you know, this is not anything to do with recovery. All these 8.2, 4.2, you guys don't know anything about recovery. It's so obvious. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Sorry for the emotions.
Thank you for your comment. Participant would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Participant, would you like to make a comment? On your computer, you should, if you have any windows open, if you minimize them all, you'll have a small window that says unmute me. Yeah, we'll come back to participant. Tara O'Flaherty would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Tara, go ahead. Tara, *6 on your phone.
Tara O'Flaherty. I'm the Director of Nursing at Lifelong Medical. I have a number of nurses that are in this program in both diversion and probation. I was a bit shocked to hear that there are only 50 reassessments that have been done this year, yet at our relatively small organization of 56 that has 56 nurses, I have 4 nurses in this situation. So that doesn't seem to make sense to me, the math there. I lost a nurse last week at a small clinic that only had 1 nurse. Previously, she had been suspended for 30 days, or her license had been suspended for 30 days because she was forced to get another job and was working 7 days a week, trying to meet this requirement of passing or having access to narcotics. I have yet to receive any guidance about how to accommodate these employees, which I really would like to do because our clinics depend on them. In that month that she was out, I had a significant incident report that happened because we didn't have nursing coverage, and we were trying to scramble to find coverage last minute with literally no notice. And a patient was, care was jeopardized because of that. This program is causing far more harm than it is good. I would agree that it is punitive. The things that I have seen while hiring nurses that are in these situations have been shocking. I have been searching for peer-reviewed articles around addiction to see where it is a therapeutic recommendation that you force someone to have access to narcotics. Um, there's access to narcotics all throughout the life. So just having access to it in the job, making that a requirement to me is nonsensical. Somebody, if they really wanted to use, would use. It would be like forcing somebody who is dealing with alcoholism to go and get a job in a bar. To me, it's completely nonsensical. And I would think that the BRN needs to take accountability, not just the apology. I heard the apology, which I appreciated, but I was concerned to hear that, well, we have not been implementing this correctly, and we apologize for that. We will now implement it correctly. It should not be put in place at all. It has, I've been overseeing these nurses since 2020. This is the first time I've heard of it. In January is when it came up. I've still yet to see anything in writing. Actually, that's not true. I had a nurse that I interviewed.
Thank you for your comment. Anonymous 25 would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
I wanted to thank the board for holding a robust discussion on this topic, which has caused so much strife and trauma in participants in the Maximus program. I am a member of the public. I am not a nurse. I am in recovery myself, having 10 years sober. My family member is a participant in this program, and all the things that I've heard are disconcerting and egregious. For Board Attorney Reza to state, I don't like the word punitive, is dismissive and truly shows his disregard for the experience participants are having in this program. In its current state, I would never recommend a nurse to enter this program. I would tell them to seek outside treatment. Isn't that sad that a program designed to help nurses with substance use disorder is being described as punitive and inflicting trauma on its participants? We just heard a participant mention they have never felt suicidal in their life until now. That actually breaks my heart. That is so sad. Shouldn't the board strive to operate a program where nurses feel safe and heard at the most vulnerable time in their lives? Your nurses are scared, traumatized, and in fear. Is this a program you want to operate? If the answer is no, then do something.
Thank you for your comment. Oscar would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello.
Oscar, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Hi, thank you. I want to thank the board and yourself for allowing me the opportunity to speak here a little bit and share some comments. Last time I spoke in front of the board was 1993. So I'm a very old registered nurse. And the story that I'm hearing today, I just have to say something. I have been an RN for 30 plus years. I was never put on probation as a registered nurse. However, when I applied for my nursing license in 1990, I had some DUIs, no felonies, nothing like that. So my license was suspended, waived, and then I was given a probationary license. I completed every requirement in 1993 and have had an encumbered nursing license since then. So hearing these stories kind of breaks my heart because I'll tell you a little bit of my story and my opinion here shortly. I have been in contact with the Board of Nursing over the years to try to get the statement of issues off of my nursing license out of the off of the website. Just about 5-6 months ago, I interviewed at a facility, and I was asked by the HR director, "Hey, do you need to be in recovery?" My last DUI was in 1985. The statement of issues, my quote, history of disciplinary action, if you go to the Board of Nursing, still there. Not even felons that get out of prison have to endure this thing for 30 plus years. The fact that I feel grief and emotion 33 years later come to show that this is not a process that is meant to recover people. It is punitive, and I think that it even goes to its punitive and cruel and unusual punishment for somebody that has had a stellar career, to be asked 35 years later because of what's in the Board of Nursing website that says that you had punitive action taken against you. And then they can go in there and read that you had a DUI and how you were arrested and all those kinds of things 3-4 decades later. So, and I've been in contact with Board of Nursing, and I've been told I've been treated like an addict. You know, I have worked as a director, as a chief nurse, as a COO, and it's very difficult to explain to somebody that has never gone through what these young nurses are going through, and me, and the exit of my career, to still have to. I was considered going nurse practitioner. I read the requirements, said, "Holy moly, going through the same thing again because I want to grow." It is punitive, and it is cruel and unusual punishment that you have to relieve the shame every time you go and apply for a job anywhere. And furthermore, that you're not allowed to grow as a professional because somebody in that chain of command whom have never been arrested or anything said, "Oh no."
Thank you for your comment. Aaron would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
I want to make a comment about, it's so frustrating. I'm a member of the intervention program, and it's so frustrating to just hear the board going back and forth about verbiage of these numbers that, and then Shannon Johnson, who obviously has no idea what she's talking about, stating things like they're facts, and you guys believe her and make decisions based on that. Let me just tell you, as a frustrated participant, Shannon Johnson has no idea what she's talking about. I don't know where she gets her facts from. And then the person that says it's not punitive, let's argue about that. Why don't you spend a week in this program and tell me it's not punitive? I have been in for almost 4 years for one DUI, not narcotic related, and there's no end in sight. Every time I log in, there's a new requirement. It's ridiculous. It's punitive. It's not fair. I know you guys aren't going to do anything because you just debate over BS. And it's very frustrating. So I think you need to look at Shannon Johnson. I don't know where this woman gets her facts, but every time she's on, I have to turn it really low or I get very frustrated. I'm sorry I'm so emotional. It's just, you guys have no idea the trauma that this ongoing program has created in us, and you just debate over BS. And meanwhile, our lives are just up in the air. You know, I've completed every single requirement. I've had no non-compliances. I'm going on 4 years because of this ongoing BS. And you need to grandfather the people in that were supposed to be done. It's just not fair. And I think you need to do a major deep dive into who you have in charge and who you listen to, because they have no idea what they're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Judy Corliss would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Moderator, before that one, I just want to ask how many comments are left after Ms. Corliss, just because I think we had a 12:30 lunchtime, so I want to see if there's only a handful more or a long list.
8 to 12, depending. I haven't scrolled to the bottom of the list yet because I'm not sure how many doubles are in there. There's definitely 2, 4, 6, 8, definitely 10.
Can you hear me?
So,
oh, okay.
yes, one moment, Judy.
Hold on, Judy. Sorry.
Okay, so I think as was already kind of decided, we'll take this public comment and then it'll take us just past 12:30. And then I don't think we're going to have time to get through the rest of the comments before lunch. So unfortunately, we have to stop at some point. And we'll discuss just after this when we're coming back to pick up where we left off. So Ms. Corliss, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm really saddened to hear a lot of what's going on here. I chaired the disciplinary committee for years back from 2009 through 12. And we hired Virginia Matheson from Maximus to manage the program and all the people that were in it. We never had this type of statements going on from the participants. And in fact, we saw every month all of the people that had had these issues and got them released, got them back to work, listened to their cases in person on the disciplinary day, which was very important for student nurses to see how this works, because I think it helps in them seeing that they never want to get involved in these types of things. And one of the things we voted on was to release and remove any negativity on the board website after 4 years. I believe it was 4, Lori, but correct me, it could have been 5. I'm not sure, because we had another executive officer. So I would think at this point, I would look back at what we did that worked, compare it to now with Ms. Matheson, and see what is different, because we never had all of these problems or the disgruntled nurses. They came, they participated, they did their work, and sure, there were some that were in a long time, but much of that was due to their own inability to work through it. So I would like to see that we do a comparison and try to get this straightened out. And I think being back in person would really help. And our students, I'm involved with students every day, and when they get to hear the hearings, they're so appreciative of it. So I know it, COVID changed a lot of things, but I do appreciate you listening, and maybe the board could consider looking at what we did then and compare to now. And thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
This is Reza. Real quick on that last one. I don't know if there's something that was different back then or if there's some confusion, but back then I think the board may have sat in on discipline hearings.
Yes.
Which are different than intervention evaluation committee meetings to review intervention program participants, which are in a confidential program where your students would not have been
right
allowed to go in.
Yeah, no, I understand that. It's just that they were able to see how we allowed them to get through the program, and they can make it and can get back to work. And it really made a big difference in our students. And that wasn't the IEC, it was the actual discipline hearings to get them back to work or released or that type of thing. So anyway, I'm just very saddened at what I've been hearing, and I'm on every one of your meetings. So I hope something can happen to help these people, get through that really deserve to be off, and get rid of some of this negative on the board website. We did vote to get rid of it. So if it's still on there 30 years later, that's crazy. I wouldn't like that.
Thanks very much, Ms. Corliss, and thank you very much for the public comment, and thanks to staff and to Maximus for being here, and thanks to board members for thoughtful, attention to this important topic. To be continued in 45 minutes. We're going to break for 45 minutes for lunch, and then we'll be back at 1:15. And we'll continue a board moderator where we left off with public comment. Thank you. I think we're ready to go ahead and get started again on public comment. So if the board moderator would take us to public comment once again, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Mark.
Board moderators opening public comment. Can you establish quorum, please?
Yes, thank you very much. We'll establish a quorum by taking roll. Board member Nguyen is present. Board member Cormack.
Cormack present.
Board member Dominguez.
Dominguez present.
Board member Trujillo.
Present.
Board member Patel.
Patel present.
Board member Lawler.
Present.
Board member Granowitz.
Present.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, board moderator.
Sarah S. would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Oh, Sarah S. may not be back here. Hold on. Now I will check on her. Let's go to Matthew A. Matthew A. would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello, good afternoon. Before the break, Board Member Cormack, I appreciate your words and offer to apologize to the participants. and I felt that was heartfelt. But apologies don't help the participants get out of the program now after years of successful compliance. So while apologies are nice and all, it doesn't actually help the participants at this moment. Also before the break, Ms. Johnson mentioned, she kept saying that previous assessments said that certain participants were not safe to practice, and that's why these participants were being extended. If this is true, which I doubt, because I've spoken with a bunch of participants and nobody's ever reflected that, these participants are not ever told that at any point by the ECs, by the evaluator themselves, by their case manager, and no point has any participant been told, hey, this is why you're in the program, because the evaluation came back and you're not safe to practice. I think that was mentioned by a participant as well before the break, that they were in perfect compliance, they received praise from their evaluator, and then they were extended in the program. The way it works, and I've mentioned this before, is everyone keeps pointing the finger at each other. The ECs say, well, you got to get your information from the Maximus and the case managers. Participants ask the case managers, what's going on? Why am I being extended? Why are these new requirements? Case manager says, I have no idea, ask your EC. Now the participant waits 3 months, goes into the EC. The EC members don't really allow them to ask any questions. They essentially give them a barrage of questions and then say, thank you, you'll get a decision in 7 to 10 days. Again, decision comes out later. Case manager relays the decision. Well, why are these decisions being added? I have no idea, ask your EC. And so it goes around and around. Ms. Melby also talked about change in the uniform standards. It's not the uniform standards change, it's the board's interpretation and application of the uniform standards. I think the board mentioned that, well, now we're applying it correctly, or some method of that, and by board I mean enforcement. These new changes are what's causing, or these new interpretations are what's causing the issues. I believe Ms. Branowitz was the one who asked the right questions about that these issues didn't start till about 6 months to a year ago, and that's right, because that's when the enforcement or the board started interpreting these uniform standards in a certain way, and in my opinion, misinterpreting them in a certain way. Lastly, the clinical evaluation for the reassessments. This is a random person essentially who comes in, speaks to participants for maybe an hour if they're lucky, most likely probably 15-30 minutes, and the decision is based on that 15-minute interview with the participant rather than the therapist or some other mental health or substance use disorder provider who's been seeing the person for 3+ years. That decision, the 15-minute, half-hour interview, overrides any other decision that might have been made that the participant can practice safely.
Thank you for your comment. LH would like to make a comment.
Sorry.
1 second, please.
Real quick before we go
Yes.
to that comment, just a quick announcement. I'm told that the PRN website is having a technical difficulty, but I think it's all boards within the DCA. Their websites are having issues. The reason I bring this up is if anybody left the WebEx during the break and then tried to return to the WebEx by accessing the website and getting the agenda there, while the website's down, that's not going to be accessible. So hopefully folks stayed on during lunch, but if anyone is trying to rejoin the board meeting, they'd need to obtain the agenda, the link on it, either through the email that was sent out, or is it anywhere?
It would just be through email at this point. One thing I did want to let you know is we do have 112 participants, 107 attendees. Prior to going to break, we were fluctuating depending between 100 and 120. And I have seen the attendees increase over just the last couple minutes. We went from 103 to 107. So just so that we're aware that we do still have quite a few people in attendance.
Yeah, that's a good sign for sure that we've still got. So if there are members of the public who are hearing from other colleagues or participants or anybody that they can't access the meeting, please let them know that that's the reason. They can alternatively access it through the phone number that's listed on the website and all that. But as Lori said, it looks like we've got still essentially roughly the same number as we had before.
We just increased to 108, so another person was able to join just while we were speaking.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Just with that said, I think we can go back to the commenter.
Yeah, LH would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Okay, excuse me, speaking to the reassessment part of 4.2, this is not a case-by-case individualized decision. We all know each other and talk. I do not know a single nurse in the ATD program that has not been required to get this reassessment done. So according to Ms. Johnson, we are all just out here working as nurses, and every single one of us has had a previously deemed unsafe to practice. It's ridiculous. I have a hard time believing that unless she is equating unsafe as equal to not having had a follow-up clinical evaluation. The committees make the decisions to return us to work based on the monthly and quarterly reports and evaluations completed by our case managers, treatment providers, nurse support group facilitators, and ourselves regarding our progress in the program, personal life, sobriety, mental health issues, work performance, etc. It's not done absent-mindedly. I had an initial eval when I started the program. I was told this was to determine my appropriateness for the program. On my 6-month IEC, after completing IOP and starting aftercare, my IEC determined I was safe to return to work with some limitations. Just because I did not have another clinical eval right before returning to work does not equate that I was unsafe to return to work. Now all of a sudden you want to kind of retroactively enforce a 1-hour reassessment by a complete stranger who knows nothing about us to determine if we are appropriate for work. And in my case, for work I've been doing for almost a year with no issues. You're basically just covering your rear ends at the expense of us. I was told 3 days ago I needed to get this reassessment. It would cost $225. They told me who would do it. There was no option to find someone else less expensive. And they tried to get me to schedule it for the next week. Like I have an extra $200 in my back pocket. Regarding Ms. Melby's statement about complaint letters with invitations to voluntarily join the program, that was not the case for me. My complaint letter had no mention of this program. I was voluntold to enter this program by the TCA rep if I wanted to protect my license, because there was a chance that I wouldn't get to do probation. It would just get revoked. It did not feel voluntary. It felt like and still feels like extortion for my license. I received that letter almost 2 years after the complaint had been filed by the hospital I'd worked at. By that time, I'd entered a program already. I'd been in treatment and recovery for 2 years, but none of it counted for this program. I had to do everything all over again. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Bobby would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Bobby, go ahead. Oh, hold on. Bobby, go ahead. Bobby, did you wish to make a comment?
Hello, can you hear me?
There you go.
Sorry, trying to
No,
navigate your
no,
system.
you're fine. You're fine.
I just wanted to speak today because I've been listening to these heartbreaking stories from fellow nurses, and honestly, it gets me very emotional. So I'm going to try to get through this quickly. I received a DUI, my very first misdemeanor, when my license had been in expiration. I was going through a domestic violence situation, so I had purposefully let my license expire while I was trying to get my life together. During that time, I did receive the DUI. I self-reported the next day to the board, and they told me they were extremely backed up on paperwork and they would get to me. 2.5 years later, the board prosecuted me after I had successfully completed probation, paid all fines and fees, had reinstated my nursing license, and was working successfully as a licensed nurse in a supervisory capacity. I have never, in the 16 years that I had had my license, had any disciplinary actions while working as a nurse. My only incident was while my license was expired. After my hearing, I was told that I had taken accountability and showed rehabilitation. However, because I did not give a sobriety date, I was deemed as not completely rehabilitated. I spoke with my doctor at length about this and asked him to please prescribe me Antabuse. He said, "Why would I do that, Bobby? You're not an alcoholic." He said, "You made a poor decision where alcohol was involved, and people do this every day. You just so happen to have gotten caught." He said, "You've taken accountability, but if you want me to prescribe the Antabuse for you, I will, but it goes against my wishes." So I ask the board, why are we imposing these horrific impositions on nurses who are struggling already in a society where we are broke? We are making very little money. We are the ones extending ourselves, working extra hours, doing all of these things, and we are being punished the most. We have taken accountability. I don't understand why we are being, it feels like double jeopardy to me. I was prosecuted already one time in the county where my DUI took place, and then I was prosecuted for the same crime, which to me feels like a violation of my Fifth Amendment of my Constitution. And so I ask, how am I supposed to be okay with this? I was okay to be put on probation. My employer came to my probation appointment with me and was told she could not participate, even though she was the one being told she had to put in quarterly reports about my performance. So it's so many things that are not being told the truth, and I feel this is an injustice to us as nurses. We've made mistakes. We are being accountable. Who is on our side? Who is going to represent us? The ones that are doing the right thing, the ones that don't have dirty tests, the ones that are showing up to work, the ones that have been accountable. Who is going to be there to help us? Because
Thank you for your comment. Sherry Gillies would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Cherie Gillis. I'm a nurse group facilitator with Molly Shirk in Oakland, California. I think one of the things I'm really looking forward to is seeing some of the data. Hopefully, Ms. Johnson will address some of these things with that. And I'd like to know like the correlation between like what happened pre-pandemic in 2020 versus what's been happening the last several years. I completed the intervention program in 2019 after spending 3.5 years in the program. I met with my IEC in person every 3 to 6 months. It was consistent people that I saw that saw my growth and called me out on some things when that needed to happen. It was so valuable for that kind of consistency. So when you're replacing that with therapists that seem to be all over the place for evaluations, it just seems like it's like if this evaluation through a therapist is what's going to go forward, it should be like somebody, the same therapist or provider throughout the whole process. Yeah. And then I think that's all I have for right now, but thank you for the time.
Thank you for your comment. Sophia would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Can you hear me, right?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. I made a comment at last month's meeting. I'm a participant in Maximus program since 2016 for a single misdemeanor DUI without any possession or diversion or any problems at the workplace. I don't appreciate Shannon's comment about that. Along with my initial clinical assessment, I have had 2 reassessments prior to the implementation, the last of which was following a surgery to determine whether or not I was deemed safe to return to work. And I still had a 3rd reassessment as a result of the implementation of these regulations. My last committee meeting was also delayed by 3 months for this reassessment to take place. I would like to note there are also more fees associated besides laboratory testing. There's the collection site cost, nurse support group, but there is an administrative fee from Maximus plus any treatment, therapy, sober living, whatnot, mandated by the evaluation committee, which often has no medical indication and cannot be covered by insurance. I know this because I worked in insurance. Testing is not just showing up to a site. Depending on the day of the test, it can be hours up to the whole day to find a testing site or traveling to and from an available testing site. There is a lot already required from our employers. Aside from the monthly, quarterly reports, work restrictions, and testing, along with just taking a chance on us. Now we have to go from job to job, depending on the requirements for part-time or full-time employment, changing job assignments, positions, or working 5 to 7 days a week, which would also, again, include taking hours or days off work to drug test, maintaining our own recovery related commitments, attending therapy, psychiatry, family participation, maintaining 100% compliance within this program, all while maintaining a work and life balance. What part of that suggests recovery and stability? And lastly, the 10% recovery or recidivism rate is unheard of in recovery. There's a 10% recovery rate in the field of substance use disorder. So that is in itself an unheard of percentage. And the high percentage of recidivism rate is ridiculous to say that. Lastly, in 2 years, my DUI will be off my record completely. My insurance will even say that I'm a safe driver. Why am I still trapped in this program? That is my question when I should have been completed. Thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you for your comment. Anon 2024 would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Anon 2024, if you have windows open on your computer, you must minimize them all and find the unmute me window. Okay, I'll come back to Anon 20. Oh, there you are. Go ahead. Are you there? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
You gotta speak louder.
Sorry. So I wanted to just convey that the information presented from Shannon has been misleading and misrepresentative of the true costs. To say that a cost for a test is only $100 does not cover the actual cost of the test, the chain of custody letter and documentation that's required, and all the fees. It's when you tell a partial truth, it's telling a lie. I've seen the struggles both mentally and physically that this has imposed on my partner. And when I hear about how the board reacts and how her hearing went, and that it is very much a bullying environment in which you are told, not discussed with, there is no advocate that I've heard be representative for the nurses. There's no advocacy group, there's no advocacy component within the Board of Nursing. And when I see the reactions on people's faces in the meeting from the board directors, they're shocked and amazed at things that are going on with underneath their care. When I see Shannon cutting off the speaker from Maximus so as to maybe not say something that would be incriminating or imposing sanctions, it makes me question her relationship with Maximus. It also makes me question Maximus's policies and procedures within, the government organization and how they govern everything. They're setting people up to fail, and they're setting people up to remain incarcerated in their program. And it is an incarceration for 3 to 5 years. It's ridiculous. It's basically a money grab.
It's not recovery.
It's basically a money grab. And so when you have people on the Board of Nursing supporting that behavior, you have to wonder or understand where the money trail ends. And it's not ethical either. So, I mean, Shannon's not even a nurse. And so when you have someone who's not even a nurse regulating and condoning and disciplining other nurses, it just doesn't feel appropriate or that she's qualified for the position. And I don't even know how she would get such a position. So I would love to hear more from Maximus uninterrupted and untethered to Shannon and her oversight and management of what they do and what they say. And Maximus's approach to the bench when they came to testify was smug and dismissive. That sends a signal to everybody in the room that they really are protected and have nothing to worry about in this process. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comment. David would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hosting this meeting. And first, I'd just like to say I am grateful for the program of recovery. And I think without it, nurses would be left in dismay. There's been a few things that I would like to comment on. One is I was recently informed that the medical doctors are instituting their own recovery program, and when reviewing the uniform standards, they found them to be very punitive, and they rejected those uniform standards. Secondly, I would like to add that within the last 6 months or so, it seems that Shannon has been making changes in the participants' plan of care without any involvement of the committee. I just don't understand what is the purpose of having a committee if one individual can make these catastrophic changes for these participants, even though they've been, say, 100% compliant. I just don't understand that. I can't grasp the concept of why we have a committee if one person is making all these changes to the participants. There's another issue that's come out is when a participant forgets to check in 1 day out of 5 years or 3 years or whatever their program term is, they're immediately being taken out of work for 30 days. And that's just, they forgot to check in 1 day, or maybe they forgot to go test. They checked in, they forgot to go test that day because they were working a 12-hour shift. How can you take a participant out of work for 30 days? It's unconstitutional. No employer is going to keep that individual at the workplace. And it's already hard enough for participants to get the job. And if they go in there and they know now that if a participant forgets to check in 1 day and they're going to be out for 30 days, they're not going to get employed. Hands down, it's just not going to happen. I guess the last thing I would like to point out is I recently heard that a participant had tested a false positive for a below level of alcohol in their system, meaning maybe it was from hand sanitizer or whatever, but it was below the lab recommended checkoff point. And Shannon, from what I'm being told, went in there and told this participant, oh, they got to start their program another 2 years over. Even though it was below what the doctor of the lab had said, no, that's inconclusive. It's below this certain level. I mean, this needs to be re-examined.
Thank you for your comment. APRN would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
And thank you for taking the time to have this discussion. It is just so difficult. And thank you, board members. I did just want to mention, I heard that the board only makes revenue from applications and renewals. And does that include in the disciplinary process when people are fined $20,000? Where does that go?
That covers the costs of, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. Okay, yeah, I was just wondering, so the board doesn't make any money from that?
No.
Okay. And I also wanted to mention that, yes, data, I think that is important in evidence-based practice. And it is just shocking that in these nursing meetings, it feels like this is a giant cover-up. A giant cover-up. And this is a government agency. In terms of the data that I do have, as an advanced practice nurse, on March 26th, when we went over the, at the NPAC meeting, we went over the nurse practitioner discipline statistics. And in the last, from 2018 to 2024, as of 3/18, there was one reinstatement of a nurse practitioner in 5 years. One. And in terms of surrender, voluntary surrender during probation and revocation, there were 151 out of 341 of those, and 1 out of 341 was reinstated. There's something going on with when people decide what program they're going to be in, when they're offered the intervention program. Shannon Johnson has said, you can't call someone a substance abusing RN. They have to agree to it. That's why you're offering us the opportunity to say that we're a substance abusing RN and then get in the program. Because if you don't say you're a substance abusing RN, you end up going to probation. And even if you finish it, the accusation is still on your license forever. Do you know what that does to your career and your life? There needs to be more education up front. People are in the program for 5 years, and we're having these discussions, and you're changing it all. I'm sorry, it's just, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Elle would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Elle, you have to minimize all the windows on your computer and look for the one that says unmute me. I'll come back to you. Participant K would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, let me start off by saying that the diversion program saved my life. I have trusted that by entering this program and staying compliant, I will retain my nursing license. I will have been clean and sober for 4 years next month. In August, I will have been in this program for 4 years. I was scheduled to complete the Maximus Diversion Program on February 9, 2024. In December 2023, less than 2 months before I was scheduled to complete the program, I was told that my meeting was canceled because the BRN are adding new requirements. My case manager told me that before I could even meet up with the committee again, I would have to find a job where I would have to work with narcotics at least 6 months. It has been a year and a half. Since I've seen a committee. I have worked as a nurse under this program for almost 3 years now. I received 2 Employee of the Quarter awards, and my supervisor is wanting to promote me and is unable to do so because I need to have multi-state licenses. I had been in transition since February 2023 and was just waiting to complete in February 2024. I had just witnessed a fellow coworker complete the diversion program, a couple months before I was scheduled to complete. They were never required to work in direct patient care or with narcotics. I actually know many former participants that never had these requirements and completed the program. If I knew about these requirements, I would have changed the way I navigated this program for the past few years. I do not want to leave my job, but those requirements will force me to do so. For my recovery, I can't overwhelm myself. About a month after I learned that I had to work with narcotics for 6 months, I was told that in addition, the BRN is requiring me to work 3 months in direct patient care without passing narcotics. Total of 9 months. If I got jobs back to back, out of the job I have right now, I am working as a registered nurse. Without passing narcotics, I was already granted access to years ago, and now they're saying it doesn't count. I have no desire to pass narcotics again. I don't know what to do anymore. Under my Maximus profile, my contract has not been updated since the committee met with me in February 2023. It has been a year and a half since my last committee meeting, and I still don't have another meeting scheduled, even though I ask every month to be placed on the docket. Please help me.
Thank you for your comment. KM would like to make a comment? 1 second, please. Um, let's try this one. Pam, you're on here twice. If you're on your computer, you need to minimize the windows and find the one that says unmute me. I'm going to try your phone. Let's try your phone. Your phone is *6.
I am a participant. I started in this program, in the diversion program, in October of 2020. My story very much resembles the lady that just spoke before me. I was encouraged by my committee to not do patient care, not because I diverted drugs, but because of my mental health and the stress that I was under in my personal life. In the end of December, first part of January, I was informed that I would have to get a job passing narcotics when I had been at my job for over 2.5 years. And then I was told that I would have to have this clinical assessment done and pay the $225 after I had already been in this program for 3.5 years, that I just did, so I could have my next IEC meeting next month. This is a travesty. All of our lives are being held hostage by Maximus. And I'm afraid that they've pulled the wool over your eyes. I was a self-referral. There's no complaint on me, anything like that. What Ms. Johnson said is, I take high offense to it. I never diverted drugs. I never had a problem at work. This was all my self-referral for mental health. I implore you to please listen to the stories that you've heard and take action against them and make them grant us the full completion of this program. I've been in transition since March of 2023. I have done everything that I have been asked to do, told to do, and everything that's in my contract, I have completed. I want to be done. Please listen and please do something. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Participant would like to make a comment. I have 2 of them here, so let's see who. Participant, if you're on a computer, you need to minimize your windows and find the small window that says unmute me. Oh, there you go.
Hi, I am a participant at Maximus. I have been in the program since March of 2020. I had a contract that said if I do everything for 1 year, that I would be granted a release. Literally about a week to a week and a half before May 2nd of this year, I was told that I would not be meeting with DEC, although I requested it several times and wanted to know why. After giving, I have been given the reasons which don't make sense, but I have to tell this committee that I was not given another contract, although I was extended 3 more months. Everything is verbal. Nothing is in writing. What am I working forward to? What am I working for? everything's unclear. Our nurse support group facilitators say that they don't know anymore what information to give us. Nobody knows. I had absolutely no non-compliances. I will be 4 years clean and sober in August. I continue to submit my AA attendance cards that showed how many meetings I'm attended in person. I also kept attending the nurse support group for the whole year, even though I wasn't asked to. And I volunteered myself to pay for this psychological evaluation that I was told that I might need. I mean, in addition to being zero non-compliances, I submitted also performance reviews from my employer, which stated that I exceed expectations in my work. I was also nominated by a patient for the Daisy Award. With all of this, they won't change the rules. I want to be reevaluated by the DEC committee that was supposed to happen May 2nd of this year, because now anything will change. I have actual health problems. I was hospitalized, and I'm afraid to continue treatment because of all the documentation that they're having me do. So I was supposed to be done. I feel like a prisoner in this program. There's nothing beautiful about this program. Yes, it got me to sobriety, but it feels like a prison. If I've done everything, let me go. Listen to these people. We're not just complaining over just a program. There's so many injustices. They're so unclear. We don't know what we're working toward for anymore. I don't know anything. Please listen to us. Some of us have real health conditions.
Thank you for your comment. Anthony would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Yes, a little bit louder, sir.
Okay, can you hear me now?
There you go. There you go.
Okay, first I would like to say thank you to Ms. Cormick and Ms. Gronowik, if I'm saying it correctly. I'm in agreement with all the other participants. I feel like we've been bamboozled into joining this program with the hopes of getting out. And it appears that no one has been getting out since 2023, when we've all been told if we do all these requirements, we can get out. But now we're hearing about this psychological evaluation or this clinical evaluation where everyone has to pay $225 to $300, where this person is making a whole lot of money for keeping us in the program. That seems like a financial issue that might need to be investigated. Also, when they're making this final report or this report, what are they evaluating? Because you're only talking to them for 15, 30, maybe 40 minutes at max. Are they looking at any prior reports? Are they looking at the last DEC meetings? Are they looking at any letters? Are they looking at anything, or is it just their assessment and saying, well, I don't believe that this person is saying that no one, absolutely no one is safe to go back to work. You hear all these people and no one is safe to go back to work? Something needs to be investigated. We need to follow the money because there's a huge, huge issue. So I challenge you guys, if the board can, let's look at this clinical evaluations to see what evidence are they looking at. And if there is a 90% success rate, that's very high. I'll take a 90% success rate any day, but I don't believe this because, again, I feel like we've all been bamboozled. Maximus might need to be investigated with their practices because no one can give us a straight answer. Let us out. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Mary Hagerty would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Real quick. Sorry, just apologize for the interruption. Two things. One, I'm told that the website is back up. So if anyone, if any members of the public know of anybody who had difficulty getting back into the meeting, they should be able to access the agenda at that time. And that was DCA wide, by the way, not just the BRN. Secondly, just wanted to check in with moderator again. Where are we at with the comments?
4.
4 left?
4 left.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
With that,
Mary-
yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Mary Haggerty would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. *6 on your phone. Thank you, Mary. Mary, go ahead.
Board of Nursing for 27 years. And what I want to say, the overall picture that has not really been delved into today by the Board of Nursing is that in 2022, Shannon Johnson, an enforcement and probation expert, was placed in charge of the diversion or intervention program. Since she has been appointed, she has arbitrarily made decisions without any conferencing with the clinical experts of the program. And not only must they now have another clinical evaluation, but the intervention program, she has canceled the transition phase of the program. She has, participants can no longer be seen by their committees on a regular basis. Many nurse participants have not been seen by their IEC committees for over a year. She has mandated single-handedly that nurses who miss one call-in can no longer, will have to be taken off work for 30 days. None of these implementations that she has mandated single-handedly went through the board process, none of them. And so I would like the board to look at that. I am proud of all the nurses, the over 500,000 nurses that the Board of California represent. I have terrible COVID, but I absolutely had to speak today on behalf of the nurses that have not been heard. Please consider what I am having to say and what the other people that have the courage to speak are saying. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Florence would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Maximus has run a successful programs for decades, and it wasn't until the BRN promoted staff from the enforcement division to lead what is supposed to be an evidence-based program, not discipline, that these concerns arose. The current BRN leadership is turning intervention into a branch of enforcement and probation and adopting the same rules for both. Maximus is the vendor, and Maximus follows the directions of the BRM and the intervention committee. The board should consider questioning the previous BRN appointed program directors to understand that this crisis is clearly a result of the interpretation of the uniform standards by Ms. Johnson and Ms. Pabla, both of whom come from the enforcement division. I hope the BRN gets input from all parties, nurses in recoveries past and present, BRN and Maximus staff, both past and present, as well as nurse support group leaders. All have valuable input as to when, how, and why this drift occurred. Clearly, there has been a major alteration in the interpretation of programming with an enforcement lens as opposed to a treatment lens. The way the intervention program used to be run by Maximus and previous BRM staff worked, and it resulted in many success stories. Lives were saved, careers were saved, and the public was protected. Additionally, as mentioned previously by another caller, the California Medical Board reviewed the uniform standards just last month and rejected them in favor of pursuing new legislation. The BRN needs to monitor the direction their staffs are giving to the contractor to truly understand where the issues are coming from.
Thank you for your comment. Millie would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
The core of the IP used to be can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. The core of the IP used to be the IEC, clinical case managers, and nurse support groups. Since Shannon became chief, the clinical component of the program has been replaced with complying with the uniform standards. The IEC's role has been greatly diminished, and the CCMs have become overeducated note takers. Shannon comes from discipline and probation. It's obvious her understanding of the recovery is limited at best. How can you oversee a program you don't believe in? Requiring nurses to work in patient care with access does not guarantee a relapse will not occur. I implore the board to reject this item.
Thank you for your comment.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I hope the RN board's IP does not end up in the same toilet as the medical board's recovery program, which is now non-existent. One of the main reasons the doctor's program no longer existed was because the board tried to run it using board staff instead of contracting out to an agency that has the background and expertise. You can't run a recovery program without the clinical understanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Alec would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Thank you. I'm not a nurse, but I want to speak again on their behalf as a concerned citizen. I hope the board recognizes that the steep financial impositions of the program, in addition to its seemingly at times arbitrary nature and lack of transparency, are in no uncertain terms, as many have noted, unnecessarily punitive and, dare I say, immoral. The program appears in some ways to be a state-sponsored financial racket that psychologically torments participants more than it helps them. This neither serves the public interest nor assists nurses in their recovery and rehabilitation, which is ostensibly the ultimate goal. Instead, the program as currently designed is traumatizing the participants and bringing about financial hardship and mental anguish to the detriment of their lives, their careers, and ultimately their recovery. I hope the testimony of nurses today leads to much needed reform. Needless to say, any state-sponsored program that has the potential to make participants suicidal is inherently unjust and in dire need of reform. There is absolutely no excuse for inaction in maintaining the status quo. I implore you all to make this right. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Terry would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Terry, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I've been listening to this meeting. I listened to the last one. I just wanted to tell you I was a case manager for Maximus for almost 15 years. I resigned last year in May. One of the reasons, it was not the main reason that I resigned from my job, is because it totally changed. I have to agree with a lot of what the participants are saying. There was a lot of inconsistencies from the board. One day, one thing was okay, the next day it wasn't, and I just refused to call participants. I felt it was very unethical and very unfair to the participants. I think what the gentleman said back, about 10 people back, there's been, the interpretation of the guidelines have changed. The guidelines haven't changed. In the 14 years that I worked there, the committee made all the decisions. This was a committee of educated nurses, psychologists, a doctor, a public member who looked at the case. They looked at the case individually. You know, decisions were made upon if the person was compliant, if they were doing well in their recovery. We had treatment provider reports, nurse support group reports, recovery reports to go by all how they were doing. And then all of a sudden, when Shannon became involved, it was all about, you know, no, the committee's not going to make these decisions anymore. It's all going to be up to the BRN. So then the committee could just make a recommendation, and then the BRN made the final decision. Tell me where on earth a non-clinical person should be making decisions about RNs or any healthcare providers' careers. I just don't get it. And, you know, I just like to put that out there because I think it needs to be put out there. And that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Palumi Alokutan would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Palumi, on your phone, it's *6. Kevin would like to make a, I'm sorry, Kevin would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
I am a grateful recovering alcoholic and also a nurse, and I want to thank the board for having this forum, and in particularly thank you to those that seem to be listening with the intent to understand and not just defend. And then to the rest of the 100 or so nurses that are on here, I just want to thank you for being courageous and tell you that there is a place for you in a place where we have an opioid epidemic. You have a place to, in nursing and in recovery, to do a lot of good. And look to your other fellow nurses because they have your back and support. And then finally, please reach out to your local elected representatives because they want to hear from you. That's
Thank you for your comment.
Moderator, that Palumi was showing on the screen there. Were they unable to respond?
No, they weren't. What it is if people type a comment inside the chat, I give them the opportunity to speak. So I give them, you know, if they put a comment in there that they just make a verbal comment in there, and I give them the opportunity to speak, and I give them 4 or 5 chances to speak. And if they don't speak, then I just move on to the next person.
Okay, just making sure that that person was
Yes.
unable ultimately.
Yeah.
And how many do we have left?
This is last one. This is the last one. Eric would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm a retired 37-year law enforcement detective who specializes in fraud investigations. As an outsider looking in on how Maximus operates, I would have loved to investigate this organization. I say this after witnessing what appears to be a systemic problem where the almighty dollar seems to rule at the end of the day and not the well-being of the participants. If this business was designed to help guide the participant toward a healthy reintegration back into the workforce, they have failed tremendously. I've seen the rules applied differently depending on one's ethnicity. And I've also seen the rules change just as one is getting ready to complete their obligation with the program. All pre-scheduled board meetings with the participant should be mandatory by both the participant and the board members. This is no right There is no rightful justification for extending one's time in the program because Maximus can't make it to the meeting. There needs to be more consistency with the assigned case managers. How is a participant to have a path for success if they continuously deal with a different person that does not know their case history? This is like a police officer having a different training officer every day. Last, Maximus claims that drug tests are random, but in fact, that is not the case. I was present when Maximus employee accidentally told a participant they were going to be scheduled for a test the following day. And last, my wife has already spent $40,000 on this program. Thank you for letting me participate.
Thank you for your comment. Janet would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Oh, Janet does not have the ability to speak. Janet, I see you here, but I don't have a microphone or anything. I'm going to move to Susan. Janet, if you can.
Able to type into the comment, she's able to type in to ask for a request. Can she type in her comment?
Okay, Janet, if you can type it in, we will read your comment. But yes, as of right now, you have no ability to speak or speak.
That's because nothing's showing up. Is that correct?
Yes. Sure, her name's there, but she's got no headset or no phone, so, and no microphone.
Got it. Thank you.
Susan would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
I want to say thank you to board members Allison Cormick and Vicki Granowitz for your acknowledgement of the situation, your concern and empathy that you are listening to us. Again, I've been a participant for 3 years. We have fear and anxiety in this program. I have fellow participants that are too scared to come on, and I try to speak for them. But in my case, if I heard right, Shannon Johnson said there is a 10% recidivism. One of the reasons I enrolled in the program 3 years ago is because Barbara Lira told me the success rate of the program is 98%. 98% success. And my sponsor went through this program. She's got 7 years sobriety, close to 8. And she gave me the expectations of what was expected of me, and that I was capable of doing this program. I've been in long-term sobriety before. And so anyways, I was reading my contract. My agreement reads, I understand as a participant in the program, if I am non-compliant, I may be terminated from the program. That is one sentence that's out of the, as I said, 7 to 8 page contract. And it's pretty scary. If we are human, people make mistakes. And a part of my day, part of my life is that I check in at 5 in the morning because I work at 7. Or my meeting is at AA meetings at 7. I check to see if I need to be tested. If I do, I have to go early so that I don't get a dilute. I drive opposite direction of where I work. It's at least 30 minutes away. I deal with traffic, and then again, if you miss a check-in 30 days, you can't work for 30 days, and it's extreme consequence. My husband is at risk for getting laid off, and I have fear of losing medical insurance, and I will be the only person working in the family. I have a fear of traveling. I think I've traveled once in 3 years because of the fear of trying to find a place to test, forgetting my lab slip. My life has been put on hold for a minimum of 5 years. I miss out on going overseas. I have family in India. I cannot go there. I would like to challenge anyone from Maximus to do what we have to do. Testing alone is extremely difficult. I can't, okay. I'd like to say to other participants that there were glitches in the FSS, and that if you take a screenshot of your check-in, that really reduces my anxiety to see if, it's 8 p.m. Did I forget to check in? I take a snapshot. I keep lab slips in my car. I keep lab slips in my backpack. I keep them in my luggage. I just feel like I'm losing hope in this program, and I really would like to encourage that you are listening to us. It's one day at a time. I understand. I don't know.
Thank you for your comment. Board President Trujillo, or I'm sorry, Committee Chair Nguyen. There are no other public requests for comment in the WebEx. Do we have any public requests for comments there in person in the hearing room?
Next, okay. Yeah, no, we don't. We're ready to go ahead and close the public comment window. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to open this up for board comment, but before I do so, I just want to say, we've heard you. We're listening. This is the third meeting that we've had where we're allowing public comment. There's a lot of note-taking going on here, so we're all committed to making improvements to this program. And I'm asking both our staff and Maximus staff, you've all listened to this. Let's try to improve this program. I think there's some small concrete steps that we can do, and then there's some longer term, improvements that we could make. But I'm glad that we've done this, even though it's not easy. It's heartbreaking. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. Are there comments from board members at this time? Okay, so I don't think that this is an item that we need a motion on. I would just like to encourage staff to just keep working at this. And of course, we'll be discussing it at committee meeting when this board meeting is over, and then we'll be discussing it next committee meeting also. Oh, go ahead, Board Member Cormack.
Thank you, Chair Nguyen. I just, with respect to the reassessments, when we were speaking earlier, which feels like yesterday, but I think was this morning, I think I certainly brought up the opportunity for us to make a motion to direct staff to direct Maximus that if someone joins the program tomorrow, right, starting tomorrow, there will be a line that says something to the effect of, if at some point you are assessed as unsafe to work, or it sounds like there's a modification of that, or safe to work only with restrictions, you may or shall, or whatever it is, be required to undergo a reassessment at your own cost. Like all of that needs to be in there to address this one thing. So I guess I'll look to you and the staff, like, is this something we need to vote on and have as a specific motion?
Or is this something that might be addressed through the RFP?
No, I don't want to wait for the RFP.
Okay.
Sorry,
I think this is something that we could actually move forward on now. It's not, yeah,
And do you require direction from us to do so?
no.
No, we can make changes immediately in the recovery agreements. We can take that back and have that done by Monday.
Okay, sounds like on the longer term, there's a whole new question about who actually does the reassessments and what information they have available. So that was a new concern that I heard in this most recent public comment. But I guess, I don't know that we can address that directly today. Okay, thank you to staff and Maximus for taking that on. And, it's my expectation that will be fixed immediately.
And maybe just to dovetail on that, one other thing that I heard pretty consistently throughout is how difficult it is to get drug tested on weekends and evenings in rural areas. If you get asked to check in and you live in a place where there isn't a testing site and you're working that day, I mean, it feels like we're setting people up. So I don't know if there's an easy fix to that, or if they're, go ahead, Ms. Matthews.
It is difficult, especially in the rural areas. But we've had, even in San Francisco, we've had problems on the weekends finding collection sites. I don't know why San Francisco has been so difficult, but it has been. So we've started more recently making available oral fluid testing. So we'll send we'll allow the participants to purchase, and I mean, they have to purchase them, but I think it's $35 for 5 kits. It's not that expensive, but purchasing oral fluid kits and have them available so that if they're selected to test on a weekend, we can help them to arrange that through the vendor. And if they're testing on the weekend and they can't find a site, they then contact the vendor and they'll do a video collection. So they're on the camera the whole time. They do an oral swab, put it in the collection kit on camera, and it gets sent off. And so it's very close to the same test panel that we use for the urine test. It's not exactly the same, but it's close. And so that allows us to have a substitute when they can't go out.
Thank
for a
you.
urine
I'd like to encourage that to be more available.
We
Yeah.
have now made that available for anybody in remote locations that can't get to testing.
Thank you very much. Great. Any other comments? Okay, we're going to go ahead and close this item then. Thank you. So, should we take a 10-minute, 15-minute break right now? 10-minute break right now. So we will start back up at 2:35 and we will begin immediately with agenda item 4.3. Thank you. Thank you very much. The hour of 2:35 has arrived. We're going to go ahead and start with item 4.3, discussion and possible action regarding working as a registered nurse in a position requiring patient care with or without narcotic access prior to successful completion of an intervention program. Do I need to read the rest?
No.
No. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to Shannon. Thank you very much.
Again, Shannon.
I'm sorry, we need to do roll call again. I'm very sorry. Board Member Nguyen is here, Board Member Cormack,
Cormac present.
Board Member Dominguez,
Dominguez here.
President Trujillo,
Trio here.
Board Member Patel,
Patel present.
Board Member Lawler,
Lawler here.
Board Member Granowitz.
Granowitz here.
You have a quorum. Thank you. Go ahead, Shannon.
Okay. So from the last board meeting, I was asked to compile as many stats as I could, certain areas. So the next slides that I'm going to go over are a bunch of statistical information. If there's something I missed that you wanted to see, I can put that together for the next meeting and bring that forward for your review as well. But we'll go ahead and start with the overall statistics. So currently there's 226 participants in the program. That breaks out to 82 in their first year, 71 in their second year, 73 over 3 years. And I believe this overall statistic was pulled prior to the other report. So that 3+ years is slightly under because we've had some completions. And we had at the time 15 that were pending eligibility, meaning their very first time before the IEC to be formally accepted into the program. The next slide, as I said, it went down slightly. We had some successful completions. So currently have 69 participants in the program that, based on the date of intake, are at 3 or more years into the program and possibly eligible for completion. However, when we were looking at all of the different cases, 20 have had a relapse. So that extended their time into the program because based on uniform standards, you have to have 3 to 5 years continuous sobriety. 16 of them have been deemed safe as of the recent assessments that have taken place in 2024. Before the new assessment, they were all still not safe to practice, as mentioned earlier. 2 of them, after this most recent assessment, have been found not safe to practice. 52 cases were granted transition in 2022 and 2023. This was mentioned at the last meeting as well, and also earlier today, but it was a point of concern and confusion about transition. Transition was created years ago. It was a term that identifies a specific period of time, which was normally at the second year after they've completed 2 years into the program, 2 to 3 years. They would petition for this transition phase. So if a participant was granted this status, it removed most of the requirements in the program as far as employment, having to turn in your cards for your community-based program, having to attend nurse support group, etc. And so after 1 year at this status, they would then be completed successfully. And so transition was kind of a one applies to all. So it didn't matter where you were in the program or what your violations were, anything. If you were at 2 years and you petitioned, you would be granted, for the most part, this transition phase. And then if you had 1 year at this phase, you were automatically completed. Let's see here, lost my place, sorry. So of these 52, only one was deemed safe to practice prior to being granted this status. Until recently, the IEC's recommendations on the treatment plan, transition, and completion were not being reviewed by the board or approved by the board. It was being made final right there at the meeting. They would have the discussion, put the person out into the lobby, bring them back, and then give their decision at that point. In Business and Professions Code, it specifically states that all recommendations are made by the board's program manager, or approved by the program manager. So that's why it was mentioned earlier, they used to get their answer right then and there. And now they have to, excuse them for the day, deliberate, come to an agreement on what they want that care plan to be. And then we review it for accuracy based on the rationale and discussion for the IECs. And then we send it over to Maximus. And that's now, so now all the recommendations are being reviewed by the board to ensure that all of the laws are being followed, ensuring that nurses have been deemed safe to practice before allowing them to practice in a capacity, such as patient care or patient care with access. So we're ensuring that the IECs are touching on every aspect of individual's care plan and not just a specific portion of it. So that's what we've been doing with those. The next slide, get to that. The next slide is, these are participants that we are showing based on the reports that did not have an IEC in 2024 yet. So when we pulled them up, there was 21 individuals. 14 of them, the IEC's recommendation at their previous meeting was that they not be seen for another 12 months. 4 of them were not safe and have reassessments scheduled in this month, actually June. All four removed from IEC until they could be reassessed. 3 of them had reassessments that have been conducted, and they are scheduled for upcoming IECs over the next couple months. And one thing I want to touch on too with the IECs, we have actually added a couple days to the upcoming IEC meeting. So they're 2 days instead of 1 to try and accommodate all of these reassessments that we've had so they can go before their IEC to be reviewed. The next slide is the IEC employment. So of those 21 that weren't seen in 2024, 14 are currently working in patient care with access to narcotics. 4 are working in patient care without narcotic access. 2 are working in non-patient care, and 1 is not working in any nursing capacity at the moment. There was a question by the board on how many nurses that haven't been seen it would have affected this requirement. And so this is what that slide, so that makes 8 nurses that may be affected by a requirement to work with access when they go before their IEC over the next couple months. But all 21 nurses who have not been seen at the IEC were reviewed for conduct leading to their entrance into the program. None of these were a single DUI that we looked at. It was all of them were something in conjunction. And again, when I say that, I'm only saying it based on the individuals that didn't have an IEC, not the overall current population. So none of these nurses were just a single DUI. In fact, the majority of them were multiple diverting cases from their employer. If they were a DUI, it was a DUI in conjunction with also a possible diverting case. The next slide is the recidivism slide. And so there are 248 overall cases where they've come back to the program at least a second time. So of the 248, there are 24 that are currently in the program right now that have returned after a successful completion. 21 of them are in their second, and then 3 of them, let's see, and then 3 of them are in their third time in the program. So that's about 10% of our population, currently 24, that have come back at least additional time in the program.
Take just a second really quick before you go on, Shannon, just because I'm
Yes, ma'am.
starting to get some feedback. In some of the slides Shannon mentioned were not safe to work. I need to take a minute to explain that. What that means is the initial review that was done by a healthcare provider said that they were not safe to work. What that additionally means is that even though potentially IEC said they were safe to treat or safe to go back to work, and they may have been actually safe to go back to work, the last medical documentation that we had on file said they were not safe. And that is why that reassessment needed to be done to clear that medical documentation saying that they were not safe to work. So
Right.
it's not referencing their current ability per se. It could, but it may not be 100% referencing that. What that statistic is referencing is there was a document that was last received by a healthcare provider that said that they were deemed not safe to practice.
And in Business and Professions Code, it lays out the roles and responsibilities of the IEC, and it's not to do a clinical evaluation. It's to evaluate the documents from that identified third-party clinician that does the clinical diagnostic evaluations. And so they use all those as their tools to try and determine what the care plan should be by that recommendation of the initial diagnostic evaluation based on uniform standards of what that diagnostic should have in it. This next side is the relapses. So it represents all the relapses. And I just want to say that not all positives are considered relapse. Therefore, there have been many more participants that have had a positive drug screening. They are not counted in this number because they could possibly be prescription positives and results that couldn't be determined a relapse. So there are currently 31 participants that had at least one relapse. 19 of the 50 had 2 or more relapses. The next slide, I pulled 4 years of data up until this current year, but because this year's not completed yet, I didn't want to provide an uncompleted year. So I took the last 3 full calendar years to provide you with the cost of testing. So you could see, so what I did is I took the individual that had the lowest cost and the individual that had the highest cost for that year, and then gave you the average. So based on Uniform Standard 4 on the testing requirement, most of our nurses don't go to that 104. I mean, if they did, it would be over $10,000 a year at $100 average per test. And again, not every test is $100. That's on average. Your hair nail test is going to be a little bit more. Some of the collection sites, their collection fees differ. So I'm just trying to give you an average. So last year, the highest cost for an entire year by a participant was $4,476 for testing. And the participant that paid the lowest was $1,620. And then you can see the previous years prior to that as well. And this comes from all of the data that was received directly from Vault, the testing company that does all the testing. And those are all the slides I have. Again, I just pulled the data that there was kind of questions on last time. So if it brings up any ideas of statistical data that you would like to see, just let me know and I can bring it to the next board meeting. If you want me to look at a different type of population, if any specifics you want me to hone in on.
Thank you very much, Shannon. I'm open to questions or comments from board members. Go ahead. Board Member Lawler, we'll work around. Thank you.
2 questions about testing. You showed us a great slide with the average cost for testing. Based on the amount of money some of these participants say they're out of pocket, are there not other costs besides testing included in this program?
There are, and that's in the presentation that I was going to do at committee this afternoon. However, I don't think we're going to have time. But there are other costs. There's the cost for the mental health exam, the physical exam, and the comparison is for both probation and intervention. So you could kind of see both sides and where the costs lie. They have costs for their nurse support group. They have costs for their therapy, their treatment. And so depending on whether they have, I was going to do a slide with numbers as far as costing for all of that, but depending on whether they have insurance or they don't, depending on what type of treatment they start with. So for instance, if they start with residential treatment, that's going to obviously be higher versus starting with a intensive outpatient program and then aftercare. So all of those costs are very different depending. So because there was so many different variables, I didn't include it in here. It would just be a lot.
You
But
also-
I can do more research if you'd like.
Right. You also said the testing company's name is BART. Vault?
Sorry, Vault.
Vault.
It used to be First Source. It used to be First Lab. It's Vault, and then Vault was purchased by another company. So that's the testing vendor, third party that we use.
They were recently purchased by Sterling.
Sterling.
And then they were again recently purchased by First Advantage.
Is one of the issues then that some of the participants have in finding a testing center or a time that they're available to test, the fact that this is the only company we're using?
We have under contract, so they're contracted. So we use them for probation. We use them for our field investigators for random testing, and then Maximus contracts with them for all of the intervention.
Can we contract with other companies as well?
We
to
could go out for bid if we
expand
needed to. Mhm.
Locations and times? Okay.
Yes.
They're a third-party administrator under our subcontractor so that we have some control over what they're charging and how they manage it. And so that we also get the results back in a controlled way and that they're doing the test panel that we ask them to do. So that we have some manner of control over how they do the testing and what's being tested and where it's being done, what labs they're using, how.
No, I understand that. I just also know there are other testing companies in the state that they all do they all do the same thing.
Yeah.
So,
And we previously, years ago, 15 years ago, 16 years ago, we did have a different testing company and then moved over to Vault. And I believe some of the other boards do use a different testing company. So it's a possibility.
I just wanted to just see clarification. So did I hear that is Vault under subcontract with Maximus or directly in contract with BRN or both?
Both.
So direct contract for the probation side,
Yes.
but for the intervention side, they're under subcontract.
Yes.
The question for Maximus, when Vault collects the testing fee or whatever fee that they collect, does that get remitted in full or in part to Maximus?
Nothing. No, there's no exchange of money at all between Maximus and Vault.
Go ahead, Board Member Patel. Oh, sorry. Do you have anything? Yeah, go ahead. Board Member Cormack.
Thank you, Chair Wynn, and thank you, Ms. Johnson, for pulling together. This is a good start. I'll just make a general comment. I just actually got out my phone to take photos of those because these slides are not posted on the BRN website. Correct?
Correct.
So that's something I think for us to discuss with staff. It's quite difficult to catch things as they go by, and someone later who wanted to review the materials would have to watch the entire thing. So other places I've served do post the slides, whether in advance or concurrently, so people can see that. So that's just a process question. We had a few people mention transition earlier in public comment on the prior one, and you mentioned it in the past tense. So is transition no longer a stage in this program?
Well, you can call it transition, but it's what we were trying to get rid of or away from is the underground regulation. A one applies to all kind of method because it's a single person. It should be based on the single person and not.
I'm not sure if
day
your
of-
microphone is on or
Sorry, it
perhaps it's
is.
hard to hear.
I'll use this one too. Sorry. So instead of it being a point in time, it's based on them and where they are in their program. And previously it was you
I
hit
see. It
2
was an
years.
automatic at 2 years.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Okay, but transition still exists.
Well, it's not being called transition. We're just having the IEC is looking at them as an individual at the IEC meeting and not saying you're in transition and now you be in transition for 1 year and then you're automatically completed.
Okay, is there still the sort of step down where some of the restrictions are lifted? And that is standard for everyone in the process?
Correct.
Okay. I'm glad to hear that the IEC meetings are now, you're going to add in a day. I was just doing a little math on who needs to catch up here. That sounds helpful. You know, do you expect that that will catch us up on the reassessments and the people who seem to be in some form of limbo?
Yeah, and with the other presentation, and I'll just mention it now, there's also been a couple other things identified, like redistribution of cases per IEC. For instance, we have one IEC has 42 cases and another one has 18. So I think a little bit of redistribution as well is going to help that. The double days on the upcoming meetings over the next couple months. And a lot of these really are just based on those reassessments. So I really think that the backlog and them being seen by their IEC is going to all be taken care of over the next 2 months.
2 months, okay. And I'll just say out loud, since we seem to have had some communication issues with this program, that I hope and expect that if someone is transitioned from a 42 IEC to the 18 IEC, that that's done in a thoughtful manner with, you know, handoffs, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, great, because that can imagine that would be concerning for people who've worked through with their people they're used to working with, who know them, and then to be sent to,
Right.
you know, people who aren't used to
And
them.
I'll just mention, one of the other backlogs that was created is because there used to be a position called an evaluation consultant. That evaluation consultant was one single person from the committee that would be called to make decisions on their own on every case. It would be similar to one of you board members reviewing disciplinary cases and you being the sole person making a decision. Those decisions weren't being made by the IEC in total, coming together to vote on. And so we asked that that position be eliminated because that's also outside of law to have that position be making those decisions. So because we had to get rid of that, a lot of decisions had to go to the IEC more. So you had more people needing to go before an IEC as opposed to just having that decision made quickly over the phone by a single person. And so that created a little bit of a backlog as well. But that was eliminated a year ago, maybe a year. Yeah, about a year ago.
Okay. I do have some questions related to Maximus and the clinical care managers, but I'm cognizant of the fact we're supposed to be discussing the, you know, requiring patient care and narcotic access, which were not directly addressed in the slides. So is this the,
I'm hoping, yes, I'm
We're
hoping
gonna-
we're going to segue right into that, and you may start with your comments if you'd like.
okay.
And I'll follow up. with
Okay.
you. Yeah.
Fantastic. So probably for committee, I'm not actually sure where this would be. I don't think it's here. Understanding the turnover rates for the clinical case managers and their tenure, I think would be helpful. I would also like, you know, perhaps even now, if a participant is unable to reach their clinical care manager for an extended period of time, what is the process? Is there an on-call person? Is there, okay, maybe we could just get that on the public record, Ms. Matthews.
I don't, off the top of my head, know the turnover rate, but we are currently filling a vacancy, actually. One of our part-time case managers is leaving at the end of next week, and we have already hired a replacement, and she'll be starting in the middle of July because it takes time to onboard. But so we have hired a replacement, and that replacement will be a full-time position rather than a part-time. So by doing that, we had a part-time case manager and filling with additional like per diem positions, part-time people that were, and I think that the person that spoke said that someone that wasn't her case manager responded. I think that that was probably what happened, was that one of our part-time sort of pinch hitter case managers probably was the person that called her back. So this will streamline that a little bit, I think, by filling it with another full-time person. But like any position, people come and go, so.
Right, but there must be, are participants given a phone number or email address for someone that they can
Yes,
contact
yes,
if their case manager is not
absolutely.
returning their calls?
Yes, we
And-
have, we
Okay.
have, the way that the assignment works is that there are two people assigned to every caseload, the case manager and the compliance monitor, and they work as a team on the assignment. And so if the case manager, well, either the case manager or the compliance monitor might be able to answer the question. And so they work together to do that. And also then we have some part-time folks that help to fill in, make sure that we're getting our phone calls returned. And also we do have somebody on call 24/7 to handle emergencies or to handle after hours calls. So yes.
Okay. Now moving to requiring patient care and then the narcotic access. So similar question probably as to what we had before when we were talking about uniform standards. Was it a requirement, let's just say up through 2023, that someone completing the intervention program had to work in a position that had narcotic access before they could complete the program?
No.
Okay, so people were able to leave the program without being required?
Correct.
Okay. Were some people required to be in a position that had access to narcotics before they could end the program?
I believe so.
Okay, so it was done on an individual basis. It wasn't a blanket requirement.
No.
Is it currently a blanket requirement
No.
that, okay, yeah, let me finish the questions. Is it currently a blanket requirement that to exit the intervention program, you must work in a position that has access to narcotics and provide them to patients?
No.
So can you help us understand then the concerns, what seems like new information, new requirements?
You know, I'm not sure, because if they haven't gone before an IEC, this came up in the last meeting, if they haven't gone before their IEC, the IEC is the body that is making that determination on what is needed to complete. It's not myself or Jaspreet, the program manager. It's not Maximus. It's not the case manager. It's the IEC. So now, and I'll say what's different now is they are looking at every aspect of these cases instead of making decisions without all of the evidence in front of them. Evidence meaning all of the exams, all of the reports, all of the violation information. That wasn't being reviewed either as to why they were in the program or what brought them to the program initially. So there's a lot of missing puzzle pieces, I guess you could say. And now, you know, we're asking them to review all aspects of a participant individually and make that determination.
So let's just unpack this a bit, because, you know, this is a big topic and we've been hearing about it for months, and this is the first time we've had a chance to really ask questions about it. If someone is in the program because of narcotic use, is that the kind of person who would be asked to be in a job that has access to narcotics?
It's been typically individuals who have diverted or been impaired at work or something along those lines that the IEC has determined that they should probably be monitored for a while before they're released from the program. But I don't think that, I haven't seen single DUIs that have been requested by the IEC to work with narcotic access. In fact, they just completed someone recently that didn't have even direct patient care. It was non-direct patient care.
Okay, yeah, I'll
So-
come back to that one in a minute. So
I need to interrupt really quick
yes.
before the next question. Our hearing room screen is blank for all the WebEx participants, and we have 114 participants currently. And we have no video of the hearing room, but we do have audio, so we can hear, but we cannot see.
Okay, would the chair like to pause while they sort this out?
Let me refer to legal counsel and see whether we need to.
Bear with me. Okay, so technically, legally, I think the way I read Government Code 11123.2, that as long as the means of remote access is equivalent for our remote board members as the public, that you can continue, and that's met. As long as folks can at least still hear the audio on the
We can
WebEx.
hear the audio, we can see the videos of the individual participants, and we can see the PowerPoint screen in front. The only room we cannot see is the hearing room, so we're not able to see the board members or the presenters in person.
So Lori and Vicky, let me ask you, are you comfortable with us going ahead, even though you are kind of flying blind here?
Yeah, because I can't really see you really well anyway, so. But I can hear you really well.
Great, so we will go ahead and continue until this becomes a problem.
That's fine.
Okay.
If I may make one unrelated comment, just since we're at a point of interrupting. The slides that were up on the screen are going to be posted to the website. I believe it's going to be where the meeting agenda and the other materials are posted. So if folks listening, anyone wants to obtain a copy of the slides, take a look there, say within a day or so. I think they should be there, but they will get posted.
Additionally, before we move on, I have been contacted by IT that they will have to restart.
No, it's
in
back.
the
It's
room.
back up.
It's back?
It looks
Okay.
like we're back.
Okay,
Due
cool.
to our IT support here for jumping on that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, we were discussing,
Employment.
beg your pardon?
Employment?
Yeah, employment. Okay. All right. So I realize we're not supposed to compare. Well, I understand that the probation program and the intervention program serve different purposes. Nevertheless, we will be, probably not today, because I doubt we will get to our committee meeting today, but you will be presenting us with some information to compare and contrast. So in your experience, if someone has had a history of diversion and is in the probation program, do we expect them, is it part of that, do we expect them to go into work that includes access to narcotics before their probation ends?
Yes, possibly. So that's reviewed also on a case by case. And we take the recommendation of the mental health and physical exam because they do write in there their recommendations on employment, in what capacity and if restrictions should be made. And so we use that for probation. We also have an enforcement nurse that is on staff, and she reviews all cases as well and reviews employment and has conversations with the employer to ensure that we have them in the appropriate monitoring position prior to completing.
And we see in probation, we see people move from maximum to moderate to minimum supervision with that. Okay, well, I'm going to be interested to hear more from the public and my colleagues on this topic of whether it is, appropriate or indicated, and to the extent that it's being done, because we're hearing it's being done on a blanket basis and from the public or from people who are participating in the program. And now as to the patient care, we've had some people say they feel based on the stage they're at their recovery, that they like the case manager work that they're doing, that they don't want to go back to bedside, that they don't want to have access to narcotics, and they feel stuck. And, they're recognizing what they would like to do. If they were not in this program, there would be no requirement for them to do something they don't want to do before returning to what they have to do. So how can we think about solving this problem?
I'm not sure. And that's, I think, why the question of the recidivism came up, because we do have nurses that are in the program for the second or third time, and they were not required to work as a registered nurse or work in patient care. But when they successfully completed, that's the position that they went to, because that's kind of what they came from and that's what they know. And so they went back into that. In fact, we recently just had a case that was reviewed that successfully completed. And when the IEC asked, in what capacity were they working previously, because this person wanted to be completed without working in direct patient care or with access. And this individual stated that they were not required to work as a registered nurse in any capacity. But when asked, well, what did you go do when you left? And this individual stated that they went right back into the emergency room, ICU. And so the IEC looks at that and okay, we didn't monitor before, so should we be monitoring now in this capacity? And it's all case by case. If this board wants to vote or I don't want to say dictate, but decide, whether or not we remove certain restrictions or ask the IEC to not, put in place certain restrictions on licenses or requirements to complete successfully, that's up to this board to decide.
I guess
The-
the scenario you're painting is one that, we struggle with all the time whenever we're trying to make decisions, that apply to everyone. What the potential harm of letting one person, out who perhaps, should have had more restrictions versus the costs imposed on the other 9. I'm using these numbers hypothetically. I'm just making these numbers up. Okay. So, but this is a balance we have to strike all the time. How strict should the rules be to prevent one person from causing harm? And what is the impact that has on all of the other people who have to abide by rules? And I think this is one of those instances. This is how it feels to me based on my experience. This is one of those instances, balancing off the costs we are imposing on, or the requirements that are being imposed on this many people for this many people that there might be a problem. And I don't know that I have the answer to that today. It is a little bit hard to reconcile what we're hearing from the participants with the information you're providing, which is that it is not a blanket requirement. So I think that will be the task for us to figure out today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Board Member Cormack. You raised a number of issues that I had. The one thing I wanted to follow up with you on is the case management. So we've heard repeatedly throughout all the public comment that, how integral case managers are who work with Maxim, to get people through the program. And yet we hear that there's a high turnover, and a lot of people said, I call and call, I can't hear back. And that certainly doesn't go toward recovery. That leads to total frustration and unhappiness. So I'm just hoping you'll take that message back. Maybe it's more training, maybe it's more staff. I don't know what it is. It's your business, but I hope that you've taken that to heart, because certainly that is so important in a program like this.
Okay.
Thank you. So on the furnishing issue, there's so much finger pointing. The participants are being told that it's a board decision. Staff is saying the IEC is making some of these decisions. Maxim is in there somewhere. And so I just hope that as we, continue down this road of program improvement, that we try to get away from all the finger pointing and just kind of come up with a policy that works. And I do like the case by case very much. I think that's really where we ought to be. And certainly the participants feel, totally whipsawed by it. So that would be a priority for me, to try to figure out how to just do that well. And I know it's not easy. It's hard. It's going to be hard to come up with a policy. So I appreciate the case by case approach. And, to just follow up with you again, Board Member Cormack, that's the difference between probation and this diversion. In probation, it's totally transparent. Everything is public, everything gets published. We get to see everything. We get to see the step down probation. We get to see when someone has a relapse or has a problem and they get, it comes back to us and it's extended. But in this diversion program, which is confidential, which I appreciate, I mean, that's kind of what it is. That's the choice that people make. But it really makes it harder for us to kind of observe how these decisions get made, which also results in public frustration, because I heard that somebody else got something else, and I heard that this thing happened, and there's no way for us to verify. There's no way for you to verify. We're just going, we're all just doing our best. So that's just a comment, an observation. It's not a question. Before we go to public comment, I'll give board members one more try. Go ahead, Ms. Patel.
Thank you, Chair. If you please correct me if I am understanding this incorrectly. It seems to be a black and white approach that if there is a diversion, that the person has to go back into a job where they are supposed to give narcotics safely. So there's numerous studies that have been done to indicate that being placed in that environment really heightens a person's recidivism rate, right? Or just even tempts that person into going back to the problem that they had in the beginning. We're not going to solve this problem today, obviously, but if we can come up with some ideas, I have a potential suggestion to maybe consider a tiered program, something of the sort of, yes, this is what you know, this is what you did before, but before you get to that point of getting back into that job, let's try you out for a certain amount of time in this particular area without narcotics, and then move on after. And is that an option at this point?
That's what the IECs I've been seeing is they slowly want to transition them into back into the workforce. So, and based on, let me just back up a little bit. Based on uniform standards, the only criteria really is part-time, full-time. Because you have to meet certain criteria to become full-time employment. And so most of the time, the IEC will allow them to go back to work, non-direct patient care for at least 24 hours, or, the part-time hours up to 32 is what they look at. And then, have them come back in 6 months. And so that's what they've been doing. The participant can come back and then ask for, or the committee can say, I think now you're ready for direct patient care, but maybe no access. And then also look at if they are putting them back into patient care with narcotic access, do we want to increase testing for a little while just to ensure that we're covering our bases as far as random drug testing if they're going back into this environment? Do we want to increase supervision levels? And do we want to look at maybe getting more, worksite monitor reports to make sure they're doing well before they come back? And so those are the discussions that I've been privy to and the rationale behind kind of their thought process. But I think they really are trying to do that step down approach.
That's very reassuring, because based on the public comment, it seems as though they're just being mandated to do this one thing. Otherwise, they can't go back into the job. So there's some confusion. So I appreciate the clarification on that point.
And I think some may have been told that. I think there was some confusion early on, and they may have been told by their case manager that you have to go back, or you're going to have to go back into patient care, but they hadn't been seen by their IEC to make that determination would be inappropriate.
I see. And for the advanced practice nurses, you'd mentioned that, with furnishing being an issue, with the nurse anesthetist being an issue, or being around narcotics often, is there a different approach that the IEC takes with advanced practice? Because that is part of the job.
Correct. And I think that the discussions that I've been in, when there's a advanced practice, say a nurse practitioner and has a furnishing certificate, they've kind of looked at that a little differently. Like, we really need to make sure that this is watched, and it depends on why did they come into the program? Were they writing their own prescriptions? Were they writing false prescriptions for somebody else and then getting them? Was it an issue of, maybe a nurse anesthetist that was diverting, from the patient in the surgical suite, or, whatever the case may be, but they look at each individual case. It's not, you're a nurse practitioner, you get XYZ. It's a case-by-case situation, and all of the factors are taken into consideration when they're having their discussion.
Okay. And if I may request for advanced practice providers to be looked at it a little bit closely in terms of how they can be successful after this program, because advanced practice nurses oftentimes there's independent CRNAs that function without any managers, right? And so if they're having to go through a process where they need to be supervised by someone, that's really not an option in a lot of instances. So I think we have to really look at that from a different lens, and just maybe think about a different concept for maybe advanced practice nurses that are functioning independently.
And I just want to say the supervision level too is different between had been mentioned, the maximum, moderate, minimum for probation. So, and for those of you that aren't aware, so minimum is that they have to have a worksite monitor contact at least once per their shift. Moderate is half of their shift. They have to be in contact with that worksite monitor. And maximum is the entire shift. It's a 1-to-1. Intervention, they only have to make contact once per week. So there's a different supervision level. We do also look at that if it is an advanced practice, it may be more appropriate for a physician to be the oversight as far as the worksite monitor. So we take all of that into consideration in probation and as well the IEC when looking at intervention.
The AANA has guidelines for a CRNA that recommends a year before they return to work and 5 years of monitoring, just because of the risks. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Board Member Lawler?
I just need to clarify what I believe you were talking to Board Member Cormack about. Did you say that with the requirement to work with patients and have narcotic access for 6 months, that that's not a requirement for someone who only had a DUI? None of our participants who just had a DUI are being asked to do that? Is that true?
Well, the IEC may have said we wanted to see them work for at least 6 months, but it hasn't been a blanket. Everyone has to work for 6 months. That is not a blanket requirement. It is, however, in probation, and it's written into the decision and order under that employment condition. They must work for a minimum of 6 months for 24 hours per week for a consecutive 6 months. So that is stipulated in that order. And so that is followed by probation. Intervention's different. The determination on the length of time that needs to be monitored is made by the IEC, the Intervention Evaluation Committee.
And that's 6 months with access to narcotics, right?
With probation? Or
Yes.
with intervention. With probation, it depends. Again, the other factors, why are they on probation? What was their violation? You know, it may or may not be, but that's reviewed. We have them go and have an exam done prior to, and you might have seen some of the orders where there's a suspension. So if we think that we don't want to release this person back to work and we need that order first to make sure they're safe to practice, we put the suspension on the front end of that order and say that the suspension will be in place until they have the mental and physical evals done. Then we get those. And in that evaluation is a recommendation as to employment, treatment, therapy, et cetera.
I guess what I'm wondering is what's the benefit to a participant who had a DUI misdemeanor to have access to narcotics? What does that prove, or how does that help them? But I also have the same wonderment about a participant with a diagnosed narcotic abuse problem. I wonder what the benefit is to them to work for 6 months with access to narcotics, other than now they just got access to narcotics. I don't see the benefit to either one. I don't understand why this requirement even exists. So I suppose without being able to solve the problem or change the statute, it's another example of something that's illogical in a program that's obviously broken. And the participants' complaint, and if out of 226, we've heard from 50, I really hope you're listening to them and this is not just a one-off, that the case manager's standard answer to their questions, if they can get a hold of them, is, I don't know. The new one that's being onboarded hopefully will be trained to find information. Hopefully there'll be some streamlining or mainstreaming of communication and information either down to or up to the case managers so that they are aware of what to say and informed of what to say to their participants who ask these questions. Because right now, and I realize I'm just basing this on public comment, but if I didn't just hear from almost half of your entire program, I wouldn't take it as seriously as I am. But because we've heard from such a significant percentage, I can't deny the reality of the truth or veracity in it. So somewhere along the line, an audit, a redevelopment, some form of professional development has got to be done to get them to know, to say something to a participant who, as you hear there, are in dire stress, something other than, I don't know. Does that make sense?
Board Member Granowitz, do you have questions or comments?
Actually, I love what David just said. I had sort of the same feeling about that. Which, two things. People have gone back and forth saying that the rules in the Nursing Act that you're following are interpreted differently. And so I would like at some point for someone to actually talk to that point in a way that is really clear, because it's clear as mud to me. And so that would be helpful. The other thing that I wanted to say is, Shannon, it sounds to me like what I'm hearing is you're not the ultimate decision maker on what happens to an individual person in Maximus, that's actually handled by the IEC. Because there was a lot of testimony that you're arbitrarily making those decisions. Do I hear that correctly?
You're hearing it correctly, and it is correct. I have never singly made a decision on an intervention participant's care plan or determination on employment.
Are you part of a team that makes the decision?
No. The IECs, when we say that it's approved by the board, basically what we're doing is we're just looking at the notes that are sent to us from the meeting, the rationale, and making sure that all of the points of their care plan were notated so that when the contract's written, we make sure that we have it correct as the IEC voted on. That's been the only input that we've had. We've not we normally try to stay out of all of their discussion in IEC meetings. We do not interject. We do not interject our opinion. We basically state the facts of the case and allow them to have their discussion and make their determination.
So it's similar to what happens in closed session with us?
Absolutely. It's almost the exact same.
Okay, so I can attest to the fact that all you do is go over, from a legal standpoint, the points of the case. We are left to decide it, and you do not influence us on those decisions. I just think it's important that we can't restate that enough, because there seems like there is a whole lot of misinformation about your role in this that we need to make sure we consistently clarify, that it isn't you, it isn't your staff making those decisions.
Thank you very much. So we're going to go to public comment. We're going to mix it up this afternoon. There is a participant who's been sitting in the audience since 9 o'clock this morning. We're going to let her go first, board moderator, and then we're going to ask you to open up for public comment.
Real quick, this is Reza. Before we do that, can I just ask, considering the time, I just want to know how the board and the EIIC committee would like to use the rest of the time we have today. I think there's been some questions about, are we going to go into the next committee meeting, reschedule, just to
Based on my experience today, public comment is going to go for about an hour. It is 3:27, so I think we might finish this up at about 4:30. And I cannot imagine starting committee work at 4:30. So I've talked with staff about finding another time for the three of us on the enforcement committee to find time to do a Zoom. We're allowed to do a committee meeting on Zoom. So as soon as we can get that scheduled, I think that's
On
what
WebEx. just for clarification, it's on WebEx. Would be the same format that we have today here
Thank
for
you.
public participation. But we're actually, DCA does not allow us to use Zoom
Thank
due
you.
to security reasons.
Thank you.
So yes, we will work with rescheduling committee and have these agenda items go. We will have to do a 10-day posting. And so we could post as early as potentially today, repost and have this in 10 days, or post tomorrow and have it in 10 days. All the materials are up and the agenda is already approved and finalized. So it would just be finding a new date for that. So just for that to be clear.
Thank you, Lori. Okay, please go ahead.
You hear me?
Yes.
My name's Lisa. I have made the effort to be here today from San Diego because my career and life will be dramatically affected by your decision. I've been in diversion since June of 2021. I should have completed the program this month after over 3 years of continuous sobriety and compliance with all program requirements. During my recovery, my husband was placed in hospice with a terminal illness. I was his primary caretaker for 51 weeks until he passed. I had access to and administered narcotics in my home under supervision of Maximus. I didn't have even the slightest temptation to use these medications, which included oxycodone, morphine, and fentanyl, given around the clock. In June of 2023, I requested transition. My IEC meetings were repeatedly canceled, extending my time in diversion. A meeting was finally scheduled in October of 23, which I attended, even though it was only 3 hours after my husband of 28 years had passed away. I was accepted into transition. 2 months later, I asked my case manager about the new requirement. This wasn't in my contract, nor was I ever told about it until I brought it up. This requirement means I would have to give up my current patient care job, which I find rewarding and highly supportive of my recovery. To comply, I've submitted 40+ applications since January. Not being able to find a job, it seemed reasonable to ask the IEC to consider my administering narcotics to my husband for almost a year as meeting this criteria. I was told I must still get a narcotic access job. This basically forces me to be in diversion for an unknown period of time, given my inability to find a job in 6 months, despite constant and diligent effort. Adding a new major requirement to the diversion program for those who have been fully compliant and almost to completion is not only inequitable, but contradictory to the goal of rehabilitating nurses so we can return to safe practice.
Thank you very, very much for being here, and I'm very, very sorry for your loss. Yeah, that just seems unfair and unreasonable. Shannon, I'm just going to ask you to look into that case for us.
Absolutely. I've already been in contact with Lisa.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay, board moderator, we're ready to go to public comment. Would you please open up the comment?
We'll be opening for public comment now. Please refer to the screen share for members of the public to see how they should type in their request for comment. I've activated the question and answer feature. Members of the public can indicate that they would like to make a comment by typing into the question box, "I would like to make a comment." Please remember you will have 2 minutes to make your comments. Also, please remember you only have to submit 1 time. I will not give a reminder as your time approaches. I do not want to interrupt you nor cause you to lose your train of thought. I will mute your microphone and inform you that your time has expired, and we'll move on to the next member of the public. I'll pause for a moment for members of the public to type in, "I would like to make a comment." Matthew A. would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time again. Ms. Cormack, you were asking about transition to Ms. Johnson, and you see how hard it is to get a straight decision. You're a board member asking the BRN staff about whether the transition exists or not, and it wasn't very clear. And then she eventually said, "Well, we still do a step down," which, in my experience, is not true. I know participants, lots of participants, probably most of the people here today, who've been in the program for 3+ years and they're being increased their requirements. At some point, they were being stepped down, getting ready for completion, and then these changes happened about a year ago, and now the requirements being increased, such as now people are being required to go to in-person Narcotics Anonymous or AA meetings, which wasn't the case. I would like to ask the BRN board members to ask staff for stats on how many people were actually had reduced requirements. My guess is it's not many, if at all. Ms. Granowitz, same thing. You were mentioning about the who ultimately makes the decision on these cases. While Ms. Johnson said she has no involvement in the decision, the ultimate decision is made by the program manager, who is Jaspreet Pabla, who's a BRN staff member. So while Ms. Johnson can sit there and say with a straight face that she has no ability to make these decisions, Ms. Pabla, who is BRN staff, is the one who ultimately makes the decision, regardless of the recommendation of the board member, or excuse me, of the IEC members. Ms. Patel also mentioned about whether there was a tiered level. The problem with this, Ms. Patel, is again, what happens is people are getting ready for completion, and then they say, well, you actually have to work for 6 months before we give you narcotic access. So now you're extended for 6 months. And by the way, after those 6 months, now you go into narcotic access, and you're extended by another 6 months till you meet that. So tiered level is a very misleading term because they're actually being extended rather than kind of weaned down their requirements, getting ready to get out of the program. Again, I appreciate the time today, and I appreciate Mr. Lawler's comments specifically because I think he hit the nail on the head and really understood what was happening here. Ms. Nguyen, lastly, you mentioned there's a lot of finger pointing going on. While that may be true, the participants are in the middle of this suffering. So people can point the finger at each other all they want, but the participants are ultimately bearing the brunt of all this finger pointing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your comment. Chris Elsey would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
You got my name right until the last time all day. The last name is Els. Chris.
All right.
It's the nurse support group. I am the nurse support group facilitator for the Central Coast. I just had a question because I brought up about testing in rural areas, and Jenny Matthews talked about the at-home testing that they're offering, but that's not the probation side. I was wondering if we can get any answer on like the probation nurses doing the same thing, because they consist of larger percentage than even the Maximus nurses. So they're both of my nurses, whether they're Maximus or probation in my area, they're still being asked to drive like sometimes over 2 hours on weekends to test. You know, we're in San Luis Obispo or Morro Bay. They're asked to go down to Santa Barbara, maybe even days that they have to work, so they have to call in sick that day. And then just to the next thing, just a quick discrepancy that I just noticed when board member Cormack was talking to Ms. Johnson about, she was asking her, is there a time when all restrictions are lifted? I don't believe that. She said yes, but I don't believe that's true. That used to be the transition part. So in my knowledge of doing this for quite a while is that the nurses weren't advised to go into transition until all the restrictions could be lifted. That was the point of transition. They went through all this stuff, and then transition was most of their stuff was lifted, and they were just kind of cruising along, doing everything right for the last year. That's why we have a 3 to 5 year program for Maximus. They're not, so say 4 years in regular and then the last 5 in transition. So I don't know how that changed. And also just to go back to the narcotic access, I'll go back to what I said a few months back. Just so you know, eventually one nurse that does not want to go past narcotics will be forced to, and they will cause patient harm. I don't see how this is any benefit. There will eventually be a problem because it will happen, and that recidivism will take place where it will cause a patient harm, suffering, or death. Thank you. I appreciate the time. This shows public comment is such a great thing. I really appreciate all the board member comments. You guys are, I really changed my opinion about a lot of you guys today. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment, sir, and I apologize. Anthony would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
You hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, just to try and summarize some things up. Imagine entering into this program in 2020, you first go to for 30 days, then you go to an outpatient facility for 20 to 60 days, and then you attend nurse support group meetings. You also attend NA meetings where you report all the time. You test 52 times or 30 to 52 times a year for 4 years, not failed one drug test. You have all types of psychiatric visits that say you're doing good. You have your employer saying that you're doing good, but then you have one meeting with a clinical evaluation who some reason somehow says that you should not be going back to full work after you've met all the requirements in your contracts from meeting with your deck committee for 2, 3, 4 times a year when they're saying you're doing good, you're perfect, you're outstanding. Someone has to please explain that to me, because I'm so confused on how you complete all your requirements, how you're told that you're doing outstanding, and then all of a sudden this one person who we don't even, I'm so confused because you meet with your committee in November of 2023 and they're saying yes, you're doing good, you're going to be out in February or March of 2024, but then you get a call 3 days before that date and saying, oh well, rules have changed, so you're just in limbo. Somebody please help us. That doesn't make sense. And if you have injuries where you've had back surgeries, you've had knee surgeries, you are not physically capable of taking care of a patient, but you guys are making that requirement. This doesn't seem like it's being done on a case-to-case basis. It still seems like it's blanketed. So I asked the board, if there's not that many people supposedly, and I guess transition or not transition, take a look at those cases and find out. That's all.
Thank you for your comment. Sally would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
In the program. Thank you for listening to us. Some of us haven't been listened to in this way by anyone with authority for years. And thank you for asking Maximus to deliver an apology, because it shows me that you understand the emotional damage that has been and continues to be done to us. It's telling that they still haven't apologized or taken much responsibility. I want to tell my story. My diversion occurred in 2019. My disease was caused by the trauma of leaving the incredibly restrictive church in which I was raised. I started thinking, if wearing tank tops and shopping on Sunday isn't a sin, what else is actually okay? I diverted medication at work and was caught. I never had any addiction problems before my diverting at work, and I have no friends or contacts who use drugs. I joined the recovery program. There, I was practically forced into the highly triggering and religious 12-step programming, which was incredibly re-traumatizing for me and could be its own complaint. But then again, who can I even complain to? I was taken off work, and when I was finally able to work again, I found the job of my dreams as an advice nurse. When I was in nursing school, I remember dreaming for this type of job one day, but started in bedside floor experience. I hated bedside. I felt panic when driving to work. I had nightmares about horrific bloody codes and glassy eyes. Now the only stress dreams I have about work are that I've missed a shift and lost my beloved job. I have been accepted into the BSN to MSN program at Sac State in the fall, and I plan to work in management. I am absolutely the type of person that even this case-by-case decision would affect because of my history of diversion. But I would like to stay at this job. I have no desire to return to bedside. I know I have made some serious mistakes in my past, but I feel like the decision to not return to bedside nursing should be honored and should be mine to make. I don't think it's right for Maximus to dictate where I work and to force me back into a job I no longer desire. I urge the board to abolish this change requiring nurses to return to narcotic access. But if the change is approved, let it be approved immediately and in writing. It has been 7 months now of uncertainty and confusion, and we are eager to make informed decisions about our futures. We need this change detailed in writing because some of us are trying to negotiate our hours down so that we can pick up the required work, but are unable to do so unless this is in writing and provided to unions and managers. I also urge discipline of the Maximus program for implementing a wide sweeping, decidedly not individualized change without any consideration from the BRN or any writing provided to participants. This is a level of negligence that has reached outright abuse, and we need answers today. Please tell me today, and I really mean today, do I need to quit my job? My career goals no longer include bedside nursing. Would you, the BRN and Maximus, like to officially mandate my return anyway?
Thank you for your comment. Daniel would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Yes. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I would like to get a little bit more clarification on the health problems and disabilities that what is your disability, because I have been sending letters to Maximus, 3 letters from my neurologist for a neck injury that I have. I have exacerbated my injury by working and the type of job that I'm forced to do, because they told me 2 weeks before I was finished that I had to do 6 months. I just feel like I just can't do it anymore. I talked to my case manager last week. She told me she's not going to be at my IEC meeting, which makes me feel like I'm not going to have not even her support. And then to top it off, I asked if it's okay for me to stop the work because of my neck injury. And she said to continue. I have been working for 8 months now, and I am forced to continue. I would really like more clarification on that, because they are putting us at risk of injury. Not only the patients, but ourselves, our mental. I've had mental breakdowns. I had never had a mental breakdown before, whether because I'm in so much pain or because I exacerbated my injury. I can't even tell my manager that I have a neck injury because I don't want her to tell me that I can't work, because then Maximus, I don't know what they're gonna do. I have no idea what they would decide, whether they would send me somewhere else and tell me you have to restart all over again. It's not clear. It's very confusing. There is no transparency. And we need more clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I have participant in here twice, so I'm going to hit the first one first. If it's not you, you don't have to unmute, and I will just go to the second one. So first
Moderator, as you're
participant.
pulling that one up, I just want to let the board members and the public know that today's presentations have been posted and they are available on our website.
Okay, here comes the first participant. Would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello, sorry about being on this twice. I don't know how to speak eloquently, and I don't know how, sometimes I have trouble sharing my thoughts, but I want to tell you guys this program was, yes, I got into this program. It helped me with my sobriety. I've learned so much. I only ask that you guys please review these new terms and conditions. I was supposed to be done May 2nd. May 2nd. I had cardiac problems, was admitted to the hospital, and now I'm on medication. I'm in so much fear to continue with other health problems because of the documentation that will be required by me and by my doctor. So I have held back, with health conditions. Also, like I said, I don't know how to speak eloquently, but I met my contract completely. I fulfilled everything. It was zero non-compliances. I was supposed to be done, and then an issue is picked kind of out of a hat. And it's all about documentation or lack thereof, not about my sobriety or readiness to get out of this program. I did everything that I was told to do. I did everything. Please, please, for those of us where the rules are being changed at the end, a week or two before you're done, at least take a look at everything. And I think about the new ones coming in as well. But I mean, just please review our cases from the May 2nd, 2024, or any participants that would be done in 2024. And thank you for listening. I appreciate that.
Thank you for your comment. Anonymous 25 would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello, thank you board members for holding this meeting today. I would just like to say that I was successfully participating in an intervention program for over 2 years with another state board of nursing with the same requirements as California's. I submitted to random drug screens, participated in nurse support group, and participated in AA meetings and would check in with my compliance monitor regularly. I was notified by the board 2 years into my recovery in the other board of nursing program that I would either have to move to California and start over intervention program with California or face revocation of my California license and pay over $40,000 in cost recovery. I was forced to move to California when I was in stable recovery for over 2 years with my home state board of nursing, even though the other state board of nursing was willing to send monthly correspondence as to my recovery efforts. I keep hearing this is an individualized program. What is individualized in this scenario? Now I'm living apart from my wife, who's caring for her disabled mother with my first baby on the way. I was given no credit for my time in the other state's program. The board's website states they allow transfers into the programs from other states. Why do they not allow participants to participate in other state board of nursing programs without threatening moving and entering intervention or license revocation? Is there anyone who can review this individual case? Is there a board member or email for someone we can reach out to? When I asked for narcotic privileges in my last IEC to meet these new requirements, I was told no. Even though I was successfully working in patient care for over 2 years in the other state board of nursing's program. Is the board aware of this? How do I pose a risk to the California public if I am safely practicing and being monitored in another state board of nursing program? Listen to the voices you are hearing. They are broken and in despair, hopeless and scared.
Thank you for your comment. Sophie would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Sophia, sorry.
Hi, I am Sophia. I spoke earlier. I forget who said it. I think it was Ms. Johnson said that all cases earlier she used as an example were not only single DUI cases and all had diverting narcotics. I will sign away all confidentiality to prove that this is false data. I never once worked in any direct patient care job with medication access, so that could not be the case. So I would hold all her statistics up to scrutiny if I were any of the other board members. Another point I would like to make is not all participants are automatically completed after transition. They have to have 12 months of 100% compliance. If that is not the case, they do not finish. And I only have my local area to reference, but since 2016, I have not seen one probation participant be required to work in direct patient care and/or pass narcotics. They've all been required 6 months working as a nurse consecutively. It is not the same requirement, even though it's being posed as the same requirement on a case-by-case basis. That is not true. There's so many falsifications being made by Ms. Johnson that it's frustrating to sit here and listen to it. And even as other board members are posing questions and questioning this practice, they're still being lied to. I have one other point that I don't understand why it's not part of the discussion, but substance use disorder is a disability. Why are those with disabilities being prosecuted? Would we ask someone who is wheelchair bound to work 12 hours on their feet doing direct patient care? No. So why are we with a different disability being persecuted in such an egregious manner? I don't understand how this is at all being considered, discussed, or even supported by anyone. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for your comment. Anonymous 25. Did I do you already? Hold on here. Let me see.
Just heard from that person.
We did hear. Okay, so we did hear from Anonymous 25. Sorry. David would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hi, everyone. Again, thanks for hosting this meeting. This has been very fruitful for many, I believe. I wanted to touch base on a few points that were just mentioned in this prior closed meeting here. One is the transition phase. You know, I'm in support group meetings with at least 18 other participants on a weekly basis. And this transition phase has been eliminated. I can't say that strongly enough. There is no more transition phase. And I was told this by a case manager, and I was told by the support group leader that there is no more transition, meaning that there's no more step down. Through the end, participants are going to still be required to submit their AA cards. Testing is going to stay as is. So there is, in work environment, we have to, when we go to the IAC meeting, participants are now asked to select what areas of their program they would like to have taken back, whether it be AA cards or the amount of times they're testing or whatever. There's no longer a transition phase. So I want to make that very clear that that has been eliminated. And it's not just me speaking. This is all the participants that are saying the same thing. It's the case manager saying the same thing. I don't know who instilled that, but that seems to have been handed down in the last 6 months to a year. Second, my individual care plan was changed. I was told that it was Shannon who changed it. Now, I'm hearing that Shannon is indicating she doesn't have that authority, but I was told that Shannon changed it, and I haven't been to an IAC meeting in over a year, and it was just changed in the last 3 to 4 months. So again, please take that and look at that under a microscope, because it was definitely changed, and that was not at the hands of the IAC. The other thing I would ask the board or committee members to look at is this mandate of taking people out of work for 30 days. This has never been the case in the last few years. This just started within the last 6 months, that participants are required to be out of work for 30 days if they miss a check-in. I have not missed a check-in. I have been 100% compliant for the last few years. But this is a horrible thing to hand down on participants. Lastly, the testing.
Thank you for your comment. Millie would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Thank you. I've sat through the meeting, the prior board meeting and this board meeting, and I am sick to my stomach. The program is being so diminished. No one's talking recovery. These nurses have worked hard to get to the point to request transition. It was an important part of the program. They had to write a paper telling where they were when they initially came in and how they progressed, what tools they have and everything. And for them to all of a sudden be told, oh, there's no transition. And by the way, you're not going to complete. Please, board, please, these people that are waiting, that did everything they were supposed to do, had the clean tests, everything, were compliant in all aspects of their program, should not still be in the program dangling around because now someone decided if they do patient care with access, they will never relapse. That is such bullshit. You can't guarantee that a nurse will not relapse just because they do patient care with access while in the program. It's absolutely absurd. I'm so upset. I'm so upset for the program. I believe in the nurses. I strongly believed in this program that had been successful and a star for the whole country. It's been around since 1985, and you're letting this destroy it. I'm very upset. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Mark J. would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So I've been in the program for 3.5 years, and it's always been a case-by-case basis, and I'm not sure why Ginny isn't giving more pushback on this idea. The IEC slowly transitioned candidates for years, so the assertion of this kind of step-up thing was already being done well before any board direction from any board staff. I was sent back to care to work first without any direct patient care. Then I was sent into direct patient care, and then finally I was transitioned into narcotics access before there was any new directive from the board. That's how the program used to be, an individualized program which you were assessed with by your IEC. This was done over 2 years ago. There was some directive in the last year that came down from Ms. Johnson and or board staff that prompted IECs to halt what they were doing and impose new processes onto participants. I'm 3.5 years into the program. I am a model participant, and I continue to only be stepped up in requirements, not stepped down. We hear time and time again that there's only one RN license and that the uniform standards require that we demonstrate safe practice. Someone at the board staff decided that safe to practice means able to pass narcotics for a period of no less than 6 months without diverting. All I want to know is, where is the data that suggests that this is either something that is effective or that is ethical? We work in an evidence-based field. Asserting this requirement with scant or poorly correlated, validated clinical evidence is an insult to the state we live in and a slap in the face to nurses across the state. Ms. Johnson says transition was a one applies to all and was granted with blanket acceptance. No, it was not. That is a complete lie. It was granted by the IEC committee based upon an individual progress through the program, letters from your support group monitor, letters from your sponsor, letters from your IOP programs, community members, worksite monitor reports. That's what got you transition. Forcing nurses who have diverted narcotics or who have a documented substance abuse problem, either past or present, to now work with them, in many cases against their will or intention, it's cruel. And without strongly validated clinical evidence that's correlated and peer-reviewed that say nurses who have these problems, who then work under supervision in an IEC or in a program for a period of 6 or more months, have a significantly lower relapse rate, then I will digress. But without that evidence, this should be rescinded effective immediately, and any participant who is unjustly extended to accommodate this requirement, a swift and immediate review of their.
Thank you for your comment. Haley or Callie would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Callie?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm I'm sitting here trying to put my thoughts together in a logical way, but in reality, I'm just emotional. I've never felt so hopeless, than how I feel right now. And I feel like we're all drowning and reaching out for help, and nobody is pulling us up. Nobody's helping. The problem is, I came into this program for diverting, but I wasn't diverting narcotics. And it was because of an exacerbated work injury when I tried to put myself back at the bedside, right? I tried it and I failed. It is what landed me in this program. After I have 4 years of sustained sobriety, I self-reported and within a week, I was in treatment. I've been in this program for 4 years. I was supposed to have my last IEC in February of this year. And then I was told no. And for Shannon to keep insisting insisting that this is not a blanket rule. This is supposedly the only thing that's keeping me in this program. So I've been working for over 3 years. No issues. I work in case management. It's where I want to be. I want to go back and finish my master's. I have a year left. I have no intention on going back to the bedside either, nor do I want to. I have a severe back injury. I've had 3 back surgeries, a spinal fusion. Like, I'm sitting here right now with horrible sciatica, but I'm looking for a job to fulfill this requirement because I want out of this program. I just want out. So I'm willing to put myself at risk just to get out of this program. So that would mean that now I'm working, 6 to 7 days a week, right? Still trying to attend meetings, still trying to be a mother, still trying to, be a wife. Like, it's just like, where does this end? This needs to be rectified immediately. Like, we have suffered enough. I haven't even seen an IEC in over a year. My next IEC date is for November. That would put me at like a year and 9 months before I seen an IEC. So I want to hear from the Maximus case managers. That's who I want to hear from, because this is where we're getting our information from, and they don't know how to direct us. Something is fishy here. Nobody knows anything, but yet and still we're still held in this program. Like, it just doesn't make any logical sense. It really doesn't. I'm
Thank you for your comment. Danielle would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hi, I want to address a couple of things that were said. The testing costs reported by Ms. Johnson seem quite low. I would like to see more transparency on the data she presents and its sources, and for the board to provide some oversight on this data rather than taking her at her word. I had a misdemeanor DUI 3 years ago, and I have never so much as received a write-up while at any nursing job during my over 16 years as an RN. I have never diverted drugs. Her facts, and I use that term very loosely, are inaccurate at best. I'm on probation and have already spent over $2,300 on testing since the first of this year alone. This does not include the testing I have done this month. I strongly implore the board to look into the numbers if they are in fact what Vault is reporting to Ms. Johnson. Additionally, I would like it to be noted that the annual cost of attending the mandatory nurse support group is $960, so nearly $1,000. In addition to the astronomical cost recovery I was assigned, I'm on track to spend over $6,500 this year alone in order to maintain compliance. Again, I have been 100% compliant with the terms of my probation and have no reason why I should not be granted early termination of probation. The only thing that will prevent me from being released early is money. How am I supposed to be able to repay the cost recovery fee as well as afford the continued compliance as a single mother with a child in college? I do not have a substance use disorder. This was documented by multiple board certified physicians who are board certified in addiction medicine. So is my main offense not being wealthy, or is there some other thing that I am not seeing? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. LH would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hi, I would like to address the recidivism slide that Ms. Johnson presented. 248 RNs recidivated back into the program after graduating between 2003 and 2024. Out of how many nurses? That's 21 years. How many total nurses graduated? What is the percentage? And what is your threshold percentage as the board that you are going to accept? If you're hoping for zero recidivism, it's never going to happen. And it doesn't matter if you require a nurse to give narcotics for 6 months or 10 years, there will always be some who relapse and recidivate. An RN that I know was recently in her IEC and was told she had to meet this new requirement. They also told her she didn't have to quit her job to conform. She could just work overtime and as little as 8 hours a week. This is another example of how out of touch with reality the program is. There are no 8-hour-a-week shifts. That doesn't exist unless you work per diem, which we are not allowed to do. Part-time is 24 hours a week. So you're saying we don't have to quit our full-time jobs that we are perfectly happy in, that provide work-life balance and insurance benefits. We can just work an extra 24 hours at another job that we don't want or have any interest in. How does that make you feel about patient safety? We're doing this in the name of public safety. How safe do you feel having a nurse take care of you or your loved one who has just worked 32 hours in the last 2 days? While you're trying to protect the public of the future, you are putting the public in danger right now with this requirement. The only other alternative is to quit your full-time job that you have. I have a husband who is in 1-year remission from cancer, a daughter who gets iron infusion treatments frequently. I cannot lose my insurance or my full-time pay, and I can't work 64 hours a week. And I don't ever want to return to patient care. I love my job. This is my career path. What do you think the impact is going to be on employers? These wonderful employers who hire us in these positions that we are told we have to get, non-patient care or patient care without narcotic access. What's going to happen when they find out they are hiring us into positions that are only going to be temporary because we're going to have to quit those? What about the employers of these patient care positions that we are being forced to get? You don't think they're going to notice that these nurses are quitting in a matter of months as soon as they can because they don't want to be in that position to start with? These employers are going to stop hiring nurses out of this program. These changes are being thrown around like confetti with no regard to functionality. Can you imagine if all healthcare changes had this kind of workflow with absolute disregard to real-time consequences? We are not the ones you should be worried about. We're the ones doing the work, fighting for our recovery. It's the hundreds, perhaps thousands of nurses working right now with substance use problems.
Thank you for your comment. We're going to go to the second participant. This person also has their name as participant, but they said that they wanted to make a comment as well.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I was terrified to speak, fearing I'd be identified and retaliated against, risking my potential completion coming up soon. But I'd like to thank Lisa for her bravery in speaking in person. So I've endured almost 5 years in this program. I entered the diversion program voluntarily in January of 2020. I have been 100% compliant. In fact, at my last deck, I was called the gold standard. In 2021, with my recovery, of course, being my #1 priority, my husband and I took a leap of faith and we started a small business. I was full-time admin and I was soaking up precious time with our new baby that you only get once. In May of 2023, 3 months before my completion, I was informed of a potential work requirement, but nothing about narcotics at that time. I didn't know how we were going to do it. There were no resources. I was left hanging. I called and called. I wrote letters trying to seek clarity. Nothing. It was during this time that my case manager vanished, and it was 3 months before I got a new one. I was outright denied a deck on the day of my scheduled meeting while I was in the Zoom waiting room because I, quote, hadn't met the requirements. What requirements? Nothing in my contract had changed. I was refused a deck for another year after this. After almost 4 months, I was told, yes, I had to work. I found a job that fit my schedule, but with the cost of childcare, having to hire admin, testing, and program costs exceeding $600 a month, and student loans after COVID forbearance, it cost us money for me to work, and our business has suffered. In December, Maximus called and said everyone now needed a job with narcotics. When I informed my employer, they fired me, citing fear for liability to their own licensing and that they could no longer help me. I scrambled, I found a job at a skilled facility, restarting my quote 6 months over and extending me yet again. I've now been in transition, which is obviously no longer a thing, for 2 years. It's my opinion that working with narcotics should be a very personal decision within our recovery path and not mandated. I thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you for your comment. Amanda H. would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello, everyone. Amanda H. I am a current participant. I have my Maximus screen open, which also says that I'm currently stage in transition. I'm reading that. I'm also self-referred. During COVID, I struggled with alcoholism. I am a recovering alcoholic. I am going towards 4 years of continuous sobriety. And I love to share my story. Actually, I share it with coworkers at work because I really feel like these programs being out there, nurses and everybody in our healthcare, they need to know about this because, you know, it doesn't discriminate, even if we are smart and have our degrees and everything about it, right? But yesterday, for example, life happened and I checked in at 5 a.m. I don't know if any of you guys have ever did this, but I fell asleep. I was exhausted. I had 4 days where I was working and I woke up and forgot that I had to test, and it was after 5 p.m. I struggled everywhere. In my location, I can't find any after hour testing except for one place. I drove and I literally drove for 5 to 6 hours trying to find anywhere 24-hour check-in. I called multiple of you that are listening to this as well, trying to find help, trying to find anywhere to go test. And unfortunately, at midnight, I walked back in at home and never found anywhere to test. I was told within 100 to 150 mile radius of where I was, there was no testing after 5 p.m., which is unacceptable when I am required to test to be compliant to finish this. I've heard of people being able to test at 10 p.m. at places on occasions like this. And unfortunately, I did not get that availability, which I feel is unfair. You know, I've worked so hard to get as far as I am, and I'm human. I'm human. And I needed a day of rest. And I don't want to beat myself up about that because rest is part of my recovery. Making sure that I eat and I sleep and I take care of myself so that I'm well to do my job for myself and for others. So I just, I'm also just a one DUI person, but I'm required to pass narcotics as well. And I've been told that by my case manager. My bills, I'm looking at them right now, are higher than what was stated by Ms. Johnson. I have it in front of my face right now. So I just implore people to really investigate further and to help us when we say, you know, we don't want to be blanket statement, and we want everybody to have, you know, the same availability for testing. It's very stressful as it is already, but for it to not be available.
Thank you for your comment. Participant K would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
All right, I just want to be quick because I already went. These are just a few questions. And again, I want to thank all the participants that came forward today and your support. I apologize for getting emotional. It's just, it's constantly on my mind, this situation. Like many of you, I've been in transition for a year. Well, for a year and a half now. I don't have another DEC meeting. I keep asking every month for one. They're not giving me one. You know, so I guess that means I'm the bad nurse. That doesn't get the meeting because of my narcotic diversion. That's what it feels like, at least. But I want to just bring up 2 points. One is, you know, I learned 2 months before I was going to complete that I had to extend my program. I'm at 4 years now. A question I have is, what happens if I don't get the 3 months of direct patient care and the 6 months of direct patient care? It's 2 separate jobs with narcotics in 5 years. Does that mean that I get kicked out of the program? Does that mean my program's extended? What's going to happen to me? And I'm like many of you, I'm happy. I'm a telehealth nurse. I'm very happy in my job. I have ability to be promoted, but I can't because of this program. I don't want to work in patient care again. So this is just a concern I have. Also, financially, it's not fair. Like, yeah, if you're going to put in new rules for the participants that are going to be coming in or onboarded next, but what about us who have been in for years and are now going to be in it for more years? I mean, the cost to us is so much greater. I mean, that doesn't seem fair. Do we get a discount? What's going to happen with that? Because that's not fair that some people have to pay more money than others just because they came into the program at a different time. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you for your comment. PM would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
was an IEC member for 8 years, and I accepted a position as a case manager in 2020 with Maximus. I would like to acknowledge the courage of all those who have spoken today at previous board meetings and in public sessions of the IEC meetings. It's invaluable. Maximus makes no decisions. They are the vendor. The BRN began implementing changes in November 2022, and despite multiple requests for changes to be reflected in writing, I was provided with nothing. The IEC committees across the state are relatively new. Every single change in this program was as a directive, albeit verbal, from the BRN. I felt I could not help this population any longer as I wasn't able to give them any information in writing and yet had to verbally inform my participants of these changes. It was heartbreaking. I resigned and returned to full-time nursing and acute care, and I continue to serve on my hospital's diversion committee. This is a classic scenario of gaslighting at its finest. Please be respectful of everyone involved in this, Shannon, including the board members. They deserve the truth, and you owe it to everyone to be accountable and transparent. The biggest thing that changed in this program was that you took over and implemented changes in everything. I keep waiting to hear something truthful, and I'm still waiting. I believe in recovery and I believe in second chances. This program was once amazing and so many were invested, including IEC members, nurse support group facilitators, and Maximus staff, and at one time, the BRN. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Dr. CS would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, hello. I just wanted to make a quick comment, especially listening to everyone. I was the manager for the program for a number of years. I retired a few years ago, and my heart's broke. We never had this problem before. It is a program that was case by case. There's been a lot of misinterpretation of things that occurred, like the transition process is totally different from what I'm hearing. It was case by case. No one automatically got transition, but that's neither here nor there. What I would love to say, and I thank you, this board is amazing. I appreciate your questions. I appreciate your seeking out information. I just appreciate you. And I just would like to say, if you need any information from me, any help, any support, I'm here. I'm here to support. I'm on a committee right now. I'm here to support staff. I'm here to support the board members. Anything I can do about the history of this program. There is a deep history in why there was a transition that occurred. There was a period of time when they didn't have transition, and we realized it was doing a disservice to the nurses not having a step down. So we incorporated a transition, and it wasn't done by just the board. It was all the stakeholders. So the thing I see missing is that you're no longer having what we used to have as the intervention or diversion liaison committee, which incorporated a board member, the legal representatives from each committee throughout the state, representatives from the nurse support group. I mean, and then it was open to the public, and there was an agenda, but this decision would never have been made previously, because it affects so many individuals, so many situations, and the board is left blind. My heart goes out to you. The board members are left blind because they're not part of the DLC anymore. There's not been one for years, Diversion Liaison Committee. The stakeholders have not been involved, and this is what happens when individuals are not listened to and decisions are made from wherever. All I can tell you is, as a member of the committees did not make this decision. It came from the Board of Registered Nursing. People were pulled from their decks, this having to work, and all of these decisions were from the Board of Registered Nursing. And whoever made that decision at the Board of Registered Nursing, I don't know. I'm just saying that's what made the IEC, the intervention committee, have.
Thank you for your comment. Susan would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
I spoke in February, and so I'm kind of repeating myself, but I have been looking for a second job in narcotic access since January without success. I would have to learn a new specialty in narcotic access, as it's a position I have not worked in before, such as a skilled nursing facility or urgent care. I've never worked in an ER, and I haven't worked in a hospital in over 20 years. I'm a dialysis nurse. It is my dream job. I don't want to leave the job I currently have to find a full-time narcotic access job. I feel it is unethical to start a new job and then leave in 6 months. I feel that is unfair to everyone in this situation. I do not want a job in narcotics. I've mentioned that in my IEC. Taking a job in narcotic access is not safe for some of our nurses. It is like asking a recovering alcoholic to become a bartender. It does not make sense. I agree it should be a personal decision. I appreciate what board member David had to say. Like, why? Why do we have to do this? Why do I have to be in that situation? I've been a nurse 25 years. I'm older. So what happens, like the last one participant said, in 5 years, and I still don't have this job? What's the plan? What is the consequence? Am I going to be forced to retire and leave patient care? All of us are nurses because we love our patients. And we have a disease, and I have not been stepped down on my recovery agreement after 3 years of compliance. It would be very difficult for me to have 2 jobs on top of what I already have to do in this program. It is not safe for me or my patients. It's physically and mentally challenging to do 4 12-hour shifts for me. A co-participant friend of mine had 6 days a week, and she made an error and then wasn't able to work either one of her jobs and lost her medical benefits. And she has children. She's an example, and she has probably, I think she did speak in May. I've had 7 meetings in the last 3 years with the IEC, and the first one was just to be signed on and being enrolled. So our average is every 6 months we meet with our IEC when they meet every 3 months. And I just want them to know how I'm doing, if anything. But I was told if I didn't do my 6 months in narcotic access, I have nothing to say and nothing will be.
Thank you for your comment. Janet would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Janet, on your phone. Got it. Star 6. Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm going to try to get through this quickly. My internet is down. We have heard past meetings, and even in this one, Ms. Johnson claiming that this is all because we want to, quote, prevent nurses from going back and diverting again, end quote. It saddens me to hear the Chief of Enforcement, BR, and staff continue to choose the word diverting over relapse and humanizing that with some grace and compassion. It's concerning to me, and it should be concerning to all of you, and the human beings that may be suffering with relapse and the disease of substance use disorder are reduced to nothing more than the criminal act of diverting. I want to reiterate something that's been said over and over and over in these meetings. You can never prevent relapse as an outside force. It's up to the person who's in recovery to prevent it for themselves. What's worse, holding all of us accountable for the relapses of other nurses suffering with substance use disorder sets a terrifying precedent. Now, walk with me here. Nearly 2 years ago, a nurse in California suffered a mental health crisis that devastatingly led to many gruesome deaths. It was all over the news. She drove a car through a busy intersection. By the standard enforcement is now setting, are we to be held accountable for that nurse's mental health crisis as well? Each and every one of us are only responsible for our own mental health and sobriety. Forcing us into patient care and or working with NARCs will not prevent relapse. We've seen zero evidence to support that. In fact, it can cause trauma, and trauma has so it could relapse. I'm respectfully asking that this requirement be fully removed from all participants immediately. And moving forward, everyone should have the right to enter and evolve through this program with clear and objective requirements that remain the same for them, barring relapse or compliance issues. And they need to have a plan for what to do to successfully complete. No more additional requirements should be trickled in at will. I just want to make a quick moment. It's been clearly stated by former EC members, clinical case managers, nurse support group facilitators, and even the former program manager of the program that these requirements are coming from enforcement. The call is coming from inside the house. Mr. Lawler, you mentioned the program may be broken. It wasn't. It was cracked. They made mistakes, but it's been since Ms. Johnson, Ms. Pablo have taken over that it's truly broken. Ms. Cormack, thank you for your apology. We hear you. We really do. And I love that you want Maximus to apologize too, but it's not enough. An apology without action to correct a trauma being actively imposed is worthless and frankly condescending. You are not protecting the public by backing a retaliative and punitive program who punishes the accountability of their mistakes or pushes the accountability of their mistakes to the vulnerable participants in this program. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your comment. Anon 2024 would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
You hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is an example of where a human resource issue has been converted into a board of nursing issue. The board needs to ask Ms. Johnson about misquoting costs as she is being deceitful, negligent, or ignorant. If this issue occurred in the private sector, Shannon Johnson would have been terminated or placed on a performance improvement plan immediately. This meeting flares her failure to follow Board of Nursing policies and procedures by making decisions and policy changes without approval. She is not mindful in supporting her customers, which are the nurses. Because this is a BRN, there are no apparent checks and balances in place to stop mismanagement of the system and the nurses in that system. In what system other than the BRN is a failure to pay equal a dirty test? Enforcement agents look for ways to fail candidates rather than helping them. I am requesting that one of the board members has the intestinal fortitude to motion for the immediate dismissal of Shannon Johnson or the motion to demote her until a full investigation can be completed. You've had multiple whistleblowers provide stories of that the BRN of the BRN and Maximus inner works of the system, how it is broken and why they quit. If the people are asking to operate against their moral compass, they can only do it for so long. Shannon Johnson has demonstrated that she has no moral compass. Failure of board members to act today will send a message to the nurses and to the public. It will only be a matter of time before the news agencies create an expose on this issue. All of your actions and lack of actions will be up for public review and critique. All that evil needs to succeed is for good people to stand by and do nothing. Please do something today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anna would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
My loved one's story. In 2008, she diverted. She went into the Maximus program on her own, stayed in the program for 4.5 years, almost 5, so it didn't meet Miss Johnson's 3-year completion slide there. And 13 years later, she did get a DUI. But in those 13 years, she has not had any kind of accusations from anyone for diverting. But this is still going to be held against her so that she could complete. Had she known, it's not an issue of she doesn't want to do it. It's an issue of had she known from the beginning in 2021 that this was part of her requirement, she would have gladly done it a long time ago. These jobs that nurses are getting when they're out of acute care for 2 to 3 or more years, they're paying $40 an hour. They're paying $55 an hour. These jobs are understaffed. These jobs can assign you 20 patients to one nurse in one shift. It's complete chaos. Nobody wants to work under those conditions. Obviously, people can and do to get experience and move on to acute care. But these nurses go out there and comply so that they can get out, because they don't want to spend $12,000 in 3 years on testing alone when you're only making $44 an hour. She literally had her deck last week. That same day, she turned in her job in advice nursing that she loves to go meet this requirement. And the board and the committee had no idea that that's what was happening at that moment. But she's going to do it because she wants to complete this program, and she's been 100% compliant. So the only way to complete is if you have one DUI in whole entire life and you do not have any kind of substance abuse issues in any way, shape, or form. Now, that is a very rare case where one person has one DUI for their whole life. Anybody who knows anything about recovery and substance abuse knows that there's more to that than just the substance. And punishing people, which is what's happening.
Thank you for your comment. Public protection question mark would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Thank you. I believe my comment is, I think I lost my train of thought. I understand that the intervention program is individualized, but I've also heard that everybody receives a letter inviting them to the intervention program. And then I guess the people who want to take a go at that take it, and then it's individualized. But it does feel like it's a lot of information gathering. And as I understand it, all the information that is gathered about you over the course of your 3 to 5 year experience, if you do leave the program, then that information, because you've signed the paperwork, is all turned into an accusation. And so if I was in the program, I would feel like I was a hostage too. Because they're gathering all the information about you, even perhaps in the support groups. And that doesn't sound like recovery. And the accusation stays on your license forever. And I also think that the bottom line is, it feels like the best way to protect the public from the board's perspective, perhaps, is for us not to ever return to practice. And if we give up our licenses, we surrender them, then it's even harder to try to get them back. And I think that feels like the bottom line. I think the board's bottom line is that they're here to protect the public.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Sorry. Public protection question mark. Go ahead and you can start back up again. I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button.
No, I think, thank you. I clearly am overwhelmed, but thank you.
This is
Sorry.
Reza.
Sorry about that. Go ahead, sir.
If she's done, I just wanted to say a couple of things. One, a correction on what was just said in that comment, which was that over the 3 to 5 years that a participant is in the program, the board is gathering information, which the board will then use in an accusation against the participant. And that's not entirely accurate. In fact, that's generally not what happens at all. The board is required under statute to purge any records of a participant who successfully completed the program. For any participants in the program who do not successfully complete, the information, the records that are obtained and produced during their participation in the intervention program are not turned over to the enforcement division unless there is a determination that the individual is a public risk. I'm trying to find the code section there, but it's 27 Business Professions Code 2770.7 subdivision. I believe it's D. I'm doing this on the fly, so I hope I got that right. But it is in there in our code that that information is not used against a participant after their participation in the program in the disciplinary process unless that person is deemed to be a public risk. The other thing, just housekeeping thing, moderator, how many more comments do we have?
3.
Okay, thank you.
Amanda would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
As a participant, I can tell you with certainty that sending us to work in patient care with or without narcotics has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not we relapse. If I wanted to drink or do drugs, I could do that regardless of where I am working or if I'm working. Shannon had mentioned that approximately 10% came back to this program for a second or third time with the old requirements. So that means that 90% didn't and successfully completed without these new requirements. I think that any statistician would tell you that a 90% success rate is pretty darn good. How long do we have to do this patient care for? 3 months? 6 months? How many hours per week, per month? How many patients do we have to pass meds to? Nobody has answered these very important questions, so we're feeling completely lost and fear that we are stuck here indefinitely. Since this program is technically a 3 to 5 year program, will I graduate in 5 years if I don't meet this new requirement but maintain sobriety? Someone needs to answer this question and give us clear-cut numbers, as they are not in our contracts. I agree with the comment made by the public protection speaker. Maybe the goal is that you don't want us to go back to work at all and have us give up our license. Is that why this is happening? I feel like even though you are saying that you hear us, no action is being made whatsoever. The whole point of this meeting today was so that action can be made from the comments from the last board meeting we had last month. Where's the action? Were the audits done? Why haven't the participants been grandfathered in? These new requirements should only be for new participants, not existing ones that are close to completing. This needs to be changed today. Enough with the delay.
Thank you for your comment. Eileen would like to make a comment. 1 second, please. Eileen, there you go. Good job. Thank you.
All right. I have a comment about the cost that Shannon had placed on the PowerPoint. On average, if you're testing 4 times a month, most of the average cost is $110 per test, which then comes out to $440 a month, which is $5,280 a year. I'm not sure where the numbers she's getting. If you are testing people 2 times a week in the first and second year, that comes out to 8 tests a month at $110 a test, which is $880 a month, coming out to a cost of $10,560 a year. Plus your nurse support group at an average of $40 to $50, we'll say $50 a month is $600. Then you add on a recovery cost, at least for the probation people, which is anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000. That has to be paid over 3 years. The lack of places for people to test, it's not just rural places, it's also in the cities. I have been an owner of a drug testing facility, and I know that the females especially have difficulty finding places to test on the weekends and after hours. I've had them calling me crying when they are down in downtown LA, banging on a door on some side street trying to get in. The inconsistency of the decisions that are being made by the board in these programs, probation and with Maximus. The fact that it's hard for us to find work. When you're on probation or Maximus, no one wants to hire you. They don't want to deal with the paperwork. They don't want to deal with the monitoring system. And if you do find a job, the pay is so low. So trying to cover these costs is just detrimental. I've seen the increase of mental health issues with nurses, increased depression, anxiety, and hopelessness. Addiction is an incurable disease that is progressive. If someone has a disease such as diabetes, it is a progressive disease as well, but it's manageable. So is addiction. But it's not when you take away the tools that we need to manage it. And also, if a nurse comes into the program and is deemed unsafe, but is allowed to work, and after 2 or 3 years of working without incident and has positive accolades from administrators, coworkers, and a positive recovery program, complete compliance, how is this nurse suddenly deemed unsafe right when they're getting ready to graduate?
Thank you for your comment. Kevin would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Yeah, hi. It's great to hear that these nurses still know how to do math too. That was a good lesson, and one of the reasons why that slide might not be right. There's a saying in statistics, garbage in, garbage out. Anyway, I hope you're all still awake. I can't see you, but luckily this is going to be recorded so we can hear it later. I just want to say that I do appreciate this board's listening and taking their time. I believe the general public really understands what these nurses are saying. I do. And I believe a lot of people in the general public know somebody that's been affected by a substance use disorder. And I fear that the board, and Ms. Cormack made a good example that you're constantly making the balance of protecting the public with how you have to do. And that is I respect the job of that, because that is a very difficult job. But I fear right now that instead of protecting the board or protecting the public, this board is going to lose the public trust in the job that they're doing. And that to me is a very dangerous place to be in a profession where the public may not trust the board that dictates our practice. We have 23-year-old uniform standards. I would like to think today we're on the precipice of a paradigm shift in sort of how the board manages and seeing all substance use issues. And, you know, again, thank you for their time. And the gentleman that's worried about how many more people there are to comment, I hope you can find yourself a more comfortable seat.
I guess that's directed to me. I'm the board's counsel. It's 4:45. This meeting is scheduled till 5. I'm sure we're going to be here after that. It was not for my own convenience or comfort. I take that as kind of a nasty insult, trying to manage the time that the board has. In fact, we had a committee meeting scheduled after this to continue discussing these issues and continue to work and make progress. And yet you chose to call me out for asking how many comments were left to just manage that. Unfortunate that your kind of perspective has caused you to really just put a spin on every little thing that anybody sitting up here says or does. But to clear the air, my comment about how many comments were left was not to limit public comment or say that I'm uncomfortable and that I don't want to be here. I think that this board, including myself as counsel, are trying in good faith to hear everybody out. So
I respect that, and I apologize for that comment.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Concerned would like to make a comment. 1 second, please.
Thank you for taking the time to listen to all of our comments. I just wanted to shine a little light and bring a little rigorous honesty to some of the kind of fuzzy statistics that were provided in those slides. As far as the testing fees are concerned, there is a $57 testing fee charged for every test. However, what was not included was that each testing site also collects their fee, which can be $30 to $50 depending on the testing site. So that's why you're hearing a discrepancy between the participants' truths and what you are being presented with in the room. I also wanted to bring up the fact that the phrases case by case and individualized have become synonymous with a lack of accountability and a lack of transparency. I am a participant, and initially I was told that I needed to get a job doing patient care. I am not a patient care nurse. I was not a patient care nurse before I entered the program. So that was a big shift for me. And then I was told after I had acquired that job that I needed to get a job with narcotics. I would like to point out that it is incredibly difficult to find these jobs, as other participants have stated. And then to find a job that's okay with you leaving for 1 to 2 to 3 hours in a day to go test and come back. A lot of us have had these new restrictions added where they're taking away night shifts. Well, the testing centers are only open during day shift hours. So what does that mean when you're selected to test? You're now taking 2 to 3 hours out of your workday to go and pee in a cup. And you're expected to hold this job down and meet the other requirements and pay for all of these things. It's a little ridiculous. Also, I would like to point out that there was some inaccuracy in the fact that we are able to reach our case managers. There is no way to reach your case manager. We are all funneled into a hotline that you call that's answered by a receptionist. So that was a misrepresentation of the truth as well. When they say that you're able to reach somebody on call, that on-call person does not always call you back or answer you. So I would like to just give you guys that small anchor of truth that you can fact check yourself about the testing prices, and then ask yourself if there are misrepresentations in such small pieces of data, what else is being misrepresented to you? Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Committee Chair Nguyen, there are no other public requests for comments on the WebEx. I believe we heard the one that was there in person in headquarters.
Yes.
Are we able to close this window?
Yes, please. Thank you very much. I will open this up to board comments. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. First of all, thank you to the public. I think we spent half of the day listening to the public, and it's important that we do so. So at the same time, there's a call for immediate action. And, you know, that's kind of inconsistent. We have to listen to the public before we can make any changes, and that's what we did today. So I hope people can respect that. You know, I just want to say there's so much confusion about this issue, and, you know, who is telling participants one thing, and, you know, how do so many people think that it's a blanket? And I would just like to ask staff that before we meet again, committee is not going to be able to meet today, but we'll meet in a couple of weeks. If you can try and wrap your arms around that for us, just how did it get to be so confusing about this issue where so many people think that it's everywhere when we're being told that it really is case by case. So I don't think that removing the requirement across the board, which has been asked, is a responsible approach. So, you know, we're going to have to get our hands around this. I do have a question about the 30-day work stoppage for missing a test. Is that happening, and is that happening consistently?
That's part of uniform standards. It's written in the uniform standards under the, it's considered a major violation, and the consequence is to cease practice.
Wow. Okay. Thank you for that. I'm also wondering about the costs associated with testing and the difficulty in testing. And then we heard today that there is a new product on the market, which also seems less expensive. And I'm wondering if we could try to expand that.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Yes.
And then finally, I just think we need to have more accountability built into this system. And we heard repeatedly today that nothing ever gets written down, and, you know, requirements change. And so if there's a way, you know, to try to move toward that approach, I would be, thank you. I would be in favor of that. The last thing I'm going to say before I open it up for board comment is that the Enforcement Investigation and Intervention Committee meeting will be rescheduled for July 16th, and an agenda and materials will be posted to our website next week, and it'll be very consistent with what we had today. So are there further board comments? Go ahead, Board Member Lawler.
But the good news is every single person pretty much had a very consistent and similar complaint. So there aren't 100 things to fix. There's just a handful because everyone said the same thing. And that puts a light, I believe, on the major issues, most of which we've covered. I wasn't going to bring up that 30-day work stoppage. I thought of it before, but the fact that a standing rule says that that's a major violation takes me back to my question about the testing centers, which is if the only one we have contracted is open until 4 p.m. Monday through Friday, and those are the only hours a nurse can work, I think the major violation is in our lack of common sense and not having more options.
And it's not a blanket. It's not, I don't believe it's a blanket that, you know, we take those into consideration. I know that Maximus does try to work with the participants when there are certain situations just that are out of their control. We don't just state, you know, it's automatically you're removed from work 30 days. And with probation, we're only removing them from work on a positive. So that's where the cease practice comes in there, or if the mental or physical exam comes back that they should not be working. And the same with intervention. If they're found not safe to work, you don't want to put them back into the workplace.
My only other comment was about the IEC committees, because once again, this time around, they did repeat the ideas of some of the decisions those committees had made, or the lack of meetings that they were able to attend because they were being canceled. And like with many of the other issues I was addressing when Maximus was here, that there appears to be, for some reason, whether it's because we have to follow standing rules or whether it's because they've been given a mandate, that there appears to be, at times, a lack of common sense being used in the process, or an understanding that these are people. When our public commenter who was in the room was discussing her experience with them, it reminded me of the mindless, thoughtless decision almost made for me personally when I moved here from Illinois to go from university to high school. And they said I needed to take a class for my credential that I had already taught at the University of Illinois. I said, I'm not taking your class. So I went to another school and got my credential. That was a mindless, thoughtless person who was looking at a piece of paper that needed a box checked. I'm not a piece of paper. When I leave today, I don't have to decide which slot that's going to go in. You shouldn't be treating people like that at an IEC. So maybe whoever is involved in running IECs could tell their people to add some common sense to some of these decisions instead of just looking at pieces of paper. That might help. So that's my only other comment today. I'm glad we're shining light on it. I look forward to the committee meeting on July 16th, where we take some action.
Thank you. Board Member.
Sorry, that's an advisory committee meeting. No, I know, but as far as promising action, that's an advisory committee.
Thank you. Board Member Trujillo.
Just have a quick question. Are there members or staff from Maximus that are available 24 hours?
Yes, they have a 24-hour line.
So if someone gets off of work and can't find a center to do a drug test, can they call them and ask, where is the nearest testing center, or let them know that they're not able to do this? 30 days missing work is a huge financial impact on a family. You know, not only that, but the individual having to stay home and mentally get through that, being off for 30 days because they feel like they missed something that they were supposed to do, but it was out of their control.
Right.
So, but there is somebody available 24 hours,
Yes.
7 days a week.
But we were told that a receptionist answers the line, and then, you know, maybe somebody gets back to you. So maybe we need to look at that a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm talking about an actual person, not a receptionist.
Right.
Go ahead, Board Member Cormack.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I feel like we have so many more questions now than I even did when we began. I have one specific one and then one general thought. So one of the public commenters mentioned that he has successfully completed an intervention program in another state, but has to, quote, start over in California. What is the BRN's current philosophy or policy on that?
We don't necessarily have a policy on that. That was up to the IEC to determine whether they would want to accept documentation from the previous program that was attended. That we have nothing in our, and as far as probation, we don't have anything that's within our laws that state that we can allow them to conduct their probationary term in another state or accept the probationary term from another state.
Well, but we have this problem every week, right? Where someone has got an infraction in another state and, has completed that remediation as instructed there. And then it's up to us to decide on whether or not that is sufficient. So we do this every week.
Well, we do get complaints in from other states. It's all the out-of-state discipline that we get through the nurses notifications.
Right.
And we do have laws in place that the board is to take action or can take action on a single a disciplinary action by another state. But we don't necessarily use that other state's conditions that were ordered within the disciplinary order.
We use them as mitigation sometimes.
We do use them as mitigation. And we use them, like, for instance, if a nurse is already taking courses and things like that, we look to see, should we remove that condition from probation? Is it needed if it's in intervention? And intervention, most of the time, they don't have courses, it's their treatment.
Well, given the number of travel nurses we have and the number of people who have multi-state licenses in multiple states, it seems like an area where perhaps some task force should spend some time thinking about what general guidelines are, so that it would be easier for folks like the IECs and or people on the probation side to say, okay, general guidelines say this and recommend there's a D word, I can't remember because we're talking about diversion all day, departing from that for these reasons. So I'll just set that aside for now. I guess, if I sort of think about, separate even from the policy issues about narcotics access and the other things we've discussed, I feel like there was also a cry, and literally people cried, and it included me today. How long would it take, I guess, if we were going to say we need to do more than the informal audit we talked about last time? And thank you for doing that. I understand that this was a lot, and thanks to everyone for their patience while we try to scope the problem. But it seems to me like what I would like to see is, how long would it take for every single participant to get on an IEC agenda, regardless of whether or not there's, quote, a reason, right? To get an actual check-in. And, so that would be 1. 2, to have a 30-minute conversation with their case manager. I don't know how long they're supposed to be. I'm picking 30 minutes out of somewhere. Some people say they haven't spoken to theirs in forever because there's, quote, nothing to discuss. And the third thing would be to get an updated, I don't know if there's a portal. People were referring to the word profile on their Maximus. I don't know what that looks like, but to get that updated, because until and unless this happens, every single meeting is going to be like this, and it should be like this until we get a handle on this. And so, even separate from the specifics about narcotics access and all the other things, I think there is a need to get people in front of their IEC, really well connected with their case manager, and have an updated contract/profile. Like these 3 things to me, as I've been taking notes and trying to think about how within the context of our agenda item we can approach this. And I doubt that that is something that we can take a motion on here under 4.3 today, but those are the things that I think are going to be required for everyone to get the information they need about where they are now, and what they need to do next. So that's where I am left today. I can only imagine, as people get increasingly frustrated in this room and online, that this is taking a while. I'm certainly frustrated as well. So that's what I'm thinking about. I guess the agenda for the EIIC meeting remains the same, which was, let's just refresh our memory and make sure that it's going to cover everything we want. It's a overview and comparison of intervention and probation. Oh, and then the IEC. Okay, so that sounds helpful. I guess the only thing that would be missing from that is any more information around Maximus. So, what is the turnover of their case managers? What does a profile look like, or a contract? How those sorts of detailed things. So I don't know if we're able to add something to the agenda. Probably we can't decide that at this moment. But I think that would be the missing component for me. If I look at EIIC, what is the other thing that we've surfaced? It would be those understandings about the Maximus program. What is the expectation for working with the case manager? How quickly should their profile be updated after they have an IEC meeting, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm sorry to keep expanding the work, but we are learning more each time we hear from the public.
Member Cormac, what I would recommend with the agenda for EIIC is, if we were to add that item, that it would be strictly information only and posted onto our board, but that it would not have discussion. Today's meeting had 2 agenda items on it, and we went the entire day. The next EIIC meeting has 2 agenda items on them, and if adding an additional one, it would probably ensure that one would not be able to be completed. So with that one being kind of just information only on Maximus, I would like to request that that would just be something that we could post as materials and not have a discussion around that, so that we could get to the other items.
Materials, but Maximus would present.
So you're wanting that to present it, or are you
I'm
wanting?
just asking, usually when there's an information only item on our agenda, there might be slides or information. It would just be a verbal presentation. Is that what you're thinking?
What we would do is just post the data onto the web. In the material section, so that you would have the information that would be the data, the Maximus specific data.
Yeah, I'll defer to the chair and staff as to how best to manage that. I just wanted to share what I think is not currently on the agenda that has been surfaced today that will help us as we continue to figure out, how to fix this problem.
That's fair to me. Maximus definitely has to be intimately involved in this conversation. And I also agree 3 items is probably too many items if we do want to take public input, which we do because it's important. So thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to President Trujillo.
Nilu Patel.
Sorry to interrupt, Chair. When just a quick comment to dovetail along with what Board Member Cormac mentioned. Is there a way to request information from the other healing art boards who deal with Maximus if they're experiencing similar problems? And I hate to put more work on the DCA staff, but to figure out if this is just us, the BRN, that's experiencing this, or the other boards as well.
So as part of uniform standards, DCA is required to do an audit on a routine basis, and DCA does participate that. And I believe their last audit was done in 2023.
Thank you, EO Melby.
They're currently being audited.
Can I make a comment?
2024. Yes, Vicky?
Yeah. It seems to me that until there's a review of the uniform standards to bring them up to something that makes more sense, that we're never going to get out of this mess. And I realize it's legislation, but there has to be something done to fix these things, because the 30-day rule makes absolutely no sense at all. And anyways, I mean, we routinely read disciplinary things where people have missed check-ins and they're not being put into that kind of a nightmare scenario. So clearly, we need to figure out what we can try to do to influence people to try to change uniform standards and to suggest ways in which they get changed, whether that's through subcommittees. But that, to me, needs to happen.
I just want to, just a reminder that at a previous board meeting, the couple back, I had requested permission to start a reg package for intervention because we do identify some areas that need new language to it. And so we're going to try working on putting that together to present to the board as well.
Any other comments or questions from the board?
Okay, I have one other one, Sticky again. I don't really want to wait 3 months. It feels like this needs to be done in a more timely fashion because there's people whose lives are really in danger. And while I don't relish the idea of sitting through more meetings, I'd be willing to sit through more meetings to try to do something to fix this because it's untenable, it's unacceptable, and I can't sleep at night.
I agree. I'm working on an ask right now. So, Lori, is it possible that you and Reza could review the changes that have taken place since November?
Yes,
And
absolutely, we can.
also the participants that were affected, and give us a report out, probably in closed session
Reza, is that an item that can be reported out in closed session?
or open.
What are you're looking for a report on specific participants?
Change, yeah, the changes that have happened in the program.
That would
since
be an
No-
open session, but
Okay.
about specific participants, go ahead.
Yeah, well, some of the participants have had, I mean, they've had issues, and I think some of that needs investigating. I mean, I don't want to wait till the next board meeting. I'd like some
Correct. So are
information.
you, so for clarification, are you requesting me to pull a participant list?
Yes.
Do a review of the actions and the changes, how frequent their IEC meetings have been, what are their conditions, et cetera.
Yes.
And then report that out to the board in closed session so that
Well,
you
I
guys
just
can
mentioned
have the
closed session
details.
because of the confidentiality for the
Yes.
participants. And so I just mentioned closed session. Is that possible?
Closed session for that is something I'd have to look a bit more into. The statute specifically speaks to authority for the committee referring to the intervention evaluation committees to meet in closed session. And I'm not sure that there's anything else that specifically speaks to the board talking about IEC participants in closed session. So unfortunately, it's not obviously stated.
Yes.
But I think what could be done, Dolores, is I can pull that data. I can get that data. I can start
yeah,
the
we
review
just need to get
process.
started
I
on
can
the
meet
data.
with legal counsel on it. And then dependent on what legal counsel and I discover, then we can, I'll see what is legally able to be presented in open session or what could be presented in closed session. Additionally, if there are changes that need to be made, then that could be changed as soon as that review is going through. We can.
I think it's
would,
very
confer
important
with
we get
legal,
started
with-
on the data collection.
and then that way, with that audit, with that data, we can show immediate action.
Thank you. Thank you, Lori.
Can I just be,
Board member Allison.
I just want to be really clear
Reza
on what's
first.
expected. Sorry, Allison. Are you, I don't know if Lori, you had a better understanding of what the ask is, but is it to go through all of the 200 some participants
if that's possible.
And then that's fine. I'm not saying not to
Yeah.
do that, but you said to review the changes that have occurred since November and the participants that are affected. So you're looking to basically find out the changes that have occurred and
I mean, we heard some very valid issues that participants were experiencing. And I think from a board perspective, we need to look into that and start looking into that to collect data.
for those who were required to do the narcotics passing and work in direct patient care.
Also, those that
I
have
think there was-
stated they didn't have, they were due for IEC meetings and did not have those. I mean, there was a number of
And
issues.
then not able to work night shift. I think there was
Yes.
several different issues. And so if I'm hearing you correctly, I would look at the changes since November 2022, see who was affected, initially start with that in-depth review and see if there's anything that needs to be
Stands out.
immediately
It
addressed.
needs to be addressed. Yeah.
I would then bring that to our legal counsel's attention. We would then work with the program manager and see what could be addressed.
Yes.
Past that, you are asking me to review all of the other participants to ensure that everything is in alignment, kind of a pseudo audit.
It's a large
done
task.
through
I
us.
understand.
And that's
But-
fine. You know, we do audits of our work processes and everything all the time. So I have no problem taking
Thank you,
this,
Laurie.
especially
I,
with
I think it's important that the public
gravity of
knows.
everything that's been shown today.
Yeah, I think it's important that the public knows that as a board, we hear them
Yes.
and we're willing to collect the data and take some action if needed.
Yes, and what can be reported out in open session without risking any confidentiality issues for our participants, we will agendaize and add to the board agenda so that can be shared out. So yes, some additional work, but totally okay and absolutely willing to do that. And I think that answers the board's request here of immediate action. I can get started on this and get a game plan together. I do meet with you in admin on a weekly basis, so I can keep you updated of that
Thank you.
process
Thank
as
you.
we move through it.
Do we have any board member Cormac?
Thank you, Board President Trujillo, for making that request of Executive Officer Melby, and thank you for acceding it to it so rapidly. I just want to be sure I understand if in this audit between today's June 21st and our meeting, which is what, mid-August? 21st, okay, 21st, okay, 2 months. If during this audit you find, and we don't have to use a hypothetical example, an example of a nurse who has already passed narcotics to a patient without trouble, and and that can fulfill the requirement, is that going to get sent down to the IEC with instructions? Like, does everything have to go back to the IEC if you find an
It does
issue?
have to go back to the IEC through the program manager. And so I would work directly with the program manager to get that
Okay.
planned
So,
out. I would
just to
ask
set-
for,
Yeah, everybody's expectations. In 2 months, is it possible for you, I mean, like, even if you just start with the 73 that are in year 3, presumably you would start there.
yes,
I'm just brainstorming here because what I really, truly do not want to have happen is people watching this, leave this and think it's going to be fixed in 2 months.
it will not be fixed in 2
So,
months.
right, but let's figure
Just to
out
be very
what
clear.
will happen when we get together in 2 months, so people they have their expectations set correctly. So
What
it
I
sounds,
think could happen and what I would have to seek clarification is I think we'd have a good understanding of at least the 73 that are in year 3
Okay.
of where they
Okay.
are, what they've done, what needs to be done to be completed. If there was a change that was asked of them that we had question on that does not look like everything lines up, I would let the program manager know, and they would have that discussion with EIC, Maximus, et cetera. And then I would ask for a time frame of when that person can get back in front of IEC if that needs to be changed. And if we needed to add days or whatever, that's something that I would work with them on to look at.
Okay. So
If
this,
it is discovered that everything is okay, which I'm not thinking that it will be discovered, that actually everything is okay, I would then report that out. But I would continue to work with board's legal counsel and our board president during this time to make sure that we get everything lined up. That way action can be immediately taken.
okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Okay, at this time,
Before we adjourn, I would like to make one comment and address Shannon. Thank you very much for all that you have done. We did have a public commenter ask for immediate dismissal of Shannon, and that is not going to happen. Our board members have the ability to do immediate dismissal of me, and I am the one that has the ability to work with personnel matters of board staff, and Shannon is, as well as myself, are both considered board staff. As you guys have all asked for reconsideration, you guys have asked for leniency and grace and to be considered to be human, I'm asking you guys to do the same thing for my staff. Shannon is an amazing employee, and anything that she has done, I am very confident that she has done it with the best intentions. We will review this process, and if anything does come up as an opportunity for improvement, she is always the first person to recognize that and immediately takes action on it. So she is a very valued employee of our board, and she will continue to stay. Thank you.
thank you, Lori. Are we ready to adjourn? All right. Item 5.0, we are adjourned for the day. Everybody have a great weekend.